What up, chat? It's your boy Power XL official. Hope everyone's having a good day. Elon Musk's department is at it again, and Trump collabs with another president. So let's check that out first.
First Lady of France, not so long ago.
We gotta stay relevant in the world. This shit is hilarious every time, no matter what.
Forget it. It was a beautiful day and evening, and many fond memories. I also want to thank Emmanuel for hosting me in Paris last December after a historic election win to witness the reopening of the spectacular Notre Dame Cathedral, where you did an outstanding job in bringing it back together. That was a sad day watching that burn.
Oh, yeah.
And 5 years later, you had it up, and it was, they say, more beautiful than it was before. So I think that's a great achievement. That was not easy. France is America's oldest ally. Our cherished partnership has been a force.
Because remember that one thing.
Prosperity and peace from the very beginning. We're now working on some very interesting developments. One in particular is the war between Russia and Ukraine. In the American Revolution, French support helped us to seize our destiny as an independent nation. In the First and Second World Wars, our citizens shed blood together.
That's right.
On the battlefields of Europe. And I'll never forget joining President Macron 6 years ago on the 75th anniversary of D-Day. That was some day.
Man.
The purpose of our meeting today is to end another battle, a really horrible one, a war, something that we haven't seen since the Second World War, that is ravaging European soil, the deadliest and most destructive conflict that one can imagine. I've seen the pictures, I've seen the satellite photos, and lots of other photos, and it's a horrible thing that's happening. Thousands of people are dying a week. This very day is the third anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine, which would never have happened if I was president. That was not going to happen.
Should have done the bingo.
Gruesome and bloody war.
We should have done the bingo.
Overestimated. Hundreds of thousands of people, Russians and Ukrainians in particular, have needlessly died. An entire generation of Ukrainians and Russian men has been decimated. 1,000-year-old cities have been turned into rubble. Those beautiful spires that you used to see there, they were most beautiful in the world.
The gold ones
are lying in heaps of rubble.
That's fucking tragic.
Blasted to smithereens. It's time to end this bloodletting and restore peace, and I think we're going to do it. We've had some great conversations, including with Russia. Since my return to the White House, we've made more progress toward that goal in 1 month than occurred in the past 3 years. And I've spoken with both President Putin and President Zelensky. And again, a lot of good things toward peace are happening, moving it, I think, pretty quickly. Last week,
we'll see.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio, National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff conducted successful talks in Saudi Arabia with the delegation from Russia, and I'd like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And the King and Mohammed, great people. They're really working hard to get this done. Our focus is on achieving a ceasefire as soon as possible and ultimately a permanent peace. My meeting with President Macron today was another important step forward in that sphere, because he's been very much involved right from the beginning in trying to get it over with, and we're going to get it done. I believe that Emmanuel agrees with me on many of the most important issues. Chief among them is this is the right time. It may be the only time. You know, that's a very interesting and horrible situation, and that could evolve into a third world war. We're not going to let that happen.
That would be bad, a third world war.
Started, but it did. And
yeah, we don't want that.
What a horrible, bloody mess.
Yeah.
I'm also pleased that President Macron agrees that The cost and burden of securing the peace must be borne by the nations of Europe, not alone by the United States. And Europe must take that central role in assuring long-term security of Ukraine, which they want to do. And that's not a very big step. The big step is what's going to happen over the next few weeks. The United States has put up far more aid for Ukraine than any other nation. Hundreds of billions of dollars. We've spent more than 300 billion, and Europe has spent about 100.
I'd like to see how much of
100 billion,
Ukraine
that's a
actually
big
got
difference,
that,
and at
though.
some point we should equalize. But hopefully we won't have to worry about that. We have other things happening that maybe take that out of the realm of necessity. And while we've given vast amounts of military aid and money in form of grants, much of Europe's contribution has been economic relief structured as loans for which they'll be repaid. Like the Europeans, I believe that taxpayers in the United States also deserve to recoup the colossal amounts of money that we've.
That's the shiny rocks.
The previous administration never even thought of that. They didn't think of a lot of things, like why did they let it start in the first place? That is why we must have an agreement with Ukraine on critical minerals and rare earths and various other things as security. And I think that that's happening. I think we've made a lot of progress. I had a report just given to me before walking in that we've made, Emmanuel, a great deal of progress toward getting that. I've been elected by the American people to restore common sense to Washington and indeed to the world. And I believe strongly that it's in the best interest of the United States, the best interest in Europe, the best interest of Ukraine, and indeed the best interest of Russia to stop the killing now and bring the world to peace. My administration is making a decisive break with the foreign policy failures of the past administration and, frankly, the past. I ran against a very foolish foreign policy establishment, and their recklessness has led to the death of many, many people. Under our administration, we're forging a new path that promotes peace around the world. And when I left office for the first administration, first term, we had no wars, we had no problems. We didn't have October 7th with Israel. We didn't have Russia and Ukraine going at it. We didn't have the problems in other parts
No one cares
of the Middle
about
East.
that, though.
We didn't have inflation. It was a whole different world.
Wow.
You know what else we didn't have? Millions of people pouring through our borders, many of them criminals released from other nations and
There it is.
put right into our land. Murderers and drug dealers, gangs. We didn't have any of that.
No.
It's a different time, but now we have it and we're fixing it. We'll fix it all up. We'll get it done as quickly as possible. And we've made a great deal of progress. People are saying it was the best month for a president in our country's history. I hope that's right, but I feel it's right. We've done a lot of things in a very short period of time, 4 weeks. As I've said before, it's my hope that my greatest legacy, however, will be as a peacemaker and a unifier. I want to bring peace, not war. I thank President Macron for joining us today in this urgent work we're doing. We have some wonderful people up front right here that have worked so hard. Steve Witkoff, thank you very much. And Michael Waltz, thank you. Scott, thank you very much. And JD,
President Macaroon?
Really
That's his name?
They've really done a job. They worked very hard. It's like it's a real passion to get this war ended. And I'd like to now we invite Emmanuel to say a few words, and then we'll take questions. And again, Emmanuel, it's a great honor to have you with us at the White House. Thank you very much.
It is crazy, like, you know.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, dear Donald.
About the fact that French helped us out in the Revolutionary War.
True.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be saying a few words in French.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, cher
Thank you
Donald,
very
pour
much,
votre
Mr. President.
hospitalité.
Yeah, our first ally. Yeah, actually our
and
first
for
ally.
this visit. As you mentioned,
ces dernières années,
we have had the opportunity to meet over the past few years. Since your first term, we've been able to discuss matters in Paris and also here at the White House.
I can't fix it.
It has always been
j'ai en effet ici des souvenirs
Sorry.
great joy to do that, and I would like to commend you.
Président, d'avoir fait l'amitié à la France.
Thank you Mr. President, for extending this friendship to France and taking part in the ceremony at Notre Dame that you mentioned.
Why are they having a girl do this, though? It sounds like
Reopen the cathedral to the rest of
It
the
doesn't
world.
look
Your
right.
presence was a testament to that friendship. As the President said, this friendship dates back to the Revolutionary War since the beginning of the United States.
That's right. These are our boys.
We've been able to come together and be on the right side. We've been able to be united to defend peace and sovereignty, namely in the two world wars
I can't fix it.
that marked the 20th
Au Lafayette,
century.
nous voilà de Pershing jusqu'aux vétérans américains que nous célébrions il y a encore quelques mois sur la plage d'Omaha Beach et j'étais très heureux de
Many
revoir d'ailleurs
Americans who landed on
tout
Omaha
à l'heure
Beach.
lorsque vous m'avez laissé
And
quelques minutes entre deux de nos rendez-vous.
we spoke
L'un d'entre eux qui est venu me visiter,
before,
je veux
and you
ici dire le
mentioned
grand
that
respect
one
que nous avons pour
of those
tous nos anciens combattants et les vétérans
gentleman was
américains.
able to visit you
Cette
here,
histoire
one of
nous
the
oblige
veterans.
et c'est celle qui nous lie dans le contexte
This
du monde qui est le
is
nôtre. Et le
Okay.
président l'a rappelé,
part of history,
le
which
monde dans lequel nous
puts us
vivons ne
in the
manque pas de
world
défis.
that we are in
Alors
today. And as the President just said,
cette visite
there are many
nous avons décidé ces
challenges in
derniers
this
jours
world. And over the past few days,
avait évidemment
Yeah.
un objectif premier qui est la
we
situation
have
géopolitique.
one main objective, which
Et
is the
je dois dire
geopolitical
que-
situation.
Monsieur le Président, je
Mr.
dois vous remercier
President,
tout particulièrement d'avoir
really
accepté
wish to thank
d'aménager votre agenda pour que nous
for
puissions
Yeah.
nous voir
making
si
changes
vite.
to your
Et
schedule to
je
meet with
considère
us
que
so
nous avons
quickly.
véritablement eu des
I
avancées
think we've
substantielles.
made very
lors de nos échanges.
substantive
Et
steps
c'est pour moi une
forward
étape très
during
importante
our
de
discussions,
ce que
and
nous
this is
vivons.
a
That's
major
good.
step
Nous avons
in
ensemble
what we're
partagé
experiencing today.
visioconférence avec
We had a
l'ensemble des
video
dirigeants du
conference
G7
with all
qui
of
nous
the
a permis,
G7 leaders, which
3
was
ans
an
après le début de la
opportunity for
guerre
us to
d'agression,
discuss
la deuxième phase de la
this
guerre
matter
d'agression russe
3
en
days
Ukraine,
after the
de dire
It actually
évidemment
fixes it? Yeah, I don't know what to say.
to
Zelensky,
express our support
au peuple
for
ukrainien, mais
President
aussi
Zelensky, to
partager
the
notre
Ukrainian
volonté
people, but also to
d'avoir une paix
speak and
durable.
share
Je crois que
about
c'est ce
our
que vous avez ces
desire
dernières années,
for a
ces
lasting
dernières semaines,
peace.
pardon, rappelé avec
This
avec
is what
beaucoup
we
de
have
force.
spoken about
Depuis le 22
very
février 2022,
forcibly
on
over
nous
the
annonçait
past
une opération
few weeks.
spéciale qui allait durer quelques
We
semaines.
thought that
Chacun admire la bravoure du peuple
this
ukrainien.
war was
Yeah.
only going to last a few weeks
Et
when it
vous avez
broke out
raison
in
de le dire, Monsieur le
2022.
Président,
We
nous avons
admire
aidé.
greatly
Et je
the
crois que nous avons
courage
eu raison
of the
d'aider, c'est
Ukrainian
notre
people.
responsabilité.
And Mr. President,
ici
I wish to
dire que
thank you
l'Europe
for this.
n'a pas ménagé
You
ni
mentioned
minoré ses responsabilités. Nous
that
avons
there
en
are
effet
responsibilities on
investi
Europe's
138
side, and
milliards
indeed,
Uh-oh,
de
here comes the
dollars
fact
dans
check.
l'aide
we have invested
à
128
l'Ukraine
Here
et
we
aux
go.
Ukrainiens.
billion in
Et je dis bien
aid to
investi,
Ukraine and the
parce qu'au fond, l'Ukraine
Ukrainians.
a tenu ce front avancé de notre sécurité
Ukraine has been
collective.
able to hold the
Elle s'est
front
battue
of our
durant ces
collective
années, elle continue
security.
de se
It's
battre pour
fought
son indépendance et
over
sa
these past few
souveraineté,
years
mais
for
aussi
its
pour
independence
notre
and for
sécurité
its sovereignty,
collective,
but
parce
also
que
for our
je crois que
collective
personne dans cette
security,
salle n'a
because I
envie de
think that
vivre
no one
dans un
in this
monde où la loi
room
du
wants
plus
to
fort peut
live in
s'imposer
a world
et où les
where
frontières
it's the
internationalement
law
reconnues
of
peuvent être
the
du jour au lendemain
strongest
violées
and
par
international
qui que
borders
ce
can be
soit.
violated from one day to the next
Alors,
by
je considère
anyone.
que
He
ces
right.
dernières heures, et vous l'avez
Over the
d'ailleurs
past
dit
few
tout à l'heure,
hours,
Yeah.
plusieurs
as
choses
you
se sont
mentioned this,
cristallisées.
Mr.
Nous avons
President,
pu avancer
we've
sur
been
plusieurs
able to
points.
see a
D'abord,
few
je veux
things
saluer votre
take
décision
shape.
de voir
First of all, allow me to commend you
le
on
président
your
Zelensky
decision
et de finaliser en effet cet accord qui est
work
important
with
pour les
President
États-Unis
Zelensky
d'Amérique
and
et
to
pour
conclude this
l'Ukraine
agreement that's so
sur
important
les
for the
minerais
U.S.
critiques et
and
les terres rares.
Ukraine on
Mais
rare
d'avoir cet
earths,
échange de
critical
substances
minerals, but
avec le
also
président Zelensky
having
dans cette phase est
substantive
très important et de pouvoir finaliser cet
conversations
accord
with President
qui aussi
Zelensky during this
acte
key
votre engagement
phase
pour une Ukraine
of
souveraine
achieving
est
this deal,
à mes
which
yeux un point
is a
très
major
important et
commitment
souhaitable.
to
Ensuite,
Ukraine's sovereignty, and I think that's very
votre volonté de
commendable.
bâtir la paix,
We
nous
also
la
have
partageons.
a
Je
shared
veux dire ici
desire
que,
to build
en
peace.
responsabilité, plus de 10 ans après le début de la guerre,
Yeah.
We will have
l'agression en
this
Crimée,
responsibility.
et 3 ans jour pour jour
This
après
is 10 years after the
l'agression
war
russe
started
dans
in
le Donbass,
Crimea,
Uh-huh.
je
and
me rappelle
then
aussi dans le nord du
we
pays à
saw the
l'époque,
events
Straight up
in
lies.
Donbass,
La
the
besoin de
Donbass
nécessité
region,
pour sauver des
and
vies.
along the northern
Pour
part of
aussi
the
faire
country.
revenir des
We
prisonniers
want to
chez eux,
save lives.
faire
We
revenir
want
des
to
familles et
bring
des enfants, car je
prisoners
n'oublie pas ce
back
drame
and
humanitaire
bring back
qui
families and
touche
children, because
aussi
there
le
is
peuple
also a
ukrainien.
humanitarian tragedy
Et
affecting
nous en
the
avons longuement
Ukrainian
discuté
people.
avec le
We had lengthy
président et
discussions
notre
with
souhait qu'il
the
puisse y
president,
avoir
and we
en
spoke
effet
about our desire
des conflits qui s'arrêtent,
to bring an
une
end
trêve qui
to
soit pleinement
conflicts, to have a
mesurable,
truce
vérifiable
that is
et qui
measurable,
permette la négociation
verifiable,
d'une
and
paix
that
durable
enables
dans laquelle il y aura
negotiation
la
of a
question de la
lasting
reconstruction de
peace,
l'Ukraine,
where we will
la
discuss
question de
not
ses
only
territoires
Ukraine's
et la question
reconstruction,
des garanties de
its
sécurité,
territories, but
c'est-à-dire
also the
du
security
maintien de la paix dans la durée.
guarantees
car je le redisais au président, nous avons déjà connu des accords de paix qui n'étaient que des cessez-le-feu.
I don't think they're going to join NATO.
Sécurité, cela s'est
Yeah, I
assaini.
feel like that's not going to happen.
Et nous savons d'expérience que
This guy
cela
talks
tient.
as much as Trump.
Et je sais la volonté du président d'être un acteur durable justement de la paix dans la région, de vouloir cesser dans la durée cette paix. Et je crois pouvoir dire, après avoir consulté une trentaine de dirigeants européens et alliés ces derniers jours, pour bâtir cette unité et pour venir vous voir, que tous partagent la même vision des choses. Nous voulons la paix. Cette paix ne peut pas signifier la capitulation de l'Ukraine. Cette paix ne peut pas être un cessez-le-feu sans garantie. Cette paix doit prévoir les conditions d'une souveraineté ukrainienne, permettre à l'Ukraine de négocier avec les parties prenantes toutes les questions qui la touchent et pour lesquelles elle est seule légitime à négocier. Et c'est une paix dans laquelle nous devons prendre nos responsabilités pour maintenir dans la durée
We'll see.
sécurité et stabilité pour l'Ukraine et pour toute la région. Et pour nous, Européens, c'est une question existentielle. Nous avons longuement discuté cela avec le président. J'ai pu lui dire tout ce que nous avions travaillé avec le président Zelensky. On est rentré dans le détail justement des différentes étapes d'une telle négociation. Et nous avons pu aussi évoquer tout le travail qui a été fait avec nos partenaires britanniques pour concevoir justement ce que pourraient être des déploiements de forces de paix sur le sol ukrainien.
Some of y'all say the craziest shit.
Garantie de sécurité à laquelle d'autres pays d'ailleurs sont prêts à se joindre et pour laquelle évidemment la solidarité et le soutien américain sont indispensables et je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président, d'avoir commencé le travail avec nous sur ce point. Je crois pouvoir dire que l'accord que vous apprêtez à signer avec l'Ukraine et la discussion très claire que nous avons eue à cet égard, pour moi, sont des garanties solides. Nous nous sommes compris et que notre volonté est la même. La paix le plus vite possible, une paix solide et durable pour tout le monde et la reprise en quelque sorte d'une vie internationale qui permette d'offrir à tous des responsabilités. Donc dans ce cadre,
He really talks a lot.
prendront leurs responsabilités aux côtés de leur allié américain qui prendra les siennes. À cet égard, je suis venu aussi ici porter un message, président, de très grande clarté de l'engagement européen. Nous sommes engagés pour bâtir une paix durable. Nous sommes engagés comme Européens pour être partie prenante justement de ces garanties de sécurité. Et plus largement, nous sommes engagés, conscients que nous sommes, que les Européens doivent encore faire davantage pour la sécurité de l'Europe, sa défense, et en quelque sorte un partage plus juste du fardeau sécuritaire que votre pays porte depuis plusieurs années. Et au fond, pas simplement, Monsieur le Président, vous savez l'amitié que je vous porte parce que vous le demandez.
That's the guy, isn't it?
Avec force à votre premier mandat. Mais parce que je crois que tout le monde en Europe est lucide sur le fait que c'est notre devoir pour nous-mêmes, en tant que compte tenu du risque qui nous entoure et de la responsabilité qui est la nôtre. Et donc le président Costa ce matin a rappelé cet agenda de Versailles de mars 2022 qui a déjà conduit les Européens à augmenter de manière historique leurs investissements. Les Européens sont prêts à faire davantage pour cette sécurité, beaucoup plus et beaucoup plus fort. Et plusieurs m'ont redit cela avant de venir vous voir. Monsieur le Président, cher Donald, vous l'avez compris, cette paix par la force à laquelle vous croyez, c'est celle à laquelle nous sommes engagés par conviction, parce que en ce jour, je pense au peuple ukrainien, à ses sacrifices et à ce que nous lui devons. Nous avons également, avec Monsieur le Président, évoqué
The President and I also spoke about economic matters and our desire to see more prosperity in the United States and in Europe.
Seront poursuivis par
We
nos
had
ministres, nos
discussions
équipes,
which
pour
were carried on
clarifier
by
les
our
sujets qui
teams,
doivent
our
l'être.
ministers and
Mais au fond,
secretaries
notre
to
volonté, c'est qu'il y ait une
flesh out
concurrence
some of those ideas.
juste
But the idea is to have
et
fair
au
competition
fond, pas de biais dans la concurrence
and no
de
bias
nos industries pour pouvoir
within
échanger.
competition between our
Et je vais ici dire
industries.
combien les économies américaines et européennes
Now,
sont liées. Ce sont les
the
économies les
American
plus
and
imbriquées au monde.
European economies
Ce sont
are
1500 milliards
extremely
de dollars
intertwined.
d'échanges de
Some
produits, de
1.5
services
billion
physiques
You want to
et
outspeak
digitaux
Trump?
chaque année. trillion rather,
je sais votre attachement à rétablir la balance des
in
paiements.
goods and services, and I know you've spoken about wanting
J'ai la même
to
puisque
look at the balance of
nous avons
payments.
aussi un déficit
We
commercial.
also have a trade
J'essaie aussi de faire valoir qu'il fallait regarder pas simplement
I
les
know
biens et
that
produits,
we
mais
need to look not
les
only
produits numériques
at
pour lesquels vous êtes un très grand
goods, but
exportateur.
also
Et
digital
au fond, la solution,
items
c'est
and
de nous
goods
engager
which you
sincèrement vers
export. And we want to make a sincere
une concurrence
commitment
justement qui soit équitable
towards
et la volonté
fair
d'avoir des échanges plus
competition
fluides et encore
where we
davantage
have
d'investissements. Vous
smooth
êtes un très grand
trade
investisseur
and
en
more
France. Nous
investments.
sommes le
You already
5e investisseur,
invest
nous,
a
France,
great
pas
deal
simplement
in
l'Europe,
France.
dans votre pays.
And
Et
France
je
is
souhaite
the
qu'on
fifth
fasse
most-
davantage de
the
part et
fifth
d'autre.
largest
Et je
investor
veux
in
saluer
the
d'ailleurs
United
tous les
States.
investisseurs
And I would like
américains
to
qui ont fait partie des
recognize
grandes
here
annonces
all
pour
of the
l'intelligence
American
artificielle.
investors
Il y a quelques
who
jours à Paris, où
announced
120 milliards de dollars
investments,
d'investissement ont été annoncés en intelligence
some
artificielle pour notre pays.
$120 billion
Au-delà
that were
du lien
announced at the
transatlantique, c'est notre
AI
volonté
summit.
d'avoir en effet plus de prospérité. Je suis
This
convaincu qu'il
is
y a
our
au
wish. We
fond
want to have
un agenda
more
positif
prosperity
derrière
on
tout cela.
both sides of the
Enfin,
Atlantic. We
nous
have a
avons
shared
ensemble évoqué
agenda in
plusieurs
that
sujets
regard.
sur le
We
Proche et Moyen-Orient.
also spoke about the
Et je
Middle
crois pouvoir
East,
dire que nous
among other
partageons la même
subjects.
volonté de ne
And
jamais
here
voir
again, we
l'Iran
have the same
obtenir
desire. We don't
l'arme
want to see
nucléaire.
Iran obtain
Notre volonté de revenir
nuclear
à,
weapons. We don't
au fond,
want,
That's bad.
une approche avec les partenaires de la région en qui nous avons
or rather,
confiance,
we
qui
want
permettent
an approach with
eh bien,
partners in the
justement
region
de
that we can
cantonner
trust.
les activités nucléaires iraniennes, de
Given
pouvoir limiter ses
Iran's
capacités
nuclear
balistiques
activities, we want to
et de
limit
réduire
its
ses
ballistic
déstabilisations régionales.
capabilities and
Yeah.
avoid any
Et
type
sur la
of
Syrie et
regional
l'Irak, nous partageons la même
destabilization.
volonté aussi
With
de ne
respect
pas
to Syria and
voir les
Iraq,
groupes
we also
terroristes islamistes
share the same desire. We
reprendre
don't
de la
want to see
force, retrouver de
Islamic
l'activité,
terrorist groups
parce que depuis des
resume
années,
any
nos
of their
armées sont
activities.
avec
Yeah,
courage
terrorism
engagées
bad.
Our
dans
armies
cette
Real
have
bad.
bravely been
dont vous
engaged
avez
Nobody likes
in the
it.
Gulf,
et à laquelle
Nobody
nous
wants it.
No.
as you
qui est
have
une mission
led,
forte et importante qui a
and
contribué à la stabilité de la
contributions
région.
have been significant
Et je le dis
and
avec
helped
beaucoup
stability in the region.
Real
de
bad.
sincérité, de
And I
force et
say this with
d'engagement,
great
puisque la France a été
sincerity.
touchée par un attentat terroriste en 2015
France
qui
was
avait été
affected
préparé
by
en
a
Syrie par
terrorist
ces mêmes
attack
groupes.
in
Et donc nous ne
2015,
céderons
which
rien
was linked to the
dans
terrorist
cette région
activity in
à vos
Syria.
côtés
And
pour
we
plus
are
de
in that
sécurité.
region
Voilà,
at
mesdames et
your
messieurs, en
side
tout cas, nos
to
échanges
work for more
ont été
security.
extrêmement fructueux.
Ladies and
À la
gentlemen,
fois
we
ce matin,
had
à l'issue de
extremely
notre
productive
visioconférence
discussions
et à l'instant avec le
this morning
vice-président,
during
les
the
ministres
conference,
et nos conseillers.
and we spoke with our ministers
Et
and
je veux dire
counselors and
combien
advisors. And I wish to say,
This is
Ces échanges
crazy.
avec le président Trump, je
after
suis convaincu qu'il
speaking
y a un
with
chemin.
President Trump,
He's
I
Nous
really-
avons partagé nos
fully
convictions, nos
believe that there is a
exigences.
path forward. We
Nous savons
share
tout le travail qui
the
reste à
same
faire. Et donc, dans les
beliefs. We
prochaines
know
semaines, nous avancerons
what
ensemble.
needs to be
Nous
done,
aurons
and in the
l'occasion,
weeks to
nos
come,
équipes puis
we
nous,
will
de nous
work on
revoir
that.
dans
Our
des
teams
formats
Keep going
will
in.
come together
pour
in
faire de
various
cette paix
formats to
solide,
make
durable,
sure that we have this
By the end of this, I'm going to learn
solid,
French.
lasting
une
peace
réalité
with
de court
great
terme. En tout
strength.
cas, Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi de vous remercier
Mr.
pour
President,
votre accueil,
thank you
remercier
so
pour
much
la
for welcoming
qualité de
me
nos
here
échanges
today. Thank you so
et
much
pour
for
votre engagement.
these productive
Merci, cher
discussions and
Donald.
for your commitment. Thank you, dear Donald.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Emmanuel.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Brian, would you like to ask a question? Go ahead.
Welcome, President Trump. I just want to touch upon real quickly the Harvard poll that came out that had, thank you very much.
Oh, God.
The Harvard poll that came out had you up 9+ points, and all of your
Wow.
agenda that you ran on, you're accomplishing that. You got the support of the American people, including stopping the war in Ukraine. If you can
Well-
comment on the latest Harvard poll, I appreciate that.
Well, I was honored by it. It was a big poll, and it's
Do you want to comment
usually
on
a
the
poll
fact that
leaves
you're
on
doing
the
good?
other side of things. The other side
Man.
of the world, so to speak.
Yeah,
true.
that's,
But the Harvard poll is a respected
Yeah, he
poll,
does.
and it has us not only leading, but leading by a lot, and leading on every single issue that we've talked about. And as I said, we've become the party of common sense. And I think that's a very important element now, common sense, because what's happening
now people want to
in the
work with
world,
us.
and even in this country, some of the things that took place, many of them are now canceled, and the rest are being canceled as we speak. But we've moved very rapidly and I think very effectively. So I was honored by that poll. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Great question. Super good question.
Go ahead, please.
Next
Go
one's going to be out January 6th.
Mr. President, you said before that you would like to see Russia.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, feedback.
So you're going to Saudi Arabia? Yeah.
Would that happen regardless of any progress on the Ukrainian file?
Yeah, I think the meeting in Saudi Arabia was a fantastic one. We met with the Crown Prince. It was a fantastic young guy. He's young, but with great imagination and a tremendously respected all over the world, and he goes right to the king, and the king is incredible. Gotten to be friends with both of them very much, and they want to see this ended, and they're going all out to make sure that it is ended. I think Russia, likewise.
Wait, the audio guy is DEI?
And my people are dealing with him constantly, and his people in particular. And they want to do something. I mean, that's what I do. I do deals. My whole life is deals. That's all I know is deals. And I know when somebody wants to make it and when somebody doesn't. I will say this, before I came here, there was no communication with Russia whatsoever. And Russia wasn't answering calls. They were not talking to anybody. They wouldn't talk to anybody. And people sort of...
They don't want to fucking talk to fucking Biden.
They want to go forward and just keep going without stop.
Oh, God.
But when I got here, one of the first calls I made was to President Putin, and we were treated with great respect, and they want to end this war. So that's a big thing.
That's good.
Because I didn't know if I could say that, but it's a big thing. They want to do it, and the group in the front row that I introduced, they're all very active in it, and we're working on deals right now, transactions right now, and in particular, the big one is to get the war stopped, whether it's ceasefire or direct to an agreement. I'd like to go directly to an agreement, but ceasefire will always happen a little bit quicker. And every day you're saving thousands, or at least hundreds, but thousands in some cases lives. So we want to see if we can get that done very quickly. Yes, for...
I'm surprised they have people that want to fight in this meaningless war, though.
Correspondent based in Paris. Question for both of you, actually. Mr. Macron, you were one of the last Western leaders to speak to Putin before Ukraine's invasion. What advice, what recommendation could you make to President Trump to make sure that this time you can get strong enough guarantees from Putin to get a peace deal that lasts this time? And Mr. President Trump, what makes you think you can trust Putin in those negotiations?
That's a good question.
Look, I will never give any advice to President Trump. We have friendly and trustful discussion, but my experience with President Putin is the following. Number one, I always think it's good to have discussion with other leaders, and especially when you disagree.
He's right.
I stopped my discussion with President Putin after Russia and the war crimes because I considered that, we had nothing to get from him in that time. Now there's a chance, there is a big change because there is a new U.S. administration. So this is a new context.
So he stopped talking to Putin because of Biden?
There is a reason for President Trump to re-engage with President Putin. But my experience...
Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, basically.
Trump and the team. In
they want nothing to do with Russia.
Negotiated peace with President Putin. But because of the lack of guarantees, and especially security guarantees, President Putin violated this peace. And I had several discussions, especially at the beginning of 2022, several times, 7 hours with President Putin, 15 days before the launching of the attack.
7 hours?
He denied everything. But we didn't have security guarantees. So this is why being strong and having deterrence capacities is the only way to be sure it will be respected. And I insisted on that, and this is why I believe that
So you're saying they're weak?
Has the capacity to do so. And this is why I think we should never...
He says we're strong as fuck.
I will never send any boots on the ground because you give a blank check to violate any type of commitment. So I think it's good to have discussion. I think it's useful to have negotiation. I think it's super important to go to the peace. But my strong point was to say, let's try to get something first which can be assessed, checked and verified. And let's be sure that we build sufficient guarantees on the short run. And this is where we are ready to be engaged. As for France, a lot of my European colleagues are ready to be engaged. But we do need this American backup because this is part of the credibility of the security guarantees. And this is our collective...
They want more of a guarantee.
And I have the feeling that the president has this capacity.
I think it's very benefit of Russia to make a deal. And I feel that we'll do that. It is what it is. Again, it's a war that should have never been started. It's a war that would
Is
not
what
have
it
been started
is.
if I were president. But
Stop it or
start,
fucking
and
it's gonna happen.
at a terrible level where cities are
It is what it
down
is.
and shut down.
It's
to the
what it
ground.
is.
Looks like demolition sites, a whole
Oh,
big pile
shit.
of demolition sites, and we got to get it stopped. Too many people, too much agony. The whole culture is destroyed
Man.
when you rip down some of those ancient, really ancient or near ancient buildings.
You gonna talk about those gold
it's so sad to
towers
see.
again?
But I think it's very
Jeez,
much to
yeah,
the
that's fucked
benefit
up.
of- There's tremendous distrust on both
How are you gonna
sides.
attack ancient
That's why it's
shit?
good that I'm coming in now, but I think it's
Yeah.
to the very much benefit of Russia to make a deal and to go
It is
on
what
with,
it is.
go on with leading Russia in a very positive way. That's what you have to do. But I really
Mm-hmm.
believe that he wants to make a deal. Maybe wrong, but I believe he wants to make a deal. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Next week, there's a key deadline for your Canada and Mexico tariffs. Do you expect those will go back
Fully,
on, or do you
what-
believe those countries have done enough on the border
Yeah,
to
get that
stop
shit
those
outta
from
here.
taking effect? And for President
Get that
Macron,
bullshit out of
I'm
my ear.
wondering if you believe that this critical minerals deal with Ukraine represents a de facto security guarantee by the United States, since the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
would have an interest in protecting those reserves in Ukraine. Thank you.
That's the logic.
We're on time with the tariffs, and it seems like that's moving along very rapidly.
Uh-oh.
We've been mistreated very badly by many countries, not just Canada and Mexico. We've been taken advantage of. We were led by, in some cases, fools, because anybody that would sign
Who could that
documents
possibly
like
be?
they signed, where they were able to take advantage of the American
I don't know.
people,
Who could
like
that have been?
has happened over
Sleepy
the last
Joe?
long period of time, except for a little
Crooked
4-year
Joe?
period that took place 4 years ago.
Uh-oh.
But anybody that would agree to allow this to happen to our country should be ashamed of themselves. No, the tariffs are going forward on time, on schedule. This is an abuse that took place for many, many years. And I'm not even blaming the other countries that did this. I blame our leadership for allowing it to happen.
Yeah.
I mean,
True.
who can
You can't
them?
blame
They
other-
made these great deals with the United
Everybody
States, took
roaching out on
advantage of the
Biden,
United
bro.
States on manufacturing, on just about everything. Every aspect that you could imagine, they took advantage of. I look at some of these agreements, I'd read them at night, and I'd say, who would ever sign a thing like this?
Yeah.
So the tariffs will go forward. Yes,
Well,
and
it wasn't
we're gonna make
Biden
up
either,
a lot of territory.
to be fair.
All we want is reciprocal. We want reciprocity. We want to have the same. So if somebody charges us, we charge them. It's very simple, but it'll be very good for our country. Our country will be extremely liquid and rich again. Plus, we're doing other things, as you know. We're finding tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse at levels that nobody thought possible. You're seeing what's going on, and
I think a lot of
that
people
was
thought
also
it was
part of the
possible.
Harvard poll. Do you agree with what President Trump is doing with Elon and others that are looking for the waste, fraud, and abuse? And the numbers were staggering. It was like
What if they open the
70%
vault
to
and there's no
2%.
gold there?
Everybody wants to find out. They don't like it, and
That's what
you
we're
know,
all waiting for. The big
radical left,
news
whoever
is
it
the
may be,
vault
starts
empty.
screaming about the Constitution, but it has nothing.
We
to do
gotta
with
check the gold
Constitution. It has
vault.
to do with fairness to this country. It has to do
That'd
with
be
being
crazy.
ripped off, and
Be
when you
fucking
read the
gnarly.
things that all of these
I believe it,
billions,
too.
and I mean many billions,
was
hundreds of
empty.
billions of dollars have been spent on. That's all you have to do is stand up here and read them. I could stand up all day and read the kind of things where we're spending
Oh,
all of
good.
this money.
We're going to get that again?
The good news is that when you think of how rich a nation we can be when we get rid of this, you know, sometimes you'll buy a company and you'll see it was really well run. It's they accounted for every penny. Well, not much you can do there. You got yourself a bad deal. This one is the exact opposite. Tremendous fraud, tremendous waste. And when you think of what it is, you know, Elon uses an expression, caring. If we had people that cared, just cared a little bit when they did contracts, when they negotiated with outside vendors on behalf of the United States. That's what I'm doing now. I'm negotiating for the people of the United States. So we're doing a great job of it. I will say we found it'll be hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and fraud and abuse. Thank you. Please.
Look, I think this discussion is a very important one. First, because it's important for the US, and it will be a good occasion for a first very important meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky. Second, I think there is a lot of economic upside on both sides. And third, de facto, there is a recognition of Ukrainian sovereignty, a recognition of the Ukrainian interests, and this is de facto a very important alignment of interests. Now, the security guarantees will be negotiated in due time in a full-fledged package of a peace security. But this peace, as it is now written and negotiated,
the bread.
as this meeting is scheduled, is an important step forward, full-fledged peace agreement.
Okay, please, go ahead. To the President.
Monsieur le Président Trump,
no.
Monsieur le Président Macron.
Here we go.
President Macron.
First of all, you say, I would like to make
Macron.
a deal with Putin.
Oh,
So
okay.
when you do a deal, it's a win-win deal. What are you giving to him, and what is he going to give you?
Well, Russia wins, America wins.
And I was impressed by the way you referred
obviously.
to Notre Dame, and that you were impressed by the reconstruction of Notre Dame. A lot of Americans have sent money to Paris to participate to the reconstruction of Notre Dame. As the President of the United States, are you going to contribute to the reconstruction of Ukraine? Et Monsieur le Président Macron,
President
quelle est pour vous
Macron,
la principale avancée de
what
votre
for you
entretien avec
is
Donald
the
Trump?
main
Et pouvez-vous
area
nous
of
confirmer
progress in
qu'il y
your
a
meeting with
effectivement
President
un
Trump?
accord
Can
pour
you
envoyer
confirm
des
that
troupes
there is an
européennes
agreement to
de maintien
send
de la paix?
European
Est-ce que la
peacekeeping
France va le faire?
troops? Will France
Combien
participate
d'hommes?
in that? How
Pourquoi?
many troops?
Est-ce que
What
c'est
would
pas
they
They
be
asked that
doing?
3 times.
Would this
Françaises,
represent a
européennes?
great
They already went and
danger
asked
to
that
send
shit.
French and European troops to Ukraine?
Well, I guess it's a little strange question because you ask whether or not we're going to, on behalf of the United States, contribute to Ukraine. I mean, we're in there for about $350 billion. I think that's a pretty big contribution. I do appreciate the first part of your question, however, because I think they've done an incredible job with the Cathedral of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
I think the president has done. I know he headed it up, and I know how hard he worked, and it took a period of time, but really not a long period of time considering what that was, so delicate, so beautiful.
Yeah.
And I was there, and I saw the work, and I'm very good at construction. I know good construction. I know bad construction. They did a beautiful job, and this man has to be given a lot of credit for that. It's an incredible cathedral. Most people thought it couldn't be saved, and if it was, it would have to be built in a different form, and we didn't want to see a different form. We wanted to see the same form that you built. So I just want to congratulate you. That was an amazing job. I don't think you've gotten enough credit for it. Someday you will. Someday you will.
Man.
Thank you, Donald.
Just glazing each other.
Pour revenir à votre
Thank you
question,
very
je
much.
considère que
To
la
go back to your
discussion d'aujourd'hui
question,
a été marquée par
today's
plusieurs avancées.
discussion showed
D'abord,
several
la
areas
confirmation,
of
c'était une
progress.
des choses importantes pour nous.
First,
Ça fait partie de tout le travail qu'on a mené aussi avec le
have been working a
président
great
Zelensky
deal
pour essayer de bâtir
with
une proposition
President
d'action
Zelensky
qui soit
to
acceptable pour
have
l'Ukraine.
a proposal
Le fait
that's
que le
acceptable to
président
Ukraine.
Trump a confirmé qu'il
President
allait
Trump has
rencontrer rapidement le
confirmed
président
that he will be
Zelensky
meeting with
pour
President
finaliser
Zelensky very
l'accord
soon to
sur
finalize
les
the
minerais critiques et les
agreement
terres rares
on
et pour avoir
critical
une discussion
minerals and
d'ensemble
rare
sur ce
earths
texte. Ça, je pense
and
que c'est un
to
point
speak
très
together
important.
about that matter. That's a
La
very
deuxième
important
chose, nous
step forward.
avons,
The
dans le
second
cadre de la
thing
discussion,
is that
sans
during our
rentrer dans le
discussions,
détail,
we were able to
la
go into some of
proposition
the
d'action que
details
nous
about
venions
the
faire,
proposal that we
de
have just
comment
made
la paix ou une trêve, des éléments
to
concrets,
have
mesurables
a
pouvaient être
truce,
organisés
a peace,
et comment
and
ensuite
be
on
able
pouvait
to
structurer
measure
la
that
discussion.
and then
Et donc,
structure our
la France,
discussions on
plusieurs
that
autres
basis.
pays européens,
France and
l'Ukraine
several
sont
So
other
he-
European
no.
countries,
au travail
along
pour
with
pouvoir
Ukraine, are
bâtir
hard
ce
at
qui est cette
work
paix durable
to build
avec
this
des éléments
lasting
très
peace
concrets dans
with
lesquels il
very
y aura
specific
justement les
points,
garanties de sécurité, les
including
questions
security
territoriales qui appartiennent totalement à
guarantees,
l'Ukraine,
the
la question de la
territories that
reconstruction, la
belong to
question
Ukraine,
du potentiel
the issue of
économique et des minerais rares.
reconstruction,
Donc là-dessus,
the economy,
discuter en détail.
and
That's all got to be
critical minerals.
discussed.
We've been
Yeah.
able to go into
Troisième
the
avancée qui est pour
details
moi
of those proposals. The
vraiment un
third
des axes
They're
area
gonna
of
ask him more
progress,
questions
which,
in English, man.
et qui marque un tournant, c'est
really
la
mark a
précision avec
turning
I
laquelle
feel
nous
like in
avons parlé
French,
des
it's
garanties.
like
is the fact that we were
like a
able to talk about
multiplier.
the
Et je
details of
pense
the
que le président a eu
security
lui-même tout à l'heure et
guarantees.
encore aujourd'hui, à l'instant, des mots
the
très
He's
clairs.
like 3 times as long of an
He's
answer.
answer.
shown this over the past
Nous
few
voulons
days,
la
and he
paix, on est
said so a
totalement
moment ago.
d'accord.
We want peace. He
Nous voulons un
wants
deal
peace.
rapide,
We want peace,
mais pas un,
Yeah.
peace
mais pas un accord
swiftly, but we
qui soit
don't want an
fragile.
agreement that is
Et
weak.
le fait qu'il y ait des Européens qui
The
soient
fact
prêts à
that there are
s'engager pour
Europeans
apporter
that are
leur
ready
réponse à
to
ces garanties de
engage
sécurité,
to provide for these security guarantees. And now there's a clear American message that the U.S., as an ally, is ready to provide that solidarity for that approach. That's a turning point, in my view, and that is one of the great areas of progress that we've made during this trip and during this discussion. When it comes to troops, in the past, a year ago specifically,
à mes yeux pleinement légitime, évoquer la possibilité d'envoi de troupes dans un contexte de guerre. C'était lui montrer l'incertitude stratégique. Là, quand on parle de troupes, on en parle le lendemain de la négociation.
Today, when we talk about troops, we're talking about sending them in after we've negotiated a lasting peace. And once we have that solid, lasting peace, that's part of an agreement signed by Ukraine, signed by Russia, and for which we will provide the guarantees.
A travaillé avec le Royaume-Uni ces dernières semaines pour dire nous on est prêts à contribuer. Donc on a eu un plan qui a été discuté entre nos entités militaires pour dire nous on est prêts. Pas d'aller sur le front, pas aller dans des territoires contestés ou occupés, mais à marquer notre soutien pour nous assurer que la paix telle que négociée, signée par les deux parties, est bien préservée. Et donc ce sont des déploiements, si je puis dire, totalement pacifiques, non engagés dans des combats, mais qui sont, si je puis dire, des déploiements de force de garantie.
These would be deployments of an assurance force. They would be limited, but they show solidarity.
Je vous l'ai dit, avec tous nos alliés, il y a plusieurs pays européens et non européens qui sont prêts à participer à cette opération. Les uns continuent à aider l'armée ukrainienne à maintenir ses capacités, à être dans la durée en termes de nombre de soldats, en termes d'équipement. Les autres, par la logistique, les capacités sur le terrain. D'autres aussi à venir à nos côtés. C'était est-ce que c'est d'accord avec les États-Unis d'Amérique. Le président a eu des mots très forts pour dire oui, et pour même d'ailleurs nous apprendre que dans les discussions qui étaient en cours avec la Russie, c'était acceptable dans les échanges qu'il y a eu avec la Russie. Et donc ça, c'est une avancée. Les Européens prennent dans ce contexte. Et qu'en quelque sorte,
Jesus, he's still going.
Ce que nous devons faire pour garantir la sécurité.
Yo!
What the fuck is a kilometer? So true.
Emmanuel, thank you very much. Great
Jeez, had to skip that. That was fucking gnarly.
Say hello to your beautiful wife, and we will see you again soon. We'll be speaking often. We'll get this thing worked out. We're going to get it done. So important, and great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Man.
He always gives that little wink.
Right. Dabbed up? Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, dude, dabbed up.
Well,
what the hell?
Classic Trump pulling, yeah, I guess so. And
I have no problem with the employees who are saying, what did you do last week? And if you can't come up with 5 things you did, maybe you shouldn't be employed here. So again, this is an easy task. It happens in the private sector all the time.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy throwing his support behind Doge's latest push for greater government accountability.
Is that a serpent? Dude, that's a fucking snake necklace.
Elon Musk now requiring federal workers.
Why is he dressed like this?
I know.
This is so unnecessary. You do not need to do this.
Are these smart glasses giving him fucking readouts?
To list 5 accomplishments from the past week. And if they do not respond to his email, they face losing their job. The deadline set for midnight tonight. Fox team coverage begins now.
I think that the reason why they're doing that, by the way, is so they can have grounds for dismissal by not following an official order. And it's actually not even about an actual temperature check. It's just so they can have one reason to remove people from their job without having to pay them any sort of severance or anything like that. That's the real reason.
With Kim Strassel on deck. First, FBN's Hillary Vaughn live on Capitol Hill. What can you tell us?
And plus, if you can't,
his latest attempt by Doge to reduce
plus
waste.
If you can't.
Hi, John. Well, it's triggering a lot of people, and it's hitting a nerve. While most Americans would love for an opportunity to brag to their boss about all the things that they got done last week, some people working for the government, paid for by taxpayers, working for taxpayers, think that they are too good for that. Democratic Senator Tina Smith attacking Musk over this, using her favorite D word, and it's not Democrat. Smith saying, quote, "This is the ultimate D-boss move from Musk, except he isn't even the boss. He's just
just a D. Musk said.
Ho's mad.
Jeez.
Like, that's my opinion on this. Yeah,
He's
it's like,
just
who gives a fuck,
dick.
man? Like, she wants to get mad about this? Who cares?
He's already received a large number of responses and says those people should be considered for a promotion. Other Democrats say a CEO would never ask their workers to do this.
Imagine that
he did though, like, because he was the CEO of Twitter and he did that. So like that's not true because he.
This email.
Yo, these people are straight retarded.
Who knows nothing about what you do. This would be like Tim Cook sending that email to every single Apple Store employee. If Tim Cook did that, we would say Tim is past his due date and doesn't know how to run a company anymore.
Well, it wouldn't make sense because half of them couldn't read it because they're in other countries that are manufacturing the products. So they wouldn't be able to explain it because they don't have access to computers in a lot of cases. And they live in warehouses where, you know, the conditions are very bad. And so it would make sense, right, that Tim Apple would not do that. I mean, I think it's kind
makes
of a bad
perfectly sense. Yeah.
But Musk says this is not that complicated. It's a pulse check saying, quote, the reason this matters is that
it's so they can have a point of reference to fire them without any sort of severance or any sort of accountability. That's the reason why.
Significant number of people who are
And
supposed
if you
to
get
be
fired,
working
you
for
have
the
no
government are doing so
accountability for what
little
you've been
work
doing.
that they are not checking their email at all. In some cases, we believe non-existent people or the identities of dead people are being used to collect paychecks. In other words, there is outright fraud. Republicans say this is a great idea.
The price tag that the taxpayers pay is right at $271 billion a year. Is it too much to ask for them to verify why they're making an average salary of $106,000 a year? I guess the arrogance of the workers who says that's a heavy lift is what's wrong with that's what the Americans are sick and tired of. It's not their money. We're the ones who are paying the bills.
And so some
You're absolutely right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Government employee unions are so upset about this that they're actually.
What are these people complaining about? I have to do performance reviews at my work and prove that my net worth. So what you have to understand about like this like American like culture is that there's always two sides of every issue. Nobody can just collectively agree. Like if Donald Trump came out and said that he liked ice cream, we would have to figure out reasons why ice cream was bad. And this is with every single issue in the entire culture. There have to be two sides to it.
Literally.
It makes you fat. Yeah, exactly, right?
Suing over the fact that Elon Musk wants them to tell him 5 things that they did this week. They filed a lawsuit in federal court in San Francisco over this email. John.
Well, Hillary, we don't need to ask you what you did last week because it's all caught on video.
That's true. Same with you, John.
And we wouldn't need to ask because you do terrific work week in and week out. Hillary, thank you.
Oh,
Sandra?
thank you. That's nice.
All right, thank you, John. Let's bring in Kim Strassel now, Fox News contributor and a Wall Street Journal opinion columnist.
That was
We're told that that meeting just wrapped. We'll have a play out for that shortly. With President Trump saying in that meeting he thinks the Doge email to federal workers, Kim, on their weekly duties is great. So he is standing by it and says the email was
because they know why they're doing it. Like, it's crazy for me to see so many people that don't understand that they're doing all these things with Doge. That's why they're putting them on administrative leave. They're basically trying to soft fire these people, and now they're looking for excuses to do it faster. That's the goal. That's what they're trying to do. It's a trap. It is.
Needed to find workers who are not working. Are you for this, Kim?
You know, I think that's the important point here. If you're listening to Elon Musk and what we're discovering and a lot of things that he's saying is that the Doge team is finding that a great deal of the federal government seems to be on autopilot. So it's just trundling along and you don't really know where a lot of this money is going. And that doesn't just count for paychecks to federal.
It's crazy because, like, anybody knows that. Like, I never understood how we've been able to shift from like here over here, and I think this is like all over the world. How many of you guys have a government that's run by a bunch of fucking lazy retards and a lot of the people that work there don't do anything? Like, that are not in America. Right? Yeah, exactly. Like, this is a problem all over the whole world. And it just a few months ago, a few years ago, this was a well and agreed upon opinion. Everybody knew this. It's every modern country. Yeah, of course.
Employees, but how many Social Security checks are going out to people who died a long time ago? How many tax credits are being dumped into bank accounts for people that don't qualify for that money anymore or themselves have passed away? And it seems that we do not have those quality control checks going on. So that to me is
somebody said that courts already blocked Doge from taking over the data of 2 government agencies. If you want government workers to be audited, audit them properly. What Elon is doing is not legal nor proper. While you have to go through the legal channels, I think that, again, I feel like the Thomas Sowell quote is very relevant, where it's like the most important thing for bureaucracy is not the outcome, but the process. I don't care about the process that you're using. I don't think average taxpayers care about your process. They just want this to happen. So don't go and try to make this like fucking moralistic argument because of some weird red. So like basically the argument is that your problem with the government having a lot of red tape can't be addressed because of red tape. Well, I don't think that's a very convincing argument.
More interesting part than the substance of this, which is name 5 things. By the way, I can name 5 things I did this morning, but that shouldn't be a tough lift. I think there could have been some more coordination that probably would have been useful so that everyone on the Trump team was on the same page on this, but it does seem like a worthy exercise.
Fair enough. I want to put a part of your Wall Street Journal column, a quote here on Trump's constitutional cleanup. You say the administration's courting lawsuits that could dismantle the Washington machine. These moves are unconventional. The president's role with the bureaucracy they are given, but hardly lawless. Progressive litigators may soon discover presidents have a lot of authority to manage employees and programs. See Sean Duffy.
I mean, I'm not like, I mean, nobody understands this as much as like these lawyers do, and so like I can't really know. But what I can say is that I don't really have a lot of respect for the processes of the federal government. I don't really care about them.
They're corrupt.
Like, it's like, I know that you have to follow them, but I don't view these as like a moral obligation. I just view this as like, okay, well, these are the rules. You have to follow the rules, right? So like, my viewpoint is like, then change the rules. You're going to shrink it by 80%? Yeah, they're not the 10 Commandments. This was not made by God. They created this. And I think also these people create these safety nets for themselves and this red tape to protect themselves.
Exactly. The Transportation Department is leading by example. He put out a tweet indicating 5 things he did this last week. He said, Mr. President, here's the 5 things that terminated the day.
I honestly believe they put the red tape there so they couldn't get investigated, so they'd always be scot-free.
The NYC elitist anti-worker congestion pricing launched an investigation into multi-billion-dollar taxpayer dollars.
I also wonder, like, how many of these people are like the ones that were celebrating, you know, federal workers and people like this getting fired for not taking the COVID vaccine.
Wasted on high-speed rail.
Literally a few years ago.
He goes on to make his list, but we know that not everyone is joining in that capacity. Case in point, Kash Patel at the FBI and the Defense Department are saying that they are going to conduct their own evaluations.
Yeah, because they're dealing with sensitive confidential data. It's totally different than doing it at like another department, like the DMV. Like the DMV is totally different than the FBI, obviously. Like it makes complete sense.
That in any way show you that they're split in how to handle this, or are they backing up the president in just a different way?
The Epstein list? I'll watch something about that after this.
Yeah, look, they're backing up the president in a different way, and this was my point about miscommunication. I think you could have just as easily done this Doge effort of the 5 things while also having consulted with cabinet heads to do it in a way where they felt comfortable that any information that was being sent, that there wasn't classified information or sensitive information that was ending up with the wrong people. And that's a legitimate concern. And I think these are some teething problems.
It's really not in a lot of cases because the president, doesn't the president have the congressional or like the presidential executive authority to declassify anything they want, basically? I mean, that's my understanding is that they do.
Like, yeah, it's up to Trump. It's not even up to them.
Power. He has clearance. Yeah. So like, I mean, if he's
he gave them clearance.
it should happen.
Yeah. Why are they trying to hinder the law?
Efforts, which is it is this outside entity. You need that kind of distance, I think, away from some of these cabinet heads. But I think in some great big capacity, there has to be a little bit more coordination about how some of this rolls out.
Meanwhile, this is the take of one member of Congress, Democrat Amy Klobuchar. She went on The View earlier today, and she said this, she believes, is the real motivation behind Doge. Listen.
Oh boy, here we go.
Elon Musk, they're looking for money everywhere.
Yes.
And they are literally, costs are going up for you while they're giving the tax cuts to the rich friends.
Corporate profits.
And they're looking for money to do that. And if any worker right now is failing...
What is she going on about, though?
Probationary period in the United States government, it is Elon Musk. Okay, that's the guy. Because what he is doing...
I thought everybody was saying he didn't work for the government. Because there was this big controversy about, is he a federal employee or not? And people said he didn't even work for the government. And so now we're acknowledging that he does. Well, I don't know what's going on here.
They don't know.
Elon Musk.
What the fuck? They just want a bit.
What he is doing as an unelected,
it's probably unconstitutional,
billionaire is.
It's probably
that's why you're seeing all these lawsuits.
An unelected billionaire. Who do you think all these other heads are? Like the entire cabinet isn't elected either. Like it's such a retarded argument.
Reaction to that, Kim?
Yeah, they're certainly trying to find money, Sandra, but part of it is to pay for the
people that work at the government aren't elected.
$36 trillion in debt, a bunch of which came from Democrats spending through the roof over the past 4 years. There's a lot of good benefits this money can go to, rebuilding our military, etc. There are other priorities. To suggest that it's going simply to the rich there's no evidence of that, and there's certainly no policy in place for that to be the case.
Just want to end with what is coming out of this meeting. Again, we're going to have tape playback here for our viewers in a moment.
Nice.
On Ukraine, the president just said NATO is a good thing if done properly. He says they could end the war in Ukraine within weeks. On a Russia...
He said he's going to end it before he became president. That didn't happen. I'm not going to bet that until it happens.
Putin meeting, he said,
I mean, let's be honest, right?
He'd be willing to go to Moscow at an appropriate time, Kim. He says May 9 might be a little soon for a Moscow visit. Does not see the problem with sending European troops as peacemakers in Ukraine. And Macron weighed in saying we're ready to provide security guarantees to Ukraine.
Was the last time you saw a poor politician? That's a good question. Yep, it is.
Yeah.
Didn't we just watch a CNN guy yesterday get mad at Doge for offering to give money at the population with the money they found? I'm confused. Are we giving it to the rich or not? There's no narrative against, like, the problem is that...
Yeah, he was just trying to give a check to everybody of 5,000. How do we get the twisted?
Has taken a position that is just pretty much indefensible. A lot of people want to see the government audited, and a lot of people think the government is wasting money. Like, this is a extremely popular opinion that a lot of people have.
Right.
And so
no one can deny
these
this.
Appeals to authority of like, oh, well, this is the policy that we have, and this is a protocol that we have. Has it ever occurred to you that the problem that people have is these policies and these protocols that create endless red tape to prevent anything actually being done? Because I think that's the main issue that people have. And so them throwing their weight behind effectively keeping up a bunch of these jobs that are effectively garbage on life support, it's just not really a good idea. Show me the receipts? Yeah, exactly. Has it ever occurred to you it's all fake and smoke and mirrors and we don't know what the truth is going on? I don't know what the truth is, but I know what people do, and I know in every single organization and every group that I've ever been a part of, the longer that it exists, the more bloat it has. And so, like, you have something like this that's massively bloated. I think that there's probably a ton of money that's being wasted.
Yeah, that's very logical.
I worked in the federal government, like, shortly, right? But, like, I can tell you when I worked there were tons of people that weren't doing their job. It was actually very common. It was more common that people were not performing than that people were.
Yeah.
Make sure we have,
and especially at the
deterrence.
government.
This was Mike Waltz this morning on expectations from Ukraine on a potential deal to end this war. Listen.
We expect the Ukrainians to realize the opportunity that this is, and President Zelensky to realize the opportunity that this is.
This is about the Ukraine shit. I'm not going to get into that because that's a whole different topic. I just wanted to look at the Doge stuff. But yeah, anyway, their point is the president cannot make new government department officially without Congress creating it. You have to understand that your granular legal argument is not compelling to anybody other than lawyers. I personally don't care. I understand that the law has to be followed and you have to follow the law and you can't break the law. I get that. But don't, for example, you can't just not enforce a law because you don't agree with it. But there are a lot of laws that I don't agree with and I don't respect. That's generally the way that I feel about a lot of things, right? Apparently this girl, Amanda, watches my stream. I would have never guessed that I had female viewers, but it seems like I do. And you've got somebody like this that's going and, you know, the one and only, yeah. What Elon Musk's war on federal workers owes to Gamergate? Doge owes everything to Gamergate. From its aesthetics to its tactics to its manpower, which draws you largely on the same young men now 10 years older who are radicalized to far right via social media. Gamergate, let's read some of this, this article, bro, oh my God. Fascists have always been clowns, but it's 21st century innovation that they're so proud of their juvenile behavior. However, unfortunately, many in online journalism saw this coming a decade ago with the emergence of the dumbest social movement in American and probably world history, Gamergate. For those blissfully unaware, Gamergate was the first crowdsourced harassment campaign of the social media era. On its surface, it was a bunch of young gamers having a year-long tantrum because they didn't want women getting girl cooties on their video games. But for those of us who watched it closely this time, it was a troubling portend which turned out to be a full-blown fascist movement. That is the new word that everybody loves to use, is fascist. They love using that word nowadays.
Yo.
Can you briefly explain Gamergate? Yeah, there's this girl fucking a bunch of different dudes getting positive feedback for a game. People said this is fucked up. And then they started looking deeper into it, and they saw that there were a number of relationships that gaming journalists had with game companies that were non-ethical, and then people got mad about it. And some of them were about women who were abusing their sexual status in order to gain favors with it. And so this was then turned as being men hating women. And it's not really men hating women. It's men hating women whoring themselves out for positive feedback and then having it not be disclosed. That's really what happened. And, you know, it's sad to see. But unfortunately, you know, you have people like this that are revising things. And fascism is the new word. Yes, it is. It is the new words. And I'm in disbelief that people can call gamers fascist. The other, illiteracy. Well, of course it's illiterate. It's an article written on like one of these like old news sites, right? But man, this is fucking funny. And you know what? You want to know the funniest thing about it? The point that you shouldn't have touched our fucking video games. I love how this entire article is hinged on a tweet made by a person with a profile picture of a cat that has 88 likes.
Noob Slayer.
Like, this is like, for my main evidence, I present to you.
What?
Wait, and is that it? That's it. That's the only argument. That's it. That's the only reason that we have this opinion. Musk Project isn't like Gamergate, but straightforwardly is Gamergate, comprised of many of the same people. Well, maybe it will be. And anyway, so what I find to be really funny about this is that I think that she's kind of right. I do. I think that she's right, and what ends up happening is that me is a good thing. Yeah, and you can read this here. This is no exaggeration. The whole campaign started first as a targeted harassment campaign of a female non-binary video game developer whose bitter ex-boyfriend riled up a mod against her, telling them that she had sex with lots of men. It soon spread to target other outspoken feminists, especially those who criticize video games, but the underpinning sexual jealousy was always present. It wasn't that she was having sex with other men. It was that the men were giving her favors because of the fact that they were having sex. And maybe not even because of, but that they weren't disclosing it. And then when it came out that they were, then they started complaining about it. So this is usually what people like this do, is they like making up bullshit and just lying. That's really what happens. They're lying. And if you go back and you look at what happened, you'll see that what I said is in fact what happened. And yeah, that and I would challenge anybody to go back and do that. Now, these people don't like having an investigation into the past. They don't like having people looking at the truth because it's going to prove them wrong. All you need
they
to
don't
do
want
is
to be
further
shown
educate
wrong.
yourself on the topic, and you'll see that my point of view is accurate. And again, I think that that can stand on its own. And so anyway, I'm curious if she uses the word slut shaming in this article. Well, I don't hate sluts. I think they're great. But the only problem is that if you're with one, you need to disclose it before you go and you talk about them positively. That's all. That's it. I mean, I feel like this is I'm a reasonable guy. I'm a real reasonable guy. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Yeah, disclose that.
Come on.
Disclose that shit.
Thing? And also, if a girl wants to sleep around with a bunch of dudes, that's her option. She can do that. There's nothing wrong with that. I think it's great. But the problem is that you can't do that and then get favors from it and not say it. And so anyway, that's what I think. Yeah, what a freedom. Yeah, L, not an incel take. Yeah, sorry, guys. But anyway, I do think the fact is, though, I think this is true. I think that Gamergate was one of the first things that radicalized and mobilized a lot of young guys to be counter social justice and counter left-wing and leftist policies. It's because people like this went into video games and they were completely dishonest and like massively like oppressive. Like not oppressive as in like slavery, but like oppressive as in like you can't disagree with us, you can't have any other opinion other than our opinion. And that did radicalize a lot of people. It was a red pill moment for a lot of people. It absolutely was. Gamergate on Wikipedia. Gamergate parentheses harassment campaign. Yeah, was a loosely organized misogynistic online campaign motivated by right-wing backlash against feminism, diversity, and progressivism in video game culture. And so, yes, big surprise. This is why I don't really... This is not an accurate retelling of what happened. And it's a completely one-sided retelling of what happened. And I can almost guarantee that you probably can't edit this, and editing it in a way that's more nonpartisan would not be allowed. And that's the problem. Same with Yasuke. Yeah, this is why, I mean, like, I don't really, like, Wikipedia, I support the idea of Wikipedia, but I don't support Wikipedia. I don't, because they let things like this go through. And it's just a lie. And so if you're using your encyclopedia, and your encyclopedia is a platform for lies, that obviously, I mean, Wikipedia very clearly, with a big topic like that, Wikipedia very clearly has made their viewpoint on this known at some point, right? It's not like this happened completely independently of the company. The company allowed this to happen. And so if the company's allowing this to happen, why the fuck would I support them? So yeah, Doge, I think, definitely did mobilize a lot of people. Like, people like Gamergate mobilized a lot of people, and I think a lot of those same people are supporting Doge. They are. I think that the funny thing is that she's right, even though she's retarded. Apparently,
well,
so
let's fucking go. That's fucking base, dude. So base. Fucking time to jump in a mech, brother. Chug. Oh, yeah. Chugging some coffee. Let's go. I'm saving up for a big mecha. Gonna break it. Alright, my first mission, mate.
Stego, ready to strike. Tricera, ready to strike.
Ready to strike. Ready.
Aleseness, ready to strike.
Ready to strike, mate. Gundam ready. I'm cheeked up, mate. Shit's got me cheeked up. Ready. This needs a VR mod.
Capturing the 3 data nodes in the crop sinkhole. Capturing the nodes recovers abnormal mining data in the sinkhole. Recover data before windrose destroys the mine.
Aleseness, taken off.
Score points by capturing and defending data nodes A, B, and C in the sinkhole. The first squad to reach 1,000 points wins. Now, head to Node A.
Node A activates in 10 seconds.
Well, this thing fucking feels weird.
Wait for Node A to become available. Node A is now available for capture.
There we go. I was gonna say.
Assist. Shield activated. Shield deactivated. Shield deactivated.
Now, head to the other nodes. Capturing them can speed up the scoring process.
Energy low. Shooting mode. Nodes B and C activate in 10 seconds. Unfurling mode. Melee mode. Nodes B and C activated. Seize all nodes immediately. Insufficient engine output. Unavailable now.
Get a hell!
Fucking this dude up, dude. Yo! 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 Yo, what the fucking fuck did I just do?
Capturing data node. Node C captured. Unavailable now. Unavailable now.
Capturing all 3 data nodes within the sinkhole is the quickest way to win. Work with your team. Capture and defend the nodes.
Deactivated. Node B captured by enemy.
Oh, yo! Yo! Fuck you! Trash!
Shooting mode.
Alright, let's go get B. Gundam! Sector B! Ready, man! Take that.
Capturing data node. Unavailable now. Unavailable now.
Guy has no clue.
Assist.
Yo, dude. Holy fuck, you scared me. Scared the shit out of me, dude. Yo.
Capturing data node. Node B captured. Stabilizing. Unavailable now. C captured by enemy. Unavailable now. Stabilizing. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Melee mode. Node B captured by enemy. Deactivated.
Fuck you. That's what I thought. Yo. I don't know how to heal, but
Energy low. Shooting mode. Unavailable.
I can see now.
Fluid armor reactivated. Warning. You are leaving the combat zone. Fluid armor offline. Warning.
What?
Shooting mode. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Victory!
Oh shit. Holy shit, that was crazy.
Node B captured by enemy.
That's me. Just a straight fucking stock mech.
Enemy down.
Right in the dick. His fucking feet fell off.
Node B captured
Yo,
by enemy.
GG medic. Yo, thank you.
Enemy down. MVP.
Nothing gets in Wilkins' way. Nothing.
How did I do? Where's my thing? Oh, I didn't even get that many kills. I see. I see what happened. That was my first actual game. That's insane.
Now, head out and take care of the next conflict zone. Break a leg.
Hurricane, ready to strike. Falcon, ready to strike. Tricera, ready to strike. Aleseness, ready to strike.
Ready to strike, Captain.
Pilot proceeding on board. Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Dismantle the chloride extractors placed by Thea's Vanguard at the observatory. Extractors will speed up if not dismantled in time, causing contamination. Reach the target number of dismantled units to halt their plans.
Taking off.
Ready to go, Captain.
Entering
Let's go,
combat
crew.
Score points by dismantling the chloride extractors around the observatory. The first squad to reach 8 points wins. Now, go to point A.
Unavailable now.
Wait for a chloride extractor to be deployed at point A.
Chloride extractor deployed in 10 seconds.
What am I doing? Where's my team?
Engine output.
Large extractor deployed at point A. Dismantle it now.
Unavailable now. Energy low. Insufficient engine output. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Warning! You are leaving the combat. Enemy down. Energy low. Stabilizing. Energy low. Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Insufficient engine output. Energy low. Enemy down. Stabilizing. Unavailable now. Unavailable now.
Now head to the other drop points and dismantle more chloride extractors.
Unavailable now. Energy low. Insufficient engine output. Insufficient engine output. Shooting low. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Enemy down. Now.
Fatality.
Only 2 chloride extractors deploy at a time.
This is the best mech, the
Dismantle
first
both
one,
to
obviously.
take the lead. Remember, working with your squad is the key to success.
Have an extractor dismantle. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Assist. Enemy down. Fire club right. Unavailable now. Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Chloride extractor deployed. Unavailable now. Chloride extractor dismantled. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Shield activated. Weapon not ready. Shield deactivated. Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Fluid armor reactivated. Chloride extractor deployed. Unavailable now. Shooting low. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Assist. Insufficient engine output. Chloride
here.
extractor deploys in 10 seconds.
Get the fuck out of
Chloride
there.
extractor deployed. Chloride extractor dismantled. Fluid armor reactivated. Fluid armor online. Unavailable now. Energy low. Insufficient engine output.
Fuck.
Unavailable now. Fluid armor offline. Initiating ejection sequence.
There's a tank.
Ready for deployment. We have an extractor to dismantle. Entering combat zone.
We're running this shit.
Optical camo drone will soon go offline. Chloride extractor dismantled by enemy. Unavailable. Chloride extractor dismantled by enemy. Shield activated. Assist.
Nice.
Shooting mode. Unavailable. Fire some left. Fire some left. Energy low. Fire some right.
What the fuck are with all these snipers out here?
Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Energy low. Chloride extractor deployed. Unavailable now. Stabilizing. Chloride extractor deployed. Unavailable now. Relay mode. Energy low. Unavailable now. Insufficient engine output. Chloride extractor dismantled by enemy. Unavailable now. Insufficient engine output. Unavailable. Insufficient engine output. Fluid armor reactivated. Unavailable now. Battle ends in 180 seconds. Unavailable now. Shield activated. Unavailable now. Chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds. Chloride extractor deployed. Unavailable now. Chloride extractor dismantled by enemy. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Stabilizing. Unavailable now. Insufficient engine output. Unavailable. Chloride extractor deployed. in 10
Shit.
seconds. Initiating ejection sequence.
These guys are good with these tanks.
Enemy down.
Yo.
Ready for deployment.
That was bullshit.
Chloride extractor
We're still
dismantled
winning.
by enemy.
Or no, we're not.
Battle ends in 60 seconds. Fire control system unlocked. Dismantling chloride extractor. Stratum charter dismantled. Shield deactivated. Battle ends in 30 seconds. Large chloride extractor deploys in 10 seconds.
Watch out.
Assist.
Large chloride extractor incoming. Dismantling it yields 2 points. There won't be any chloride extractors at points A and B when a large chloride extractor is being deployed.
Shield activated. Unavailable now. Dismantling chloride extractor.
Yo, they got it. I was getting it. I didn't realize that was the mission. I was fucking dicking around. My bad. Can I upgrade my mech?
Enemy down. Enemy down.
That seems like a good character, or a good mech.
The investigation on the Korite from our last Mashmak op is moving slow due to lack of data. It's hard to believe, but one thing's clear. The enemy pilot was rapidly crystallized. But how that striker was able to operate unmanned is still a mystery. We've analyzed the data on Thea's extractors in Mashmak. Those machines were designed to excavate Korite from miles underground, exacerbating the pulse storms in Mashmak. Thea is still fixated on Mashmak after their last defeat. We have spotted them regrouping, prepping to drop more extractors. What they're doing is speeding up the spread of Korite. The pulse storms in Mashmak are kicking up the Korite haze, and the monsoon spreading it across the globe. Livable space is shrinking as we speak. Don't forget, the mining sites are also destroying our world. The exposed crystal areas are growing, and the spread rate is increasing. Our analysis shows if the remaining habitable areas keep getting eaten up, humanity will only have 30 years left, maybe even less. Based on the latest findings from Mashmak, we need to look at Korite from a new perspective.
Is the spread a natural disaster, or a silicone-based species trying to take over?
Either way, with enough wit and grit, I'm sure we'll stop this ticking time bomb.
Yo, wish list right the fuck now. Fuck yeah. Wish list. All right. Now I have access.
Mission progress updated.
I don't think they have my mech. Matrix content. What? They're hooking it up for doing the beta. This is the store. Can I just open all? Can't they stack these? This is more annoying. Be able to buy some. Probably not. $300. Not much. says new. Level 4. What? Just thinking about that. Yo, dude, this game. Add my touches to this. Here we go. That ties it together for sure. The detail they give you here is insane. Damn, that's a crazy looking gun now. Red, white, and blue, and a hint of gold. The all-American mech. There we go. Field does look cheesy. Let's do this. Right? I just bought that, you fuckface. Yo. Shit. Can't believe they got me. All right. How do I change my Mac though? Weapon. There we go. Fuck, maybe I'll just save up, dog. This is the one everybody's killing me with. The fuck? Oh, this is the jet one. The sniper. This one's fucking good too. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Nah, dude, nah. See something here.
Back in 2011,
look at the death of Angry Birds.
Yeah. They had multiple different games, toys, and movies, generating hundreds of millions of dollars.
The shit was everywhere.
By 2019, they were firing masses of staff, and since then things have only gotten worse.
Well, yeah,
Perhaps
COVID.
It's just karma for stealing the initial idea. Angry Birds wasn't an original concept. In April 2009, a game was released named Crush the Castle, which required players to fire a trebuchet into wooden structure hiding medieval people. Well, 8 months later, in December 2009, game developer Rovio made an app named Angry Birds, which, while clearly being a ripoff, was better in every way.
I think this is the way every game is. Like, there's a lot of games that copy other games. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Like, in general, I just want better games.
Fuller, cleaner animated graphics and different stages, each with different
especially when you're talking about something that is effectively the application of physics interactions of objects, right? It's not like this is some kind of like crazy esoteric arcane video game idea. This is the application of physics in real world objects.
Levels. You got points for every enemy killed and points for every bird you didn't use, giving players the chance to compete for high scores.
That's right.
Throw in 5 different birds with 5 different abilities, as well as a cool, catchy soundtrack, and it's easy to see that Angry Birds was better. They developed 51 games prior to Angry Birds, none of which saw even the smallest bit of success.
50 fucking
Therefore,
games?
when Angry Birds took only 2 months to become the #1 paid app in 60 countries, they understandably took the chance to milk it.
Well, also, like, the marketing for the game, like, the game is very marketable. Like, the little birds here are perfect. They're amazing. It's a best mobile game? Yeah, it's a great mobile game.
Loads of different varieties like Angry Birds Seasons, Angry Birds Space, and Angry Birds Star Wars, helping it become the #1 paid app in Apple's App Store with 6 to 7 million paid downloads.
Hell yeah.
By the end of Angry Birds' first year, they'd made $10 million US, but players still demanded more. We have so many fans who have asked for the plush toys, so these are going to be available in a couple of weeks.
I remember seeing
and we're
these.
really trying to build Angry Birds into this entertainment franchise. It took only 4 months before that announced 60,000 Angry Birds soft toys have been sold.
Because they're great. They're little soft plushies. They're cute. People like having them. Like, how many fucking Kirby's does Emeru have? You really telling me that nobody is going to buy one of the red bird ones? Come on. Of course this is going to happen.
As the game itself became the best-selling paid app of all time.
Nuts.
Within Angry Birds itself, that implement microtransactions like Mighty Eagle, which allowed players to pay to clear entire levels. With celebs like Justin Bieber.
Hold up, what? The Mighty Eagle?
Which allowed players to pay to clear entire
levels. What the hell? I don't even say. Oh, maybe the oil's underneath here.
Levels, with celebs like Justin Bieber even advocating for it. Angry Birds made $100 million in 2011 and went from 28 employees in the beginning of the year to 224 employees by the end of 2011. 5 months later, they set a new world record.
Wow.
First mobile game series to reach 1 billion downloads.
And it was paid.
They
That's
doubled
crazy.
their revenue again by the end of 2012,
Jesus.
at which point they started to face a serious problem. The game was getting stale. They'd made multiple different Angry Birds versions, but hadn't changed the concept in over 3 years. As a result, in the following year, their profits more than halved, with Angry Birds falling to 59th in the App Store, forcing the franchise to try a new format. They'd release Angry Birds Go at the end of 2013, and while this was somewhat of a Mario Kart ripoff, people absolutely loved it.
So, I mean, it's fun. It is good fun. It looks good. It plays well.
Professional reviewers gave it 7.7.
That's really good.
While
That's
people
great.
on Reddit called it their favorite Angry Birds game and perfection at its finest.
That's good.
Rovio therefore continued to experiment, releasing an RPG game named Angry Birds Epic, which again received incredible reviews, reading, "The latest Angry Birds title is a welcome addition to a franchise
They're making
which
good
hasn't
calls.
seen
Yeah,
much
this is good."
change since its inception back in 2009. Similarly, users said it might be the best RPG title I've ever played.
And honestly, a pretty solid time. I think the approach they went with here really worked and paid off.
The only problem was, these games didn't sell merch like the original Slingshot format. Therefore, merchandise sales plummeted, while total 2014 revenue dropped, and profits fell 73% to 10 million euros. As a result...
Dude, this is like, that's just what happens. Like, I don't even think that's bad. I mean, you can't expect a game like that, like especially meme games like this, to do so well, like long term. Yeah, phone games are, this is just how it is.
Media outlets reported, Rovio lays off 110 people as Angry Birds hype fades, representing 14% of the company's workforce. They try to fix their decline with yet another experiment, Angry Birds Pop, which was pretty unsuccessful. In a Reddit thread asking, out of all the Angry Birds games, which one do you think is the worst, Pop was mentioned many times over. Therefore, they'd go back to basics and put out Angry Birds 2, the official sequel, although many called it a downgrade from the original. The sequel was filled to the brim with
best value. Bro. Every single game is like this. How the fuck is this true? This is insane.
Microtransactions, clearly annoying the fan base who wrote, "This is a very greedy game that keeps sucking money out of you. If you play well, the game becomes harder and harder until it's impossible, and then you either have to replay each level 10 times or buy gems. The game is just trying to throw you off balance and get under your skin so that you pay more." The official—
Bro, welcome to every gacha game. Whether it's the Maw of Chaos, Holograms, or what's the fucking Genshin one? The Spiral Abyss. This is their fucking marketing. This is the entire thing. This is the way the game works, man.
IGN review said the game took significant steps backward for the massively popular series. Angry Birds 2 is missing key parts of what made previous games so universally compelling to gamers both hardcore and casual, young and old.
What a surprise.
Still, due to its intense monetization, Angry Birds 2 became their highest earning game. Surprisingly, however, that very same year, they'd announced losses of almost 15 million and would fire a further third of their workforce, this time being over 200 people. This seemed to imply that—
Let's be real. There's a good chance that they were just simply hiring too many people. Do you really need 1,000 people to work on a fucking phone game? What are we talking about? It's ridiculous. It's insane. Like, did Elon buy it? No. If he did, it would have been 400.
Angry Birds was dead
95%
until they'd
marketing?
make an unexpected comeback. Turns out they'd spent the previous 3 years privately developing the Angry Birds movie. At a cost of 73 million, they'd made a risky bet, but with a star-studded cast and a fun little story, the Angry Birds movie did surprisingly well. It made over 350 million from its 70 million budget and put Angry Birds back into the public spotlight. People began replaying their previously released games, while Angry Birds theme parks popped up in different countries. Media outlets reported—
Good idea. You can put your kid in a catapult and just shoot him towards a bunch of stuff. A bunch of wood. It's a great
Rovio
idea.
Games had its best year ever in 2016. However, the gaming releases that Angry Birds was known for was still declining in quality. In his video, I played and ranked every Angry Birds game so you don't have to. Jake Miller talks about Angry Birds Action.
Angry Birds Action was the start of using the new anthropomorphic designs from the movies in their games, which I think most fans agree was the real beginning of the end.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is disgusting. This is not Angry Birds. This is like fucking like, this is Bird Fall Guys. It's just nasty. It's Angry Furries. Yes, it's not Angry Birds, it's Angry Furries. Yeah. It's creepy.
Which happened to be the first game after the movie. Similarly, in the Reddit thread asking about the worst Angry Birds game,
yeah, they lost
one
their
user
identity.
implied it was most of them after the movie's release. Said games included Angry Birds Fight, aka a Candy Crush ripoff, as well as Angry Birds Match, which was described as extremely bland. However, thankfully for Rovio, their older titles were still extremely popular, with Angry Birds 2's revenue growing 47% in 2018, despite it being over 3 years old.
That's impressive.
This gave them the budget to make a second movie. However, their $65 million bet didn't pay off so well this time.
Like, what they're putting girls in the game now. I mean, what do you expect? What do you expect? See, they're trying to put girls in the movie. Yeah, of course people are gonna... Bro, nobody wants to see that.
Forbes wrote Angry Birds 2 is worse than the original in nearly every way, whilst Rotten Tomatoes critics added, a distressingly ineffective sequel
Not gonna lie, I did watch
interesting and more tiresome
the kids show of it.
Still, the movie made a profit of $82 million, right as the company was making some weird changes.
Way less, though.
Despite their older games being low maintenance, Rovio decided to completely stop updating them. Then, without explanation, some of the older beloved titles, including the original Angry Birds, were deleted from the App Store. When people began to talk about what they'd done, people made compilations stating Angry Birds was dead. There were comments like, "Remember when Rovio actually cared?" whilst #BringBack2012 began to trend on Twitter. Things got so bad that Rovio apologized, stating they only did it as maintaining the highest quality of updates and live operations isn't possible with our older games.
Why not? So, as many of these games were built so long ago on older technology using outdated game engines, today's mobile technology, we can't just leave them there and not update them, as games need to comply with all sort of platform requirements.
Oh, shit.
This sounds like bullshit.
No, no. These platforms require their apps to keep updating them or they're going to be taken off. So that's why there's so many updates.
To the backlash that announced they planned on redeveloping Angry Birds Classic, which was re-released on the App Store in 2022, but at a price of $1.99 with no in-game purchases. They'd changed Classic's name to Red's First Flight, making it harder to find in the App Store.
Why would you do that?
Thus prompting players to buy the newer, more profitable games.
No. That is some rat shit, bro. Like, oh my god.
Change the
How
name
do you
like
do
that?
So so they took the original game off and then they renamed it to something else. So when people search for the original game, they'll end up playing the games that are more pay to win.
Successfully fooled some people who struggled to find it on the App Store. However, others knew exactly what Angry Birds was doing. They got rid of the old ones so that you would have no other choice than to play the modern Candy Crush-esque games.
That's
They
ridiculous.
despised the games that made the company and so lost its spirit.
Oh my god.
Rovio basically confirmed this, openly stating they changed the name due to the game's impact on our wider games portfolio.
So it was stealing too much money from their other games that they made. So they were like, fuck that.
Oh my god. Dude, these people make Ubisoft look like From Software. This is crazy. You just went out and said it?
They further requested that fans continue to bring that passion to our live Angry Birds Slingshot games, such as Angry Birds 2. However, players weren't too happy. We hope those fans can continue to bring that passion to our other games which have been designed to be more psychologically manipulative and stuffed with more microtransactions. Fixed it for you. The drama was so severe, it seemingly halted any future games.
So they just canceled the game because it wasn't monetized well enough. They're like, well, we can't make enough money on this, so we're not going to do it anymore.
Angry Birds Classic is
you know what's so stupid about that is that a lot of games, like they were unable to view the game as a loss leader effectively, right? Which is what it is. It's a loss leader in the Angry Birds economy. So even if this game might not make you money, this game gets people into the ecosystem of Angry Birds, and then they might play other games if they get attached to the characters.
Yeah,
so
or they'll watch the show and buy the movie and the merch.
How do you not do that?
The most recent title, released way back in 2022. In 2023, Rovio was sold to Sega, although this has done little to fix their reputation. One recent tweet expressed, "I very much still love Angry Birds. That said, the current state of it is dog shit. My hope for the franchise is at an all-time low right now. I'll just continue to enjoy what I love about it, but it's sad to see what it's become. Despite everything, Angry Birds isn't finished."
I didn't know people were so attached. I thought it was just a fucking bird game. Like, I was like, what's this shit? Those are kind of cool.
Literally, I didn't realize people that went this hard.
All right, cool. Well, anyway, I mean, that's about it for me, right? Like,
yeah.
I didn't even know this was a situation.
No
As
need
they just
addressed.
announced they're making a third movie, although with the rest of the franchise in decline, its performance might be interesting.
Oh God. I just
back in
these
2011,
games are made for people who don't know what real games are. Am I crazy for thinking that the premise of Angry Birds is actually a W idea? It's actually such a cool idea. Angry Birds is awesome. Like, it's such a cool idea, and I don't see why people, like, everybody trying to. This is just out. This is disgusting, though.
Pay to clear.
The fucking eagle just shows up and just blows everything up. This is such bullshit. It's not even fair. Yeah, what is this? Just one-shots the whole thing. Yeah, they're calling in a fucking nuke. Well, anyway, yeah, I'm not surprised when a nostalgia hit. See, like, this is what's weird for me is because, like, in 2012, I was 22. So I don't have any nostalgia for this, right? Like, I like nostalgia for Angry Birds. Oh, yeah, they're cute. They're funny. Yeah, that's cool, right? I'm like, yeah, little plushy things. But, like, I guess there's people that are, like, maybe 10 years younger than me, and maybe they grew up with Angry Birds, and it was, like, their little, like, oh, it's so cute, the little birds and everything, right? And, like, it's their it's their nostalgia. Because, like, for me, I'm like, I was 12. Yeah, I was 22. And so, like, I don't have any fucking nostalgia for this. So I'm just like, oh, my God. I didn't know that there was, like, a fan base for this. There was any of this. It's their Neopets. You're actually that's such a good comparison. Yeah, it's like Neopets. Because, like, a lot of people that are my age loved Neopets. And now, like, nobody knows what the fuck Neopets is. There's not really, like, I mean, I didn't have a lot of nostalgia for, like, what is something that I had nostalgia for as a kid? Fuck. Like, wow, yeah. I'm trying to think about it. Tamagotchi? Yeah, but, like, I did that one time. I was done with it, right? Like, I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe some like Secret
Rocket
of
League.
Mana. Like maybe something with like that kind of a vibe. Power Rangers, but I never really gave a shit about it. So like the shows that I liked the most, I liked Ed, Ed and Eddie. That was my favorite show. And that was the only show that I really, really liked. All of the other ones, like Johnny Bravo was funny.
Johnny was one of my
Laboratory
favorites.
was
Dexter's
just
one of my
funny. It
favorites.
was a spectacle, right? It was good. But I really, really, really liked fucking Ed, Edd n Eddy. And then also Thundercats. I thought Thundercats was super fucking cool.
No,
and
fuck
I'm trying to think like what the
Thundercats.
other ones were besides that cow. Well, I mean, like, yeah, I watched Cow and Chicken, Courage the Cowardly Dog. But like it was Ed, Edd n Eddy for me. That was my favorite one because like I could relate to it really well because like I don't live in a cul-de-sac, right? But like we have like that neighborhood group of kids that would get together, and so like I was like, oh, this is a show like it's kind of like how we are, right? And
Right,
so
yeah,
it's what he says,
dude.
yeah, exactly. Kids Next Door. Well, the Kids Next Door, like that came out when I was like I think 10 or 11. So like I was already kind of past the point like because so I watched like I would say at like 11 or 12 I went from watching like normal cartoons to watching stuff like I would say like a little bit of Dragon Ball Z and then also The Simpsons, and then I went from that to watching Full Metal Alchemist and like Ghost in the Shell and like that kind of like anime.
Oh, it's over
And then
once you
from
start
that,
seeing
I
Full
was
Metal.
just watching like normal movies, right? I'm trying to think besides that. So I kind of stopped watching cartoons, like Cartoon Network cartoons. I mean, if you want to, I mean, DBZ was on Cartoon Network, it's on Toonami. But like, and also, I mean, to be fair, Adult Swim was also on it, Cartoon Network at night. But normal like the Justice
Inuyasha.
League- well, no, I watched that, but I was like a kid when I watched that. Like Justice, the animated Justice League show was actually so good, and I had
It
no
was
idea that
really
it was
good.
that good until I went back and I watched clips of it semi recently, and I was like, wow, this show was insanely good. Like,
It
we
was.
didn't deserve this. This was nuts. Yeah, it was great. X-Men. Yeah, I was a little kid though, right? I didn't remember a lot of it. So
Oh, yeah.
IGN today.
Oh boy, you don't want to hear about IGN. They're fucking it up. Not in a good way. I just got Game Pass, so let's see what games we can beat. No way, they added Watch Dogs. Yo. What does it mean free game? So Minecraft is free or game? Like, what? There we go. Oh, Indiana Jones, though. Honestly, I'm seeing a lot of trash. Gears Tactics. Psychonauts 2 is good. I had to finish a lot of games. I had to finish Psychonauts 2. We gotta finish. Well, no, I don't have to finish Dragon's Dogma, but I'd like to finish that, Cyberpunk, and Psychonauts. And I gotta play Ninja Gaiden.
Stego, ready to strike. Welkin, ready to strike. Falcon, Aleseness, ready to strike.
Ready to strike.
Tricera,
Ready, team.
Pilot proceeding on board.
Ready, go, team. Drop me in.
Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Escort reactor core and upgrade Bunker City's power facilities. Activating the consoles along the way can speed up the transport vehicle. St. Enos have also set their sights on this operation. Be sure to complete the escort before then.
Aleseness, taking off.
Unavailable now. Objective. Capture consoles and guide payload to destination. Unavailable now. Assist. Console A activates in 20 seconds. Shield deactivated. Shield deactivated. Shield deactivated. Shield activated. Activating signal console. Signal console out of range. Shield activated. Shield deactivated. Activating signal console. Energy low. Signal console out of range. Unavailable now. Unavailable signal console activated. Enemy payload is swiftly advancing. Fluid armor offline. Unavailable now. Fluid armor reactivated. Shield deactivated. Stabilizing. Shooting mode. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Assist. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Main console B activates in 20 seconds. Fire from
Get ready, guys, down. Console is about to go online.
Shooting mode. Unavailable now. Melee mode. Subtask. Capture console B before the enemy. Unavailable now. Stabilizing. Warning. Enemy down. Warning. You are leaving the combat zone. Warning. Assist. mode. Unavailable. Assist. Unavailable now. Unavailable. Assist. Unavailable now. Assist. Console C activates in 20 seconds. Get ready, guys and gals. Console is about to go online. Shooting mode. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Subtask. Capture console C for the enemy. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Assist. Signal console activated. The payload is swiftly advancing. Advancing payload. Cover the payload! Advancing payload shooting zone. Unavailable now. Cover the payload! Now. Shield deactivated. Shield deactivated. Unavailable now. Cover the payload! Unavailable. Shield deactivated. Shield deactivated. Shield deactivated. Unavailable. Shield deactivated. Shield deactivated. Unavailable. Shield deactivated. Unavailable now. Shield.
This guy's an idiot.
Shield activated. Shield activated. Shield activated. Advancing payload. Need someone to push the payload. Cover the payload!
This guy fucked with me.
Unavailable now. Melee mode.
Cover the payload!
Deactivated. Shield deactivated. Shield deactivated. Enemy down.
Fuck you. What do you think was gonna happen, pussy?
Cover the payload!
Damn.
Advancing payload. Shield deactivated.
Cover the payload!
Victory.
Jeez. That feels so good. Fuck these guys up.
Warning. Enemy down.
Oh, this is that same guy.
Assist.
Junk. Scrap. Put them in the scrap pile.
MVP.
Ain't no escape from Stego's barrage.
Yo, why would I? This is like my favorite one. Let's go. My mech doesn't have a fucking mission. Damn it. No. No, no, no. What happened? No, no. No, 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 no. Alright, I'm not ready. I'm not ready. What did I just boot? Get out of here.
Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot
Mouse.
initiated.
Obtain launch keys from 3 data terminals to restart the rocket launch. A key will periodically be generated at one of 3 data terminals. Obtain and upload the keys to launch site before Windrose.
Elise Nest, taking off.
Entering combat zone. Optical camo drone will soon go offline. Objective: secure and submit keys to the central launch site. Stabilizing. Unavailable now. Activate B in 60 seconds.
Fucking wrecking me out here.
Unavailable now. Melee mode.
I'm staying with this guy.
Energy low. Unavailable. Energy low. Unavailable. Key generated at point B. Fluid armor offline. Shield activated. Shield activated. Shield deactivated. Assist. Unavailable now. Shield
I got the assist. Fuck you.
unavailable now. Melee mode. Assist. Obtaining key.
Body block me, nice.
Central launch site.
Yo, look at me go.
Key generates at point A in 30 seconds.
Yo.
Unavailable now.
Get him, get him.
Melee mode. Unavailable now. Key generated at point A. Energy low. Assist. Shooting mode. Warning. Enemy secured key. Intercept now. Unavailable now.
Yo.
Enemy carrier down. Key intercepted. Unavailable now. Shield deactivated. Key generates at point B in 30 seconds. Shooting mode. Melee mode. Fire from right. Key generated at point B. Fluid armor reactivated. Warning. Enemy secure key. Intercept now. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Assist. Unavailable now. Stabilizing. Key generates at point A in 30 seconds. Unavailable now. Assist. Assist. Key generated at point A. Key secured. Delivered to central launch site. Unavailable.
Yo, I'm slick with it. Yo! Do not steal my fuck you! Stole my goddamn kill!
30 seconds.
Yo, you stole my kill, you mother...
Warning. EIC Pulse Storm. Shield activated. Unavailable now. Assist. Melee mode. Stabilizing. Key generated at point C. Key secured. Delivered to central launch site.
Yo! I'm a gaming god!
Victory!
Yo! I'm a gaming god out here!
Key generated at point A. Assist. MVP.
This guy is the strongest bot.
Nothing stopping that.
No stopping that. Pretty modded out. What are all the good ones? This is probably insane. This guy's probably in fucking insane. We get this one. Wait, what? Oh, it's this one. You get the big boy. I'm not no slowpoke. What's the guy with the sword? Not me. He's probably pretty badass. Sniper jet, okay. Jeez, where's the guy with the sword at? It's not this one, is it? No. Dex build? He looks good as shit. He has massive armor. Okay, that's why. Just stick with what I got. I'm fucking racking him with the starter guy. Oh yeah, that's because I'm fucking phenomenal. End of each week, okay. I'm only level 3 after all that. This is a fucking amazing game. This might have to be one of my favorites. I didn't want to buy another. I want to buy the most expensive mech. After playing Avowed, this feels good. I mean, come on. All right, let's do it.
Sky Raider, ready to strike. Aquila, ready to strike. Hurricane, ready to strike. Pilot proceeding on board.
Cheeked up.
Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Light bridge initiated.
Obtain launch keys from 3 data terminals to restart the rocket launch. A key will periodically be generated at one of 3 data terminals. Obtain and upload the keys to launch site before Windrose.
Elise Nest, taking off.
Entering combat zone. Objective. Secure and submit keys to the central launch site. Warning. Key generator. Proceed in 60 seconds.
Hurry! Get the key!
Insufficient engine output. Shield activated. Assist. Fluid armor reactivated. Shield activated. Unavailable now. Assist. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Enemy down. Unavailable now. Key generated at point C. Energy low. Assist.
Hurry! Get the key!
Fire from right. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Key secured. Provide cover. Unavailable now. Unavailable now.
Hurry! Get the key!
Energy low. Key generates at point A in 30 seconds. Insufficient engine output. Unavailable now. Fluid armor offline. Stabilizing. Energy low. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Key generated at point A.
Hurry!
Unavailable
Get the
now.
key!
Melee mode. Unavailable now. Assist. Energy warning. Enemy securing keys. Intercept now.
Hurry! Get the key!
Fluid armor reactivated. Enemy carrier down. Key intercepted. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Key generates at point C in 30 seconds.
God dang.
Initiating ejection sequence. Enemy down. Ready for deployment.
Hurry! Get the key!
Entering combat zone. Optical camo drone will fire control system unlocked. Warning, you are leaving the combat zone. Warning, you are leaving the combat zone. Warning, you are leaving the combat zone. Assist. Warning, you are leaving the combat zone. Energy low. Unavailable now. Key secure. Provide cover. Hurry! Get the key! Insufficient engine output. Energy low. Unavailable.
Damn it. Guys are fucking annoying.
Carrier down. Key null. Enemy down. Unavailable.
Fuck you.
Key generated at point B. Hurry! Get the key! Assist. Unavailable now. Insufficient engine output. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Shield deactivated. Shield deactivated. Shield key secured. Provide cover. Hurry! Get the key! Enemy down.
Fuck you. That's the most expensive mech there is. Fucking trash, isn't it?
Key generates at point C in 30 seconds. Warning, you are leaving the combat zone. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Energy low. Victory!
Yo. We can't lose.
Enemy down. Carrier down. Key null.
These snipers are a pain in the ass.
Enemy down. Enemy down. MVP.
Damn.
Cleanses all strife.
Damn. Complete. MVP. I don't know if I can get MVP, but I'm definitely not doing bad. I don't think I die about one time. Fucking sick looking. Let's see if we can boost the graphics. I never fucked with the graphics. Oh, Ultra, okay. Oh shit, dude. That really cleared things up on my end. I don't know if you'll be able to see it through the stream, but holy shit. Alright, let's see if we can't get to level 4.
Tricera, ready to strike. Stego, ready to strike. Aleseness, ready to strike. Kami, ready to strike. Aquila, ready to strike. Pilot proceeding on board. Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Annihilate the apostles that have infiltrated Sky City. First squad to 6 kills wins the round. Secure 2 rounds out of the next 3 attacks to stop their plan.
Team deathmatch. Let's get it.
Aleseness.
Stay roofed up, team.
Optical camo drone will soon go offline. Fire control system all hostile strikers and safeguard Sky City. Unavailable now. Unavailable now.
Let's meet up here.
Stabilizing. Stabilizing. Unavailable now. Shooting mode. Unavailable now. Stabilizing. Energy low. Shooting mode. Unavailable now. Fire from front. Melee mode. Stabilizing. Stabilizing.
What's this? Repair spot.
Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Energy low. Shooting mode. Unavailable now. Unavailable now.
Oh. Oh.
Landing area confirmed.
I didn't die. I thought we all.
Entering
So they
combat.
take
The new
up.
round has begun. Optical camo drone will soon
I see
go
how this
offline.
works. You can take up lives, take other people's lives. So if you have one fucking retard on the team, you're fucking done. Fuck. I'm cooked. No, I'm not. Team.
Shield activated. Shield activated. deactivated. Stabilizing. Shield activated. Shield deactivated. Unavailable now. Stabilizing. Shield deactivated. Shield activated. Weapon not ready. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Fluid armor offline.
Oh, man.
Initiating ejection sequence. Double kill.
This guy's insane with that guy.
Entering combat zone. Fire control system unlocked.
Focus on attacking this unit.
Unavailable now.
Focus on attacking this unit.
Unavailable now. Energy low. Insufficient engine output. Round
Yo!
60 seconds.
I'm getting fucking cooked here.
Unavailable now.
I can't.
Unavailable now.
You know how annoying these flying guys are?
Unavailable now. Shield activated. Shield deactivated. Shield deactivated. Unavailable now.
Just so insane. Their team is... Where is my team? Why am...
Initiating
Jesus.
defeat.
Team deathmatch. Oh.
Sarah will always have your back.
by loss rank? Holy shit. They really fucked you for not. Are they the same color? Hmm. Hate to see it.
Tricera, ready to strike. Welkin, ready to strike. Aquila, ready to strike. Narukami, ready to strike. Aleseness, ready to strike. Pilot.
Adjustment.
Control system unlocked. Unavailable. Key generates at point B in 60 seconds. Unavailable now. Energy low. Assist. Assist. Unavailable now. Energy low. Unavailable. Assist. Unavailable now. Fire from behind. Assist.
Fuck you! You just ran there and stole my kill again! God!
Unavailable now. Key generated at point B. Energy low.
I'm cooked.
Secured. Provide cover. Unavailable now. Melee mode.
Oh, we're just fighting. No one's even paying attention.
Shooting mode. Unavailable now.
Fuck you. I think of them things.
Fire key generates at point A in 30 seconds. Assist.
Fuck.
Stabilizing. Key generated at point A. Warning. Enemy secured key. Intercept now. Insufficient engine output. Shield insufficient engine output. Enemy carrier down. Key intercepted. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Enemy down. Unavailable now. Fire from front. Assist. Shooting bow. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Key generated at point B. Obtaining key. Obtaining key. Obtaining key. Unavailable now. Obtaining key.
Engage the marked target.
Energy low. Unavailable now. Assist. Key secured. Deliver to central launch site. Unavailable now. Key generates at point A in 30 seconds. Unavailable now. Assist.
Did I not get it?
Key secured. Provide cover. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Warning. EIC pulse storm. Unavailable now. Unavailable now.
Jeez.
Victory!
So it looks like the win, boys.
Key generator at point B. Enemy down.
Let's go.
Enemy down. Assist. Assist. Key generated at point B.
Crazy.
Tricera's got it covered.
I'm gonna have to switch. Am I not leveled though, brother? Oh, shit, son. What is this? High mobility. Oh, so this is the gun I'm using. Wait. Oh, I like that. I can just buy a better gun. Oh, yeah. I don't want to spend any money just yet. It's gonna be very important to really pick and choose. This mech's amazing, I mean. Look at this fucker. This is fucking sick. So they got outfits. Yo, let's go. Mm-hmm. Body, right? Can't change the colors of my outfit. Up. Alright, let's see if we can level up.
Tricera, ready to strike. Aleseness, ready to strike. Ready to strike. Panther, ready to strike. Stego, ready to strike. Proceeding on board.
Here we go.
Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Obtain launch keys from 3 data terminals to restart the rocket launch. A key will periodically be generated at one of 3 data terminals. Obtain and upload the keys to launch site before Windrose.
So let me get them launch codes.
Aleseness, taking off.
Entering combat zone. Objective: secure and submit keys to the central launch site. Fire control system unlocked. Key generates at assist. Unavailable now. Unavailable now.
Eyes on this target.
You are leaving the combat zone. Assist. Enemy down.
Fuck yeah. What do you think he was gonna do?
Shooting mode. Key generated at point A. Key secured. Provide cover. Unavailable now. Energy low. Shooting mode. Unavailable. Carrier down. Key low.
They were ready.
Melee mode.
You spot it, you pop it.
Shooting mode. Unavailable now. Warning. You are leaving the combat zone. Key generates at warning. Energy low.
How annoying! Shoot it down!
Insufficient engine output. Key generated at point B. Stabilizing. Obtaining key.
Get over here.
Key secured. Delivered to central launch site.
on this target.
Shooting mode. Unavailable now.
Over here!
Unavailable now. Unavailable now.
Over here!
Assist. Unavailable.
Jeez. They're so fucking fast.
Key generates at point C in 30 seconds. Stabilizing. Unavailable now. Unavailable now.
Eyes on this target.
Unavailable now. Key generated. Assist.
One stray bullet got me.
Key secured. Delivered to central launch site.
On my team.
Help! How annoying! Shoot it down!
Deliver the launch codes.
Unavailable now.
Get over here.
Good. Hey, everybody die!
Key generates at point A in 30 seconds.
Fast land, I didn't know that.
Armor offline. Melee mode.
Okay, well, I'll just go get it then.
Fluid armor reactivated.
Pretty long way in.
Key generated at point A. Obtaining key. Key secured. Delivered to central launch site. Unavailable now.
Still can't kill me, motherfucker. Good work, team. That's what I like to see.
Victory!
100 to 2. Brother. Fucking brother. I am the care package carrier. 4 assists, 1 kill. Ton of damage.
Enemy down.
75% of the upload was me. Fucking trash. That's what their team looks like. Yeah, this game is so fun.
MVP.
Nothing gets in Welkin's way. Nothing.
Nothing. That's what it's got me doing. Nothing. Am I level 4 though? I just want to be level 4. No way, bronze 2 might. Pretty much a legend. Cryptocurrency. Alright. Did I level up? No. I'm just not supposed to level up? So no data. Ugh. 1 minute. Oh, you know what? I think it's these missions. The only way to level up. So I got. Okay. So I gotta pick a new mech and I gotta do that to level up. This guy could be okay. I mean, this guy's pretty decent. I might as well get him out of the way. What about the fucking plane? Sniper. Okay, that's the guy that got me. No armor. That's not good. This does some good armor. No air combat. No air combat? No armor either. What am I working with right now? Armor. Okay. Armor, okay. Wait a minute. That ain't the right one anymore. I mean, this is basically other mech. Trying training.
Unavailable now.
Here.
Okay, this is a healer.
Training complete.
Probably OP as shit.
Shield on. Shield down. Energy low. Energy low.
I can heal myself. There's no...
Stabilizing.
Okay, this guy's pretty cool. I think this is gonna be it.
Shield on.
Oh shit.
Shield down.
Alright, this guy's good.
Training complete.
I might be getting this one. I guess this one's the strongest one. I just need to play one more game, I think.
Unavailable now. Weapon not ready.
Attack!
Unavailable now. Unavailable now.
How do I get that to be available?
Weapon not ready. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Weapon not ready.
Send out the repair
Weapon
bot.
not ready. Weapon not ready.
Holy shit! That was me. Oh fuck. Yeah.
Weapon not ready.
So I can kill them with the wall. I can hide behind the wall. Alright.
Training complete.
That'll be my third character I buy, I think. It's funny how this demo doesn't even crash like the fucking... Vow did. This guy's cheap anyway, let's get him. This mech does not look cool at all. I'm gonna definitely need some adjustments on this guy. Now we're getting somewhere. A little bit cooler, right?
New mission available. Please check the details. Tricera, ready to strike. Aleseness, ready to strike. Stego, ready to strike. Aquila, ready to strike. Tricera. Tricera, ready to strike. Falcon, ready to strike. Pilot proceeding on board. Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Escort reactor core and upgrade Bunker City's power facilities. Activating the consoles along the way can speed up the transport vehicle. St. Dino's have also set their sights on this operation. Be sure to complete the escort before
Welcome.
then.
Taking off.
Objective, capture consoles and drive payload to destination. Energy low. Assist. Shield console aid activated in 20 seconds. Weapon not ready. Subtask. Capture activating signal console. Activating signal console. Signal console activated. Enemy payload is swiftly advancing. Shield down. Unavailable now. Assist. Unavailable now. Fluid armor off. Assist. Energy low. Insufficient engine output. Advancing payload. Advancing payload. Advancing payload. Console B active. Assist. Assist.
Dude, I'm fucking these guys up.
Subtask. Assist. Shield on. Weapon not ready. Insufficient ammo. Activating signal console.
Cover friendly unit.
Assist.
Oh my god, this guy's insane.
Weapon not ready. Insufficient engine output. Insufficient engine output.
You just get crushed?
Shield on. Shield down.
Holy shit, I didn't see that coming.
Initiating ejection sequence. Enemy down.
Yeah, I just kind of took that.
Ready for deployment. Entering combat zone. Optical camo drone will soon go offline. Autopilot can now be disengaged. Unavailable. Fire control system unlocked. Fluid armor offline. Insufficient engine output. Unavailable now. Energy low. Energy low. Stabilizing. Unavailable now. Assist. Energy low. Unavailable now. Assist.
I get a fucking assist on my own kill.
Shield down.
Blow this thing up.
Unavailable now. Shield on. Weapon not ready. Insufficient engine output. Shield down. Enemy down. Console C activates in 20 seconds. Shield on. Advancing payload. Shield down. Subtask. Capture Console C before the enemy. down.
The fuck are these guys thinking?
Shield down. Weapon not ready. Unavailable now. Battle ends in 180 seconds.
Fucking idiot.
Here.
Insufficient engine output. Assist. Energy low. Advancing payload. Shield on. Shield down.
Holy shit.
Initiating ejection sequence.
Yo, they were waiting.
Enemy down. Ready for deployment. Advancing payload. Battle ends in 60 seconds.
Coming in hot,
Entering
Captain.
combat zone. Optical camo drone will soon go offline. Autopilot can now fire control system unlocked. Shield on. Enemy down.
Yeah. Good work, team.
Victory. Activate second console. Enemy down.
Let's go. 9.92. 4 kills, 2 deaths, 12 assists.
Enemy down.
Doing them dirty.
Enemy down. Enemy down.
Damn.
MVP. Aleseness is making waves.
Damn. I'm fucking him.
Mission accepted. Please plan accordingly.
Are you sure you want to leave?
Games in this podcast range from E to M. Hello and welcome to the official Xbox podcast. I'm here with a very special guest today. I get the great pleasure of introducing, but we also just released Avowed, Obsidian's latest game. So I've been spending the weekend playing that myself. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, I again, the lucky part of this job,
just
spent time
released
with all the
this.
teams, spent a bunch of time with the Obsidian team, and then really, like, I feel like I've been playing Avowed for like 3 or 4 months because we obviously look at what we're building, but just seeing the reaction
You played
of
it
players,
this
seeing
long?
the reviews, seeing.
Wait.
I've been playing Avowed for like 3 or 4 months because we obviously look at
3 or
what
4
we're building,
months?
but just seeing the reaction of players.
I don't know any of these people. Eurogamer. That's the only one I've heard before.
Seeing the reviews, seeing just
They're
people
bought.
share the same love for the Obsidian team. Have put so much passion, Carrie, Fergus, all of the team, so much passion into the game, and yeah, it's
The
a
ending was
wonderful game. It's
trash.
got a wonderful story. If you haven't checked it out, go check it out.
Yeah, mumble that
but just seeing
wonderful
all the
story.
reviews
The
and
story sucked.
It's a real personal moment for a team when you put a game out there.
Absolutely.
And just seeing the reactions and just some of the hype around the game and people really enjoying it, I think it's been great to see.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately only 5 hours in, so immediately when we wrap up, I'm going home and I'm playing some more. This has been officially sanctioned. But even 5 hours in, there's so much depth and richness.
Yeah.
And we've had the pleasure of having Carrie Patel, game director, out on the podcast before. She's been on Extended with me, so I've gotten to talk to her quite a bit. I love Carrie. Shout out to Carrie.
Yeah, absolutely. And just Obsidian's like play the game your way.
Yes.
And just like Avowed, sure, it's a game you can play in through the story and through the side quest, but there's actually quite a lot of the way you load out with your character that you can really play the game in very, very different ways. And I love that.
It's both the gameplay, but then it's also the exploration, which is really cool. I was just at DICE, and a bunch of my journalist friends were telling me, like, "Oh my God, the verticality!" And it's like, yes, we've been basically talking about the verticality in the podcast with Carrie, and there is so much to do, and there is that sense of I see that thing in the distance, and I want to go engage with that thing, and there's something in that environment for you to do.
Yeah,
and that's like my kind of game, and been seeing a lot of good reviews out there. So.
Yeah, and just the story and the setting, and so like super.
I haven't heard one guy say,
and
"Oh wait, I did."
World-class
Actually.
storytellers. I'm loving Kai so far. He's like
Well, yeah, Kai's
scratching
the only
my like
one.
New Yorker sarcasm itch. So it's personality-wise, we're a good fit.
Good, I love that.
He's a puss.
We
The other
also
guy's
had
a
a bunch of
pussy.
other games showcased in Developer Direct this year. first off, I just have to say I absolutely love working on that show. It's both because we get to like really embed with the studios, like at their studio, so all of the audience gets to see what is the studio environment and like what is the culture, how are people working together, and it's just such a beautiful storytelling format. I think
I love the format, and I think and I think you said it well earlier, just putting our talent, like we have so much talent across our studios, and just the more you put them, I always feel a little bit of a shill when I come and do this thing. It's like you don't really want to hear from me talking about our games, you want to hear from our team members, and Developer Direct is just a really great setting for them to talk about the games and the passion. And like South of Midnight was on there, which is obviously a team I've worked super closely with, and hearing them tell the story and the inspiration, and it's a great format.
Yeah, I love the Compulsion team. This is actually their third ever game, which is pretty incredible.
Yep.
They have a very unique style. If the community out there has played their previous 2 games as well, people were really celebrating the storytelling, the performances, and there's so much heart in that game. And I love to see like people enjoying that when they've seen the previews.
And again, very, very lucky. I've been playing it a lot. The creatures, the storytelling, the Southern Gothic, like there's no game I can think of that's been in a setting that they've realized, and it's beautiful. The art's beautiful. Like I say, the storytelling, the creatures, the audio, the music
too. Yes, especially the music. You always in every game the music. There was one other game in Developer Direct, of course, our big closer, our summer blockbuster, if you will.
I'm gonna
Doom
play
the Dark
this.
Ages, announced for May 15th.
I'm not buying it.
So very exciting to have that one close out the show.
Yeah, and again, super excited for the game, the team, and just it's an amazing franchise, very storied franchise, Doom, and again, I don't want to speak for them, but I think it's going to be an amazing version of Doom.
Doom's supposed to be scary, dude. Scary.
It feels that way to me too. And
super cool.
Speaking of it being a storied franchise, they did such a good job, both Hugo and Marty, just kind of drawing back on like the previous Dooms, the role that you played, and then what that is compared to Dark Ages.
This is like more apple-headed. I feel like this is more for like the average player. Like I want it to be like scary like it used to be.
Ages and that kind of like big mecha like
Just
job
not
smacking
too hard.
chaos that you're going to be finding yourself in.
Confusing.
So definitely that big summer blockbuster vibe for a May 15th release date. We did also previously announce that Doom was going to be coming to other platforms. And since then, we've had a bunch of other news about other games of ours coming to other platforms. Speaking of Bethesda, also Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
Of course.
And
Here it
well, there's
is.
one other highly anticipated game
This is
that
why
we
I
would
put
be very
this on.
excited about that we haven't talked about yet, and that's Fable.
Yes.
So where are we at with Fable?
So I just want to start with really excited about progress, really excited where Playground are. We previously announced the date for Fable as 2025. We are actually going to give Fable more time, and it's going to ship in 2026 now. And while I know that's not maybe the news people want to hear, what I want to assure people of is that it's definitely worth the wait. And I have unequivocal confidence in the Playground team. If you think about their history and legacy for Forza Horizon, last 2 games critically acclaimed, 92 Metacritic, award-winning, beautiful, played great, and just what they're bringing to Fable as a franchise. Just think of the visuals of what you expect of Playground games, plus amazing gameplay, British humor, Playground's version of Albion, so inspired by what's gone before with the franchise, but their take in quite frankly the most beautifully realized version of Albion you've ever seen. So really excited about the plans and really excited about the future, and I want the community to understand that we do these things for the best of the games and the teams, and ultimately that results in the best games or the best game for the community.
And I think from your visit, you actually
Best
managed to
game
bring
for the
over some
community.
footage for us
That's
to
what
see
we
some of those
need to
beautiful
hear.
visuals as well.
Yeah,
Really?
So, we're going to show some of the
So don't
some of the
fuck me.
footage. This isn't a trailer
Show
or
me.
anything. We felt as we were going to talk about the game, it was important to show show some of the things.
Yeah, we get to see some of these scenes, like kind of both just walking through environments where inevitably there'll be some combat, some city walking
So
scenes.
where's the
just really
guy
seeing
at?
how the beautiful variety in environments that are in the game.
Yeah, and I've played some aspects of it that are in the city-based, and again, I'm trying to be very
Looks
careful
pretty
that I
good.
don't spoil anything. Ralph and the team won't forgive me if I spoil something, but I played some of the city elements, I played some of the quests, I played some of the combat, I played a boss battle, I've used magic. Like, it felt amazing. Like, and I had a great
It
time.
looks pretty
again, I remember
decent.
the originals. You know, this scene, I've played that in gameplay. I'm not going to spoil the backstory of what's going on. But as you can see, you know, genuinely beautiful,
sausages.
plays
Even just
great,
seeing
feels
like
great.
the cinematics and then cutting to the actual like fight over here. It's gorgeous. You can barely tell the difference, which is
Yeah.
such a seamless transition.
Yeah, it's very real. Everything you're seeing here is very playable.
So you got a
I've seen a bunch
block?
more than that. I'm very excited. So, you know, take my word for it. But hopefully what the team can see here is enough to build excitement.
I love the little details. It's great to see how much
Yeah,
emphasis
that
is
was
being
enough
put
for me
into all
to
of
see.
that.
Yeah, and you know, there's no bigger fans of Fable as a franchise as the Playground team that are making it. So I think, you know, it's a really fine balance between what are the game tenets that are true to Fable and what's a modern day reimagining of what is Playground Games version of Fable.
Yeah, absolutely. The modern retelling of Fable. I'm very excited myself. I've been a massive Fable player since day one, so I'm excited for 2026.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's all the news that we have for this particular episode and for what's coming up for the rest of the year. But before we send you back off to go hang out with other studios and see all of their games and tell me about all the things that you're seeing there, I would just love to know, like, what are you playing? What are you looking forward to the rest of the year? Maybe something non-Xbox Studios.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky because this job is full on, like as you would imagine, and so I spend a lot of time. So obviously, I'm over in Redmond this week. I've got a Steam Deck that's full of XGS games, so I spend a lot of our time playing our own games. We've got a bunch of stuff we haven't announced, so obviously I spend a bunch
I'd be
of
playing
time
my
with
own
that.
fucking games.
I think, as we've talked about earlier, I think Expedition 33, I think is something I'm looking forward to playing. Was cool to see the Switch 2 announcement. So, like, always curious and excited about what Nintendo do. So I think that will be cool. But yeah, just like we have lots going on. So I try and spend as much time as I can playing our own games. Yeah. So
We'll call it research.
yeah, it's
fun research.
It is
yes.
fun research.
That's me playing Avowed later.
That's the best part of the
Continuing
job.
my journey. Yes, exactly. Well, thank you so much for coming by. I hope we have you again here at Xbox Studio.
Readout ended tonight.
Jeez. So I guess that's enough to hold us over till next year. Fuck it. We'll have Grand Theft Auto, because we'll have Grand Theft Auto and that at the same time anyway. We'll probably already have Grand Theft Auto. Oh no, shit. No, we'll get Fable and Grand Theft Auto at the same time on PC. Shit. Okay, never mind. Console will get it early, but I guess it's gonna be a pretty close launch release. That is actually nice.
And Joy is not taking a different job in the network. She is leaving the network altogether. And
She's leaving. So this
So-
happened, I guess, last night. Get ready.
So I seen this on the news.
programming change.
This
is
lady
at 7
lost her
p.m.
job
7 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
where
because
Joy
she
Reid's
was
show,
hate
The Readout,
Trump.
ended tonight. And Joy is not
Fucking
taking a different job
anti-Trump.
in the network. She is leaving the network altogether. And
She's leaving. Yeah, exactly. Like the same as like
got fired.
A piece of garbage leaves the table and goes into the trash can. Yeah. No, I mean that's technically true, but like she getting fired. They getting rid of her.
Yeah.
That is very, very, very hard to take. I am 51 years old. I have been gainfully employed since I was 12.
Good for you.
And I have had so many different kinds of jobs, you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Incredible.
But
Oh, I
in
bet.
all of the jobs I have had, in all of the years I have been alive, there is no colleague for whom I have had more affection and more respect than Joy Reid.
That's nice
I
to
love
say.
everything about her.
Great.
I have learned so much from her. I have so much more to learn from her. I do not want to lose her as a colleague here at MSNBC. And personally, I think it is a bad mistake to let her walk out the door. It is.
Well, it's not. So here's the problem: is like MSNBC is. People don't take a lot of networks seriously. Like they have like kind of the opposite problem that Fox does, where like everybody looks at Fox News and they're like, oh, this is just like right-wing propaganda. A lot of people look at MSNBC and they think, oh, this is left-wing propaganda. And so they don't take like having people like Joy Reid on your channel and on like your network, it makes people think that you're full of shit because you're paying somebody who's an obvious like fucking just outwardly stated racist that's saying this stuff. Yeah,
Literally.
Of course nobody wants to listen to that. It's not even a question. How could anybody not see this? They fired my racist friend. Yeah, I guess so. And it destroys their credibility because MSNBC, they're owned by Comcast.
Literally.
Like Comcast doesn't want this shit happening because obviously
it makes
them
look like shit.
About it, what's the point of running a news agency if you can't influence an election? Like if you can't change the outcome of an election, what value is your news media network? Nothing really. And so they clearly weren't able to. They couldn't do it. And so of course these people are going to get fired. The problem arises when Fox News, for the most part, acknowledges that they're right-leaning. Lefties don't want to admit that they're left-leaning. Well, I'm not going to get into that too much. I'm just saying that MSNBC has a massive credibility problem in the same way that I think Fox News has a massive credibility problem, just from opposite directions. And so, of course, they need to get rid of the bad actors. I mean, Fox News got rid of Tucker Carlson. He was like one of their most popular guys. That's it. CNN claims to be fair. Well, CNN is not fair either, but the public perception is that CNN is more fair than MSNBC or Fox. Right? Like, I think that this is what, if you ask like an average American, you have Fox, CNN, and then MSNBC. Now, where on this list CNN is, whether it's closer to here or closer to here, is irrelevant. However, that CNN is not center at all. My point is that most people agree that CNN is more center than MSNBC. And if you go and you interview 100 people and you ask them, does this chart look accurate to you? I think that's what they would tell you. I do. I think that is exactly what they would tell you. Poll? Okay. Need to swap Fox and MSNBC? Oh, because it's like left and right? Yeah, I mean, maybe I could do that. So why are people disagreeing with this? I'm just confused. CNN is left? Okay, let me see if I can find a search for this. Perceived... let me see. Perceived political bias poll. Actually, let's see if there's an AI version of this. How about let's look and see if there's an AI version of this. Actually, let's go through the clip. It's a 1 minute clip. I'm getting distracted. Let's just get through the clip, and then when we can look at the poll. All right.
Holy shit.
We'll ask we'll ask the AI after this.
Personally, I think it is a bad mistake to let her walk out the door. It is not my call.
Well, they didn't let her walk out. They kicked her out. So, I mean, they agree with you.
And I understand that, but that's what I think.
Yeah.
I will tell you, it is also unnerving to see that on a network where we've got two non-white hosts in prime time.
They just, bro, they cannot stop losing. They actually can't stop. They can't stop doing this. This is so embarrassing,
She's
bro.
next.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, what is this? Oh my God, racism
You
is
can't make
this
this
is
up.
insane. They can't stop bringing this shit up. Oh my God.
Both of our non-white hosts in primetime are losing their shows, as is Katie Fang on the weekend.
Well, I guess that means okay, so you're going to say that they're racist? I think MSNBC should fire her too. They should, because this woman, she says a bunch of retarded shit all the time. Anytime I hear about her saying anything, it's always something stupid. So why is it that you're even here? You should be happy that you're here. And I think if you want to make it fair, you know what? I agree with her. I think that there should be equal representation. I think they should fire Rachel Maddow and Joy Reid. That way it's not perceived as racist. What a great idea. That's so smart.
And that feels worse than bad, no matter who replaces them. That feels
why don't we fire
indefensible,
you so it's
and I
not
do not
racist?
defend it.
That's perfect.
That's right. That's right. So it's indefensible. I do not defend it, but I'm going to stay on my show at the studio that is doing something that's indefensible, that you can't defend, that you're insinuating is racist. You lying, disingenuous bitch. What are you doing? You're sitting around collecting a paycheck for millions of dollars, and the only thing you can do is virtue signal. You cannot stand on business, and if you leave MSNBC, it's going to be because you got fired and not because you wanted to go. That's the truth. That's it. And so, like, imagine going on this fucking monologue about how bad this is and then staying on the platform. That's it. It's ridiculous. You're not going to go and say this. It's outrageous. It's crazy. And so, I think MSNBC, though, they should be fair about this. They should absolutely be fair. And they should fire both Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow. I think that would be fair and good for everybody. That would just be a benefit for, everyone. And so that's how I see it. And, Jesus, I hate this person. I mean, no, it's not. I don't hate this person. I dislike them. I find them to be very annoying. And let me see if there's any more information about this again. And I got to make sure I spell her name right. Copy paste this. Just get it in there. And I do. There's very few people that I actually hate. But yeah.
So that's a big change.
Oh, here it is.
An even bigger programming change is at 7 p.m. 7 p.m.
Just go a minute ahead.
But that's what I think. I will tell you, it is also unnerving to see that on a network where we've got count them, two non-white hosts in primetime.
I wonder how many elections do you think they're going to have to lose because they can't stop being racist in order for them to finally think that this is a bad idea? I think probably 3, right? I think 3, maybe like 2, 3 more. Yeah, it's going to have to be a lot. 2 more? Yeah, at least 2 more. I'd say at least 2 more.
Oh, I don't know.
Both of our non-white hosts in primetime are losing their shows, as is Katie Fang on the weekend. And that feels worse than bad, no matter who replaces them. That feels indefensible, and I do not defend it. But there's just one other piece of it that you should know.
Here we go.
From your side of the TV screen, you will mostly see changes in terms of who's in the anchor chair.
Yes.
And actually, everybody who's going to be in anchor chairs from here on out are great colleagues and great at what they do, and you are not going to be disappointed in who's on our air and what you're going to be seeing.
I'm already disappointed.
You just said
Too late.
It's going to be disappointing because, like, aren't you making the implication that if somebody gets hired in Joy Reid's place that's non-white, that it would be disappointing because they would be minimizing the representation of people that were non-white? Or sorry, like so like how does this work, right? Because I don't see how you can have both of these two things at the same time. Like, that's just me, right? How does that make any sense to me?
One thing you cannot necessarily see is that the people who get our shows on the air, they're really being put through the ringer.
Yeah, they should be, because they put a bunch of fucking retards on the shows that made the studio and the whole network look like morons, and now they have to get reamed for this constantly by the executives at Comcast, and they're saying, why do we have these crazy people that nobody likes running these shows? Why is our news network run? Why is the asylum being run by the inmates? Why is this happening? Yeah, they are being put through the ringer, and you're the one putting them through the ringer.
Dozens of producers and staffers, including some who are among the most experienced and most talented and most specialist producers in the building, are facing being laid off.
Of course they are, because And the reason why they're
Well, they're
getting
not
laid
doing
off is because your show
anything.
sucks. That's
Yeah.
the reason why. You do something
True.
like this and you have a bad show and it doesn't make any money. Well, that's what happens. Then people leave and they get fired. So, like, don't go and play this emotional card. It's like, this is your decision to an extent of like what your show is going to be about. And you decide to make your show about these divisive issues that you're on the wrong side of, clearly based off of polling. And then you go and act like the people that are the staff or the victims. Yeah, they are the victims. You victimize them. You decided to stand up on this hill that nobody wanted you to be on, nail yourself up to a cross, and now nobody wants to watch the show anymore. And so is this really anybody else's fault other than yours? It's not. So, I mean, I'm just being real.
They're being invited to reapply.
Yeah, they're doing
for
all
new
this work
jobs.
and no one's even watching.
That has never happened at this scale in this way before when it comes to programming changes, presumably because it's not the right way to treat people and it's inefficient.
Is it really not the right way to treat people? I think it's just fine. And I think you would have been overly okay about this if it was people that were posting negative shit about like BLM in 2020, people that were posting COVID denying or anything like that. This is not like, it's not the way to treat people. No, you just think that it shouldn't happen. That's it.
And it's unnecessary. And it kind of drops the bottom out of whether or not people feel like this is a good place to work. And so we don't generally do things that way. Maybe all of our folks, including most of the people who are getting this very show on the air right now, maybe they will all get new jobs here. And I hope they do, but
I don't. They obviously can't do the job here. Why the fuck would I want them to get another job? They suck. They're producing a show that's garbage. You're going to make an appeal to emotion after you've just been sending this fucking bullshit out for years? What's going on for this? What's going on with all this?
Yeah, you can't
in the meantime,
eat shit all day
kind of
and then expect everybody to fucking kiss you.
The anxiety and the discombobulation is off the charts at a time when this job already is extra stressful and difficult.
It's not stressful or difficult. What are you talking about? You just sit in front of a camera and talk.
Dude. Yes. Yes.
Like, it's not. Like, I mean, are there elements of it that's hard? Yeah, for sure. But, like, you really going to tell people, like, an average person, like, every job has challenges, and I think that invalidating somebody's challenges is hard. But, like, man, it's really not that hard to sit in front of a camera and talk. I do it every day.
And for more time.
Like, it's not that big of a deal. Now, are there challenges and difficulties? For sure. But, like, you want to put this out to the public. People don't want to hear this shit.
It is not news for me to tell you that the press and freedom of the press are under attack in a way that is really...
The press is under attack? Yeah, it's being under attack by the population because people don't want to hear what you're saying. Yeah, not watching you is being... So, like, let me get this straight. Because people don't want to watch your show, you're being attacked. Damn, that's crazy. So if you ignore them, you're attacking them. Wow. Okay.
Got it.
It's a big deal for our country. It's very visceral for us here.
Yeah.
I know that the business of the press is not an easy thing, and I know that no job is forever. But I think I'm safe in saying for all of us anchors who you know through the TV, please know that what pains us the most is not what happens to us. It is what happens to our coworkers on whom we depend and who you don't necessarily know. But
then stop trying to put stuff out there that's massively divisive that nobody wants to hear. If you care about these coworkers so much and you want them to get good jobs so much and you want this, then stop putting them in a position where they can get fired. Adapt with the times. Stop pushing extremist rhetoric. Stop being crazy. And maybe you won't have these people get fired.
That's too much to ask
and
for.
Love them and depend on them. And did I mention we respect them?
Did I mention we respect
This is a difficult time in the news business, but it does not need to be this difficult.
You're right. It needs to be more difficult. I want to see more firings. I want to see more show cancellations. I do. I think it needs to be worse.
Same.
I think this is a good start. Let's get rid of these partisan, racist clowns that are only pushing an agenda trying to compare Donald Trump to Hitler. This is insane. You are insane.
We welcome new voices to this place and some familiar voices
Holy
to new
shit.
hours. It's going to be great, honestly. And
Somebody says, why am I so vindictive? I'm not. I'm just responsive.
we want to grow and succeed and reach more people than ever and be resilient and stay here forever. I also believe, and I bet you believe, that the way to get there is by treating people well. Finding good people, good colleagues, doing good work with them, and then having their back. That we could do a lot better on, a lot better. I'll be right back.
That's so sad. Wow. Wow, that's so sad. Oh no.
That's a really big
wow. Wow. Oh no. Wow. Yeah, it's crazy. MSNBC has let her stay on the air. Well, I mean, they could get rid of her in a few days, right? I mean, that would be a best case scenario. That's the way I see it. No, I'm not about this at all. Should try honesty and reporting just a little bit. Yeah. The reason why these people, so it's actually really simple why these people are getting fired. It's because nobody's watching their shows and their opinions aren't popular anymore and people don't like them. That's the reason why. So, like, you want to go and change this and turn this into some sort of, like, abstract fucking criticism of capitalism. You can go and do that all you want. But at the end of the day, you're unlikable, rude, racist, obnoxious, and people just don't want to watch your show because it's not interesting. People watch the news because they generally want to be informed. That's the main reason why people watch news. And so when you cease to become a news show and now you're a propaganda network and you're just putting forward information, contextualizing it against like things like Hitler and Mussolini, this is fucking crazy. Average people see this and they think it's ridiculous. It's very unbecoming, and people just train themselves not to pay attention to it. The same thing, I think, to a lesser extent has happened with Fox, and you could even argue to a greater extent has happened with Fox. At the end of the day, there are a lot of people that want to have unbiased news and they want to actually know what's actually happening. They don't want to be told, oh yeah, this is what it is, or, you know, some fucking agenda or some spin on it. They just want to have this explained to them in a way that is fair. And at the end of the day, she is not fair. Neither was Joy Reid. They're gone. Rip Bozo. I hope this is only the beginning. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Thank God. Thank fucking God that these people are getting fired. They are absolutely toxic and corrosive to public discourse. There is, in my opinion, no redeeming qualities of their shows. And while I support their freedom of speech, I will celebrate them losing their jobs. Absolutely. Do it from a podcast in your basement. Nothing of value was lost. Yep, there you go. I'll read a few more of these. But let's be clear, most of these hosts and TV shows are carried by boomers on their way out as well. Yeah, I think you bring up a really good point. Yep, absolutely. And what is this here? Give me. So we got some person who's mad. Now we've already had a lot of disagreeers in chat. So we're just gonna ban this. People want to go and explain and get mad or whatever. I don't need to hear that shit. Like, I'm not even gonna read it or argue with you. Just shut the fuck up. So she's saying MSNBC is firing based on race. Did I hear that right? What they're saying is that. Well, okay, so what are we doing? Are we actually trying to listen and understand what this person is saying? You can't. Like, I can't figure that. Like, it's just stupid. The insinuation is that MSNBC is racist. That's absolutely what the insinuation is. It's that they are either racist or they are capitulating to racists. That's clearly what the case is, right? It's one or the other. Now, in my opinion, I think they should get rid of her too, and I agree. I think that it should be fair, and we have to have equivalent exchange, and I think that Rachel Maddow should be fired as well. And I cannot wait to watch, and we've had this happen too. Here we go.
Well, they got to get replacement before they get rid of her.
He crying again. And this is going to be, this is about to be Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow pretty soon. They're going to be sitting in their house filming podcasts with nobody watching.
Yeah.
So we watch this. And so, like, what we're looking at right now, I want you to understand this, is a legendary level crash out for legacy media. And I understand that I've played a small role in this, but I just hope that I did 1% of the damage. I can only dream that I was 1% effective in making these people less relevant. That would be a beautiful reality to me. 0.01, 0.25, 0.001, that's enough. That's enough.
And if I can
All
help
I
in
need
any
to know
way,
is that I was a drop in
thank
the
goodness.
ocean. Yep.
The ripple effect.
1% contribution to the raid, hey, that's okay, man. Like, yep, absolutely. And humble take, that's fine. Yeah, I'm very glad to see this happen. So this is the guy that's crashing out.
Then what they did, meaning a woman's right to choose, is removed under
That's
Trump.
not the only issue in this world, okay? A percentage of the female vote went up 2%. So are those women crazy? I mean, it's not 50%, but it's high 40s, and he got that. So ask those women.
He's completely right, by the way. Beer belly boomer here is absolutely right. That there were tons of women that supported Trump. So to act like abortion is a gender issue is retarded. Like, a lot of women who are conservative are against abortion. It is a religious opinion and it's a moral opinion.
Like, they voted for Trump.
But we had good times with Donald Trump. Our economy was good. Life was good.
But you know the economy's better under Biden than Trump.
Bullshit.
Well, that's what the stats show.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Actually,
well,
so if you look at this graph,
yeah, this piece of paper says
like,
everybody's okay.
This is so ridiculous. How do you even think this? Please, if you look at this graph,
oh my
inflation's
God.
worse. No, the fact is that the GDP has gone up massively and inflation has gone down. That's true. But the problem is that a lot of the wealth gain and the recovery from the pseudo recession that we were going to have was made in recoveries in the 0.1% of the wealth earners. So the economy recovered, and the people that recovered the economy were the hyper rich.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Like, it's so, yeah, no, but the stats, if you look at the graph, Jesus Christ.
That's what the facts show.
Well, you know what? I don't know where they're getting their facts, but I don't think they're valid.
ABC News. Exactly, yeah. No,
Not
because
valid.
they're not. It's misleading on purpose. You can make a million graphs that show a million things that aren't true.
Keep going.
New York Times.
Keep going.
The Atlantic. I don't trust any.
Their facts, but I don't think they're valid.
ABC News.
Keep going.
New York Times.
Keep going.
The Atlantic. I don't trust any of these. I don't trust any of these.
Okay.
I don't trust any of these. We're the common man. We don't trust any of these. No one trusts the government. No one trusts the common news. We don't.
Wow. Damn, bro. Why did you?
Yeah.
Why did you post this? Like, you recorded this. Like, you really thought you would post this? Why would you post this?
Trust any of that anymore.
Well, look,
Independent news. We are the ones that own.
You shouldn't trust independent news either. You shouldn't trust anybody wholesale.
News now. People trust me. They don't trust MSNBC because I care and I'm actually one of them.
The economy is actually better.
I do think that's the way that a lot of people feel, though, is that they look at these news anchors that, like, let's look at Rachel Maddow, right? Let's see, I pull this up. It was Don Lemon. CNN salary. 2022. Let's just look at this guy. So he received a $24 million settlement after he got fired. So basically, he got a lot of money. Like, this guy's getting paid millions of dollars a year. And so these people are making a ton of fucking money. And what I think has happened is that there is a actual, and this is going to make some of the communists in chat kind of happy, is that there is actually a form of class consciousness that's occurring with the American public against these media personalities and against these media people. Because what I think is happening is that they're hearing this, they're seeing this, and these people are trying to assure them, oh, everything's fine, while at the same time, these people are making millions of dollars a year. That's really what's going on. And I think that this is actually an unironic class war. They are the rich. Yeah, they are basically a separate social class, and they're talking down to average Americans. I think that's one of the reasons why people view like independent media differently is that independent media at least doesn't publicly have that data showing that these people are like multi-millionaires, right? It's a degree of separation.
Biden. No, I'm serious. That's what the facts show.
Okay, you know what?
No, that's not because I watch CNN. Kanye, when is Bully gonna come out? When is Bully coming?
Yay. I changed my name to Yay.
Julian, who's gonna win? What are your policies that are important to you? Just baby stuff? Like really good formula? Mommy and daddy? Okay. Nice to meet you. Take it easy. Are you gonna vote?
So he having a crash out?
Yeah.
He having a situation? Let's watch
Episode.
So let me just say to Megyn Kelly, in my 30-some years as a journalist and my 50-some years as a person of color, go fuck yourself. Okay?
He's not happy. He's mad. Not happy at all.
Mad. I usually don't like to talk about her
Slam
because
the
she's one of
coffee
those
cup down.
people. She thrives on it. She has built the second part of whatever of her career.
That's why you're mad. Is because she's where she's at in her career and you're in your room. That's why you're mad. Yep.
On being a troll. So this is what Megyn Kelly said about Joy Reid, right?
Yeah.
And remember, Joy Reid is a woman. Megyn Kelly is a woman. She's supposed to be all about women and, you know, supports women. Okay, so this is what she said. Remember,
Why would you support women categorically based off of the fact that they're a woman? That's retarded. Why would you do that? That's stupid. Shouldn't you support actions and not people based off of immutable characteristics? I mean, I don't know. That's just me, right? Maybe that's racist.
when Joy Reid laughingly mocked white women tears as pathetic and offensive to her?
Yep.
Who's crying now, Joy? Good riddance to the absolute worst
fucking true
person on television, and shame on NBC for letting it go on this long.
Yep.
And she has a, you know, she is an axe to grind when it comes to MSNBC, and also, she, you know, this whole, she's racist, right?
She's racist. Damn. He just gonna go out and say it that she's a racist. Oh my God.
It's just, I'm gonna give you the evidence. Supposedly learned from it and then spent every day after apologizing for it and being fired for it, then spent every day proving the point that she is a racist.
She's a racist. Okay.
She had to prove the point that she is?
And not very supportive of women. If you look, all you have to do, the evidence is in her Google search.
Good. She shouldn't be supportive of women. She should be supportive of people doing the right thing. Is this supposed to be like an indictment?
And what she says about women,
What is
how she
this?
calls them out all the time.
So like now you're criticizing her for calling out women? Oh my God. Who is this guy?
The worst person. No, Megyn Kelly. The worst person on television was fired from NBC in the Today Show a few years ago, and that's Megyn Kelly.
Good one.
That's the worst person who's not on television anymore.
What about like Bill O'Reilly, who like had a sexual harassment lawsuit? Like I feel like that's kind of worse. Yeah, I would say that's worse.
I think that's a little worse, right?
But hey, I mean, what do I know?
That's the worst person who's not on television. So hoorah for that. NBC did something good with that. You know why? I like to give proof of things.
Oh, he got
evidence.
$10
Like when I said
donation.
Donald Trump, the president of the United States, was racist, it wasn't my opinion. This isn't my opinion about Megyn Kelly.
Yeah.
The evidence is there. I'm going to show you the evidence of Megyn Kelly, and that's just as I showed you the evidence of Donald Trump.
I'm sure, right? And that worked. Yeah, that definitely worked real well. And so he's mad. Yeah, he is. He's mad. And anyway, so what you're seeing here, right? I mean, there's a lot of these examples, is that you're seeing a huge amount of these legacy media people totally crashing the fuck out. Like massively crashing the fuck out in every single way. And I'm thinking to myself, thank fucking God. Thank God this is finally happening. I'm so happy about this. This is amazing. I've always thought these people were clowns, and now they're getting fired. They're losing their jobs. They're like, apparently some of their studios are getting shut down. This is a great day for me, man. Couldn't happen to more deserving people. Absolutely. And I think it will. It'll continue happening, which is the best part about it, man. Is it me, or does he have a monthly thing of crashing out? He does. And luckily, we'll be there for the next one, too. Are they getting rid of them? What the hell is this? Because, like, the Dollar Trees, shit there is still $1.
Okay,
Today published a review of a game. So, IGN today published a review of a game. Let's see it.
Monster Hunter review. Game was pretty good.
After the massive success of both Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Rise, it makes sense that Capcom would do whatever it can to welcome that wider audience into the next frontier. That's exactly what Monster Hunter Wilds does, smoothing out the already excellent process of turning big scary dragons into silly little hats to be faster, more flexible, and less fiddly than ever before.
Yeah.
The other side of those dual blades, however, is that Wilds is light on any real challenge, even for what I'd expect at launch. Never ask more flexible and less fiddly than ever before. The other side of those dual blades, however, is that Wilds is light on any real challenge, even for what I'd expect at launch, never asking me to think hard about my equipment. But while the monsters may not pose much of a threat this time around, smart tweaks to combat still mean the act of carving them up has rarely felt better.
Where's his video of him killing Arkveld on the beta? Did he do it? Did he stream himself killing Arkveld on the beta? He didn't do that, did he?
Yeah, exactly.
There isn't one.
No.
Okay, I didn't think so.
That's why he thinks it's easy. He played the tutorial and said it was easy.
My first surprise in Wilds was that the campaign isn't just a totally forgettable excuse to kill anything that crosses your path this time. Okay, it's still mostly that as you explore yet another uncharted land to solve some mystery. But while the story itself isn't particularly fresh, the difference here is that the characters within it are actually pretty great.
Well, yeah, the girl's hot. That's what's That's what matters.
The excitable engineer Gemma.
We are so gonna talk later, pal.
Your empathetic handler Alma.
Oh, but I've definitely heard of him.
Or the total space cadet of a biologist Eric.
This forest is amazing.
Your team is full of likable personalities and little character arcs throughout the gorgeously animated cutscenes.
See? Told you they'd be fine.
And that was enough to get me more invested. The revamped structure of Wilds also means that campaign is significantly shorter than I was expecting. I reached the credits in just 15 hours and didn't have to fight a single monster twice in that time, getting enough materials from any initial encounters to keep my gear up to snuff and jump right from one mission to the next.
Okay.
When you compare that to the 40+ hours it took to see the end of the story and world, it feels like the intent is to allow more people to quote-unquote beat Wilds. And
I just want to see, when did I beat the game? Like, is there a playlist for this? I beat the game. So if I add in all the time that I played the game, 5 hours plus 4 again, plus 4, plus 3, plus 2, I mean, yeah, I guess it was like 25-hour campaign. Yeah, I would say it took a little bit longer, but like including stream stuff, I don't think that's necessarily too much different. Yeah, I don't know, guys. That's not counting all the grinding you did? Yeah, sure. Let me go back. I fucking lost it. Where'd it go? There it is.
I certainly appreciate how that shift toward approachability might appeal to anyone who has been traditionally intimidated by the series.
Yeah, sure.
But as a veteran, I can't help but be a little disappointed that I literally didn't get knocked out once in that entire time. There's never a skill or armor testing wall of a monster that forced me to really consider my equipment choices more deeply in order to earn the reward of a hard-fought victory. Avoiding spoilers.
I just don't know. Like, I mean, I don't know about this, bro. Like, you did the demo on an overtuned monster for hardcore players. They got the previous version of the full game, which is probably an easy version for the reviewers. Yeah, maybe that's it.
There is, of course, more to do once you get past the credits. That's where the larger changes Wilds makes to the traditional Monster Hunter loop really start to shine.
Okay, let's see it.
Gone are the days of returning to a separate town between every hunt, then going down the same checklist of tasks before you're ready for the next one. Pretty much everything you need is out in the field with you, and you're never more than a lickety-split loading screen away from whichever beautiful area you want to be in.
That's nice.
Convenient adjustments are all over the place, like food buffs being tied to a timer now that sticks around between hunts.
After you
It doesn't even tick down while in camp, making a previously repetitive process substantially smoother without removing the depth it added to hunts.
That's true. That's true. That's an improvement for sure.
The roaringly successful result of those changes is that a vast majority of the friction past games could produce as you start and stop and restart between every encounter has been removed. Now you can just check your map for monster information and go hunt. The monsters you'll face are also...
I think that's a good and a bad thing. Like, for example, I think it's really good that you have, like, auto-crafting, and this is in Monster Hunter World. Like, if you have potions and you loot honey, it will auto-craft them into max potions or mega potions, or whatever they are. And like, you have other things that are, like, kind of... Like, because I think Monster Hunter Wilds is going to be that game where... Because I'm comparing this, like, a lot of this criticism is actually very similar to the criticism that people had for Elden Ring. Is that with Elden Ring, a lot of people said that a lot of the base game was actually very easy, and it wasn't challenging to them hardly at all. And so now I'm thinking about this from that context, and I'm like, well, I don't necessarily know. That doesn't necessarily make the game bad. The customization while Elden Ring was hard. I mean, I don't know. I didn't really think so that much, but like, that's also as somebody that I played all the other ones.
Generally excellent. That could be a flashy newcomer like the flamenco-inspired Lalabarina.
Yeah, this one looks really cool.
Or Wild's headliner Arkveld and its chain-like appendages.
Yeah.
But the true stunner has to be New Udra. The tentacles of Monster Hunter's first octopus-like creature can be as unpredictable to contend with as you might expect, especially when they're literally on fire. And the satisfaction of severing every single one of them over the course of a hunt is second to none.
Yeah, no doubt. That's awesome.
The appeal of Monster Hunter's fights has always been how it empowers you with flashy moves and hard-hitting attacks. But knowing when to strike and where to stand and how the monster will behave next is just as important as figuring out which buttons to press.
That's true. He's right.
That's true in Wilds too, but combat is also more flexible and forgiving here. For example, you can adjust your footing a little more mid-combo, resulting in fewer moments where a mistimed attack with a long animation had me embarrassingly slicing at the air.
Which is a huge improvement, by the way. Massive, gigantic fucking improvement. Because Monster Hunter Worlds, it is a very clunky game. And, like, it's not like that's necessarily a bad thing, but at the same time, yeah, the focus mode and everything else, like, having focus mode and then having a lot of defensive reactive gameplay that they added, like with the parries and the perfect parries, and then also with the, there's one more I'm thinking of, the clashes, like, that's something that allows people that are fans of action combat games to get into Monster Hunter early while still maintaining the ceiling for the game, because the best players will, of course, be the ones that don't even need to do that in the first place.
In many ways, the combat feels like it's all about the new wound system this time. Wounds open up once you deal enough damage to a given body part, and then you'll deal extra damage when attacking. But deal enough damage to a wound and it'll break, resetting that spot. Every weapon also has a simple to execute focus strike that will deal a burst of damage to a wound and break it right away. So maximizing the amount of time you leave one open and then using that finisher before it closes naturally is an interesting subgame to manage.
Sure.
Or at least it would be if Wilds ever presented me with a challenge that pushed me to make those considerations. Whether I was playing online or solo, I've never had a mission reach the 20-minute mark, and I've only fainted 2 times total across dozens of hours. Compare that to World, which had real tests like Kieran, who smacked me silly my first couple of attempts, forcing me to...
Didn't Kieran get added later on in the game? Like, I don't remember, like, I heard that it was added after launch, but I could be wrong about that. It was in the game baseline? Okay. Yeah, I didn't know.
Regroup and craft an armor set around thunder resistance, and it's hard not to feel like Capcom's desire to make this...
Is it possible that maybe this guy just sucked? Because, like, the first time I fought the Kieran, like, I even fought the Arc-Tempered Kieran, I killed it my first try. Like, you're so biased? Really? I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't think so. Like, yeah.
And more inviting Monster Hunter sanded off some of the bumps I actually enjoyed
I got good gear
in
for my
terms of
character?
overcoming big threats. Things do ramp up a little bit in the post-game, but even there I only really had to worry about upgrading my armor or falling behind in damage once or twice during the content that's available at launch. After the 15 hours it took me to beat the campaign, I only had to spend another 15 to finish every side quest that wasn't about catching fish, and just 5 more after that before I had the best armor set and weapon I could get, and a pretty solid suite of skill-boosting decorations. To be fair, I still have plenty more equipment I could grind for, but my usual desire to get the top-tier weapon of each elemental type and put together specialized outfits for certain challenging fights just isn't here this time, because those fights aren't here either. I think a lot of this comes down to raw numbers that could hypothetically be tweaked in one of the many patches that are sure to come, but some of what makes things so easy also seems to be baked into the bones of Wilds. For example, nearly every time you focus strike a wound, the monster gets locked into a little stagger animation, and you'll be breaking wounds a lot. Meanwhile, on the crafting side of things,
Well, they're probably just going to make it to where the wounds don't activate as often, right? Like, whenever you go into higher difficulty modes. And also, like, I mean, I don't know, like, I think if you want to make, the difficulty of the game, I feel like as somebody who's played Monster Hunter World, like, I didn't think that Wilds was, like, really super hard either. But, I mean, Arkfeld was hard, but he was, like, overtuned. But, like, besides Arkfeld, the game was pretty easy. That's why he said it could be patched. Yeah, exactly, right? And so, like, I just don't really see this as being a problem. That's wrong. There's hard monsters at the end game in Wilds.
The best armor was way shorter than I ever expected because materials that are usually super rare can sometimes show up as guaranteed rewards when looking at the monster list on your map. That was excitingly convenient initially, but it's also what brought that loot chase to an almost trivially fast end.
Perfection.
I imagine this difficulty tuning will get a lot more people through the front door, but it also means that where my past 3 Monster Hunter reviews wrapped up around the 50 to 60 hour mark while I still had plenty more I was excited to do, I started losing steam with Wilds before I even hit 40. Don't get me wrong, that's still a healthy chunk of game, and it has absolutely been some of the most fun I've had with the series. I'm also sure any longtime fans will be thinking, well, we just have to wait for updates or G-Rank or whatever for the real challenge. But in that regard, Capcom's own roadmap has left me wary. There's only one monster scheduled to be added for all of spring, and then
I think that, like, developing games and making them really hard is probably one of the biggest mistakes that developers can make. I do. I think it's one of the biggest mistakes that they can make is that if you make a game really hard, you're just going to make the accessibility for players low. Because, like, and I think Elden Ring is the best example for this. Elden Ring is, in my opinion, a very easy game if you play it in the right way. And it can be a very hard game if you play it in the wrong way. And so the problem is that, and this is something that From Software actually did, and this is what I think makes them a great studio, and I think it's also what makes Capcom a great studio, is because even though new games come out, new players don't necessarily get better. And you don't want to run into the problem that some studios and some franchises have, where like now that like you're on game number 6, like World of Warcraft is like this, is that the skill gap in the player base, like you have new players that are coming into the game that are the same, basically effectively skill level as the old players. But the problem now is that the new players are the same skill level. So like the difference is larger and larger and larger. And so like, did it feel good for me to beat some of the monsters in Wilds, like in World? Like, I feel like, what monster did I feel really good about beating? Like, I mean, like Nergigante, I was really happy about beating him the first time. Barioth, which was in the DLC, and maybe like a couple other ones. Yeah, Alatreon. Yeah, definitely Alatreon. That was a really big one. Velkhana. I hated Velkhana. Like the boss fight was amazing, but like I remember I didn't have Divine Blessing on. I didn't know it, and I thought the game was broken. And like I was really mad. Devilo, yeah, definitely there was that too. Yeah, I was really happy. Raging Brachydos, yeah, that was a really good one too.
Only one currently listed for summer. In contrast, Rise also felt slight at launch, but got 6 new monsters just 1 month later, and then 3 more a month after that. Wilds already feels like it needs endgame threats like its formidable Elder Dragons to really push its limits. And if it instead only gets 1 returning monster in the first 3 or so months after launch, this could be a long wait until its inevitable expansion.
And I think that I'm going to give this guy a little bit of credit. Past performance is an indicator of future performance, and Dragon's Dogma 2 had this exact same problem. And so like I think this could be fair, but I just don't think that like I like difficulty for me, like looking at difficulty as being a factor, I don't necessarily take it that seriously, but I do think it exists. Different teams though? Yeah, but well, it's Capcom, and it's 2 really, really big Capcom games. Is Asmongold against difficulty in video games? I'm against difficulty. So challenge and difficulty, in my opinion, are 2 different things, and there's good difficulty and bad difficulty. Like, good difficulty is like Elden Ring, I think. Elden Ring is a difficult game. Like, any From Software game is like that. Like, Sekiro is good difficulty. Bad difficulty is like Dark Souls 2, right? Where it's like you walk through there's a guy that's standing behind you, he hits you, you're dead, right? Like, you know, fucking Dragon's Lair, like the old game. Bad difficulty is like, you know, you can't beat this unless you get to a certain number equivalent. Like I actually thought this is going to be even against like Dragon's Dogma 1. I didn't like the fact that like in Dragon's Dogma 1, you needed a certain level of attack power rank in order to even deal damage to a monster. I thought this was the cheesiest and dumbest type of difficulty you could have in a game. And so like there are a lot, like Lost Ark can be bad difficulty too, right? That was bullshit. Yeah, it was so fucking stupid. And so like making a game harder doesn't make it better, but making a game challenging does. And I don't know whether this game is going to be challenging or not, but I think that as long as players that are experienced have like some of those like end game challenges like Melania and Elden Ring and other stuff like that, things would be okay. So I'm just not sure like what the difficulty caps and the difficulty levels for the game are.
That like, all said,
because like in Dragon's Dogma 2, I felt like I had this insanely good character, and there was nothing that I could put it up against that really challenged it. Like, even the hardest bosses in the game and, like, the hardest monsters in the game were just a joke. Like, and there was nothing I could really do, I could do it with, right? Whereas, like, in Dragon's Dogma 1, you had, and again, you can get to the point where you can basically beat the shit out of any boss, even in Dragon's Dogma 1, right? For sure. But, like, it's like, so much easier to earn that in Dragon's Dogma 2.
Deserves credit for being what has got to be one of the most customizable games I have ever played. There's a huge host of accessibility features. You can adjust the size of or turn off individual elements on your UI. You have more control than ever over your menus and radio wheels. And you can alter the look of stuff like your mount, chat stickers, and even fast travel tents to a surprising degree. As a crowning touch, you can finally wear any version of each armor set too. essentially doubling the cosmetic options previously available as
That's
you get
awesome.
into the all-important fashion side of things towards the end.
I could not
Partying
care
up
less.
online has also been made more robust, letting you run around each map with your
Yeah.
friends and seamlessly flow from hunt to hunt without having to regroup at camp
Mm-hmm.
between each mission. And even if you're largely planning to play solo, there are quality of life changes here for you too. That could be the surprisingly competent AI support hunters that fill empty spots in your party when you fire an SOS flare, but also the inclusion of an online single-player option that lets you fire flares to get help, but still pause the action entirely before you do.
That's great. Yeah, that's awesome.
Monster Hunter Wilds continues to smooth off the rougher corners of the series in smart ways, reducing as much friction as possible that could get in the way of you grabbing any of its exceptionally fun weapons and planting them firmly in a monster's hide. But in that quest to make Monster Hunter more approachable, Wilds is sliced a little too close to the bone in some places, trimming its challenge back so much that I barely needed to engage with its in-depth equipment system at all this time to become an apex predator. Its more flexible combat is still some of the most fun I've had with the series, but like the blustering...
I hope that they add in a DLC for this game that's like Shadow of the Erdtree, and I want to see this fucker review it. After talking about how the game's so easy. Yeah, I want to see that happen. They always do, yeah.
Lightning storms of its gorgeous desert, it burns brightly but briefly until Capcom
Sandworm went.
unleashes
Well,
some
you do
real
have a
endgame
sandworm.
beasts to challenge us.
Gave the game an 8.
For more, check out our reviews of Avowed or Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
What did Avowed get? Did it just get the traditional IGN 7? Yeah, it did. It got a 7. Okay. Yeah, so IGN, what did you do to Monster Hunter Lady? Yeah, where's the lady that knows the game? I feel like making a game more difficult and having like really challenging boss fights is good to have, but that's not something that you want to do with the campaign. And I think, again, a lot of games need to look at the way... I think that, again, one of the greatest games of all time, Elden Ring, you just look at what Elden Ring did and then do that. That's it. Because, like, you want to have challenges. Like, for example, like in Monster Hunter World, you can fight Rathian early. I didn't even know that. I thought I was supposed to fight Rathian when I did, and apparently I was fighting him very early. The Devil Ho is the same thing in Monster Hunter World. So, and then, like, you even fight Nergigante very shortly whenever you're on Zora Magdaros. And so, like, you have that, and then, what are the other ones? I think there's one more that I'm just not thinking of right at the top of my head. But, like, and so those things, Devil Joe, yeah, I don't know what the fuck it's called, right? But anyway, that kind of content, I think, is really important, but they can add more of that into the game later on. My concern, though, is that, again, the last game, like one of the last big Capcom games, it's very similar to this, it was Dragon's Dogma. And I am worried that some of the content won't be as substantial, because I think Dragon's Dogma had that problem as well. He obviously has a good opinion of difficulty of using AI bots and called them surprisingly competent. You've played it yourself. Arkfeld was hard as fuck. Well, the problem is that Arkfeld was hard because he was overtuned. And I think it could have also been a tempered version of Arkfeld, right? Like, that's why it said, like, Unchained Arkfeld or something like that. And I think there was purple around them, too. So I wasn't really sure about that. And also it was the time limit as well. Like in the base game, most I can't think of any attack that one-shots you in the base game. Nergigante, the dive doesn't one-shot you. I mean, Anjanath Breath maybe one-shots you. Like, if it's that early on, it can. Teostra. What would he do that would one-shot you? I don't even know. Behemoth? But that's like extra DLC stuff. That's different. The Supernova? Oh, really? I only fought Teostra a few times. Teostra Nuke can kill you. I didn't know that. Okay, yeah, because you had basic weapons and armor. Yeah, there's that too. And I didn't do anything else crazy. But yeah, I think that difficulty in the game is something that can always be added later on. and making a good foundation for building a Monster Hunter game. Like, I think that they should treat Monster Hunter in a lot of ways, not like a live service in the way that Fortnite is a live service, but in the live service way that Grand Blue Fantasy Relink was live service, where, or like kind of Baldur's Gate 3, where it's a single player buy to play game, but they're going to add in new content. Like Baldur's Gate 3 recently added in like subclasses, for example, right? Like, that's the kind of stuff that I would want to see. And I think the criticism of the game being too easy, maybe that's true. But also, when I see somebody playing with AIs constantly, like, well, yeah, it's going to be easy if you're playing with the AIs because you're effectively doing a 4-player hunt. I'll tell you this. I have failed a 4-player hunt, I think, once. Other than that, I've never failed a 4-player hunt. And it was against Raging Brachiodos, and I think people just died too many times, right? That was it. Like, you basically never fail them. The Black Dragon? Well, no, because I solo the boss first. Safi Jiva? No, we killed Safi Jiva in one run. Because we played with this guy that had a light bowgun that was, like, maxed out, and he just, like, basically soloed the boss. So, like, that's not what happened. Like, we farmed the fuck out of him. And so I'm trying to think, yeah, you never did our Arc-Tempered Velkhana? No, for sure. But that's like late post game content. Like, that's super far behind. And not if you get carried. No, it's because basically Monster Hunter, one of the big functions of Monster Hunter is being able to preempt movements. And when you don't have to preempt movements because there are multiple targets that the monster can be facing, the game becomes exponentially easier instantaneously. Like, it becomes instantaneously easier just by that feature and just by that function. And so you might have gotten carried, mate. Game's trivial with a good team. Well, no. I'm not talking about, like, when I'm playing, like, with the Safi Jiva was when I was playing with stream. But, like, in just I queued this multiple times off stream even. And, like, off stream, I farmed the fuck out of Raging Brachiodos in order to get, like, the, like, his, like, I think it's his head or something like that. It's like I think it's called like the warhead or something, in order to make his sword. And so I farmed that off stream and I got it. And I remember I did it like 7 times. Yeah, I did it like 7 times. And his reactor, yeah. And I think we failed it once, and that was it. So I don't know. You need to have played Monster Hunter World on Burn Release to have the true world experience. Yeah, I think so too. Sweaty Monster Hunter players are crying because the game made the game more welcoming and enjoyable for new players. Yeah. And I think also, like, some of the things that, like, Monster Hunter players that were, like, very good and, like, more experienced with, like, that's less important. Knowing monster positioning and monster animations is less important when you can have things like Clash and Perfect Parry with more weapons like the Greatsword. Like, giving that tool to the Greatsword makes the Greatsword way more fucking powerful. Like, extremely fucking powerful. So I think that's it. This happens every Monster Hunter title. This isn't new, guys. Yeah. Even a Sword and Shield gets clashes. Well, yeah. I think almost everyone does. The game is trivialized through skill and knowledge. It's challenges to overcome. Yeah. And so, like, if you're an experienced player, I think that's probably what's going to give you a lot more insight. But I mentioned 15 hours to beat the game or 15 hours to beat low rank. I don't know. I'd have to go back and double check. Fire this guy. It's really embarrassing to say that they reviewed it on PS5 Pro and not mention a word about performance on it. Well, I mean, yeah, that's true too. Like, yeah, on PC, the performance was pretty problematic. We get it. You're a veteran. Damn. Yeah. And I think, again, like, do you guys see my point of view with, like, how I'm saying that when you start reviewing a game, when you start designing a game for your most engaged and most serious and most hardcore audience, you effectively make them your only audience. And so, like, if you make this game and you build it on, like, all of the people that play World, like for example, like, if From Software made every boss as hard as Margit, basically, right? Or like Crucible Knight, early on, like super early on, obviously. Like, it's not a hard boss fundamentally, but it can be if you're underleveled. A lot less people would have played it, right? And, like, that's not really the way that you develop a good game. And so making difficulty scale with the amount of, like, people that have played the game long term is always a big mistake, because those long term players will always find ways to challenge themselves. They will always do it, and you don't need to worry about that. Is this the same IGN that gave Veilguard a 9? Yes, that's correct. This game is worse than Veilguard. Yes. Yes. That's correct.
I'm pretty good at this stuff, and I think it's
okay, here it is.
Disgraceful. And Google's being sued, Facebook's being sued, and many others are being sued by their so-called government, if you call it a government, EU. They don't treat us right. They don't treat us right as a country. So we're going to protect our companies. We have to protect our companies. So we're not going to have any companies left anymore. I also want to thank Apple, though, for announcing they're going to invest $500 billion in our country. That's the biggest investment anybody's probably made to this date.
That's a lot of money.
Do it very quickly, and that's because of tariffs.
Shout out to 10
They don't
Apple.
want to pay the tariffs, and they feel very strongly about the country now. They wouldn't have done it without us. Without the Trump administration, they wouldn't have done it. But they feel very strongly about the direction of the country. The polls have shown that too. The polls are coming out showing direction of the company is of the country is the best they've ever seen. Actually, best they've ever seen. So I just want to thank Tim Cook and Apple for the confidence. $500 billion. That's the biggest investment anyone has made in a short period of time.
Mr. President, have you spoken today with the House Republican holdouts who said they would not be supporting the budget resolution?
Well, I'm not involved in that. They know what I want, and the Senate knows what I want too. And the Senate's got a bill that's very strong, having to do with the taxes, because the taxes is what's bringing all these companies in. So, and without it, by the way, you'd have to double your own taxes. Everybody would be doubled up, and you'd have the biggest tax increase ever. So the House has a bill, and the Senate has a bill, and I'm looking at them both, and I'll make decisions. But I don't know where they are in the vote. I know the Senate's doing very well, and the House is doing very well, but each one of them has things that I like. So we'll see if we can come together.
Okay. Mr. President, can you clarify, hopefully once and for all, what your expectations are with this email to federal employees? What are you going to use that information for? And do you see it as voluntary, like OPM has said, or mandatory?
Yeah, well, it's somewhat voluntary, but it's also, if you don't answer, I guess you get fired. What it really is, what it is do people exist? We have this massive government with millions of people, and nobody knows who's working for the government, who's not. So what they're doing is they're sending out a letter to everybody, and they're saying, what were the things you did last week? I guess they ask for 5. And if people are working, it's easy. I could tell you 5 things I did last week. I could tell you 5 things I did 6 weeks ago, right? If they're there and they're working, they're able to say they did 5 things during work.
That'd be easy to say,
yeah. They're working and they're with us and they have no further obligation. Sure. If they're not, it could be there's no such person. It could be that the person's no longer working. They're no longer living at that address. They may be moved. Maybe they moved to a different country, or maybe the person doesn't exist. And we then take that person off the payroll, and we save a lot of money by
That's
doing
the office space.
But that's one of the only ways. I think
Just
it's
fix
a very
the
small
glitch.
thing. And it says, if you don't answer, essentially, there's a penalty to pay. Like that's the end of the job.
Smart.
Musk has said that. The order itself doesn't say that. I think that's part of the confusion. Is he speaking for you when he says?
Yeah. Everybody speaks for me. I'm the one. I'll take responsibility. You know the old statement, the buck stops here, right? Famous statement. Well, I can say the same thing. The buck stops here. No, we have to find out if people are getting paid and they're not working, and they have a problem. Let's say they have another job. And then
he is the president, right?
It's a big problem if
Shit.
they're working for somebody else but getting paid by.
Ready to strike. Narukami, ready to strike. Tricelisnus, ready to strike. Hurricane, ready to strike. pilot proceeding on board. Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Escort reactor core and upgrade Bunker City's power facilities. Activating the consoles along the way can speed up the transport vehicle. St. Enos have also set their sights on this operation. Be sure to complete the escort before
Elise
then.
nest. Taking off.
Objective: capture consoles and guide payload to destination. Shield activated. Shield activated. Unavailable now. Assist. Shield activated. Unavailable now. Enemy down. Shield activated. Activating signal console. Activating signal
Prioritize taking the
console.
console, not the fight.
Melee mode. Signal console out of range. Energy and signal console activated. Payload started advancing. Unavailable now. Melee mode. Enemy down. Unavailable now. Insufficient engine output. Shooting mode. Shooting mode. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Advancing payload. Unavailable now. Console B activated in 20 seconds. Shield deactivated.
Get ready, guys.
Fluid armor
Console is
offline.
about to go online.
Subtask. Capture console B before the enemy. Unavailable now. Insufficient engine output. Unavailable now. Energy lost. Unavailable now. Advancing payload. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Shield activated. Unavailable now. Activating signal console. Activating signal console. Activating signal console. Signal console activated. The payload is quickly advancing. Insufficient engine output. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Energy low. Unavailable now. Energy low. Insufficient engine output. Console C activates in 20 seconds.
Get ready, guys and gals.
Fluid armor reactivated. Advancing payload. Advancing payload. Subtask. Capture console C before the enemy. Energy low. Unavailable. Signal console activated. The payload is swiftly advancing. Initiating ejection sequence. Enemy down. Ready for assist. Landing area confirmed. Entering combat zone. Optical camo drone. Warning. You are leaving the combat zone.
Cover the payload!
Warn. Weapon not ready. Shield activated. Assist. Shield deactivated.
Need someone to push the payload!
Unavailable now.
Cover the payload!
Victory! Enemy down. MVP.
Tricera's armor isn't just for show.
15 years of WoW versus 1 year of Final Fantasy 14. Here we go. Let's watch it.
Over the last few weeks, I've started to notice a lot of familiar faces from the World of Warcraft community taking another look at Final Fantasy 14.
It's just the same guy. A lot of familiar faces. It's actually just the same guy over and over and over. Just the same fucking loser. It's you, yeah.
So today,
well, Reckful's not talking about Final Fantasy, to be fair.
I want to talk about the differences between these two games.
Okay.
That while sharing many similar concepts, diverge in their execution of the MMO genre. Okay. As a fan of both games and 15-year veteran of WoW, I've often thought about this subject as I now play through Final Fantasy XIV on a near-daily basis since August of last year. I frequently get asked to compare the two, and the simplest way I've been able to do so is the following. World of Warcraft is an MMORPG, while Final Fantasy XIV is an RPG MMO. What does this mean besides hopefully sounding clever? In Final Fantasy XIV, the entire creative process, the direction, the core concepts, all of it are approached from an intrinsically different design philosophy than that of Warcraft. So it doesn't mean you can't enjoy both, it just means they're made for two very different gamers. Let me explain. I think most people have an understanding of what an MMORPG is beyond any sort of definition. There are expectations as to what that experience will be.
I would say
which is why after playing Final Fantasy XIV, I've come to call it an RPG MMO. Because while all the multiplayer elements are there, I believe they aren't entirely necessary. If the MMO were removed and all we were left with was the RPG, the story, the music, the gameplay, it feels like the player would still have a complete experience. This is because...
Well, this is even like they said this, like the Final Fantasy devs said that it was a Final Fantasy game first and an MMO second. So it actually makes sense that that this would be the outcome. Is that they've literally said this.
Team behind Final Fantasy XIV, from its inception, has put its focus squarely on storytelling. This design choice then influences every other aspect of the game. From characters, to world building, to music, to animation, all serve to enhance the storytelling. It is without a doubt the single most vital aspect of Final Fantasy XIV. Everything comes from the story, everything is related to the story, and everything exists to service the story.
See, this is one part of the game that I don't really know if I'll enjoy as much because, like, obviously I care about the lore in games and, you know, it's interesting to me, but it's not really something that keeps me coming back. And I don't really know if a story-based game that's on this level really is going to captivate me in the same way. And it's hard really for me to say. I don't know. What do you guys think? You can skip the story if you like focus? Yeah. And it's like, I guess that's really the truth, right? Is like, I can skip and I can play the part of it that I want to play. I think that's what I'm going to try to do. It's the same thing that I do with every game.
So as we move forward in this video, you'll see every time I bring up a comparison or idea in Final Fantasy XIV, it's going to be in some way related to the story. And it's because of this one fact that Final Fantasy and WoW can still feel similar to a player moving between the two, but also be vastly different experiences. Let me just throw this out there. What was the story of vanilla World of Warcraft? If you had to think, it's because there was no story. There were quests, there was lore, certainly different adventures to get involved in, but no overarching story.
I would say that's not entirely true, but I can see why some people would think that. I think that there were a lot of kind of... The thing is that World of Warcraft did not have a story that was in its entirety like one congruent narrative. It had a bunch of different smaller stories that were occurring simultaneously. So it had like the Alliance storylines. It had like the Night Elf storylines. It had the Undead storylines. And those kinds of things were something that was a holdover from Warcraft 3, because while those storylines converged, they were also independent in their own campaigns. That's lore, not storytelling. Well, I think that like it did have storytelling, it just wasn't storytelling that was universal. I don't really know how that's hard to understand.
There was no driving force behind what you were doing, besides the desire to gain levels, abilities, to see what's around the next bend or explore the next zone. The story of the World of Warcraft was what you, the player, made it. It was trying to find the right Zevras in the Barrens. It was sneaking into the undeveloped Mount Hyjal. It's trying to raid the enemy capital. Those were the experiences we remember. In fact, the most recent example of a great WoW memory I have is getting the Alliance Horde Slayer title, in that achievement in BFA.
That was
the whole point is that you kill enough enemy players to literally be marked on the map as a bounty, and then people try to come kill you, and if you survive long
Killing
enough,
people
you
at the
get an
World
achievement.
Quest.
It was
I remember that.
one of the most exhilarating recent memories I have in the game.
It was
I
fun.
loved every moment of it. In Final Fantasy XIV, if you ask someone their favorite moment, and I did, almost every single person is going to say theirs is related to story. Obviously, this isn't every player, as
That's a
many
really
players
good-
find the
that's a
same
really big
camaraderie and
difference.
accomplishment as WoW players when taking down harder bosses. But for the majority of players, the story is not just an important part of the game, it's also something that binds the community together. With that said, after years of playing WoW, to say there isn't a fan base for the world or story building they're doing would be foolish.
Yeah, I think obviously like the story in the game and WoW has always been like, I think that WoW definitely, the best experiences that you have on WoW are the experiences that occur with other players. And I think that's just like, that's one thing I liked about WoW. That's one thing I do like about WoW now, is that like whenever I go and I think back to like my really good BFA memories, it's not really about like the cinematics. I mean, I think there were a few good cinematics in BFA, yeah, sure. But like what I've really enjoyed is playing with my viewers, you know, doing the different events together, and that kind of stuff is really what's so cool to me. And that's what I find to be like really fulfilling with an MMO, is being able to have those like personal experiences with other players. You guys see kind of what I'm saying? And like that's what I've really thought MMOs were special about, is that they created a kind of like a foundation for those experiences to occur, and a foundation for people to enjoy those kinds of things together. That's what I really, really liked.
As I am one of them. But let's be real. The majority of players simply do not care about the plot of Warcraft.
No, they don't.
I'd have to guess that's
Yeah.
because it was never really the driving force of the game that got them playing in the first place.
Exactly.
And more importantly, sticking with it. The fact is, as Blizzard moves more towards storytelling in their more recent expansions, they've developed multiple ways of getting across major plot information to players who may be interested, but it's not integral for the player's enjoyment.
Well, the thing is, the reason why the storytelling people have diverged from enjoying the storytelling of WoW is because it occurs through so many different mediums that unless you're like super engaged with it, it's hard for you to keep track of everything that's been happening. So, for example, like, how do people know? Like, I think the best example of this is the Shadowlands cinematic. Like, how do people know that Sylvanas is actually, she's actually like this super powerful being that's being empowered by the jailer? Well, there are things in the game that tell you that, and there's the books that tell you that, but in terms of the base cinematics, you don't really know that. And so for a very casual player, they just see something that doesn't make sense to them, and it annoys them. And I think that's the problem, is that like the lore in WoW is occurring, it occurs in cinematics, it occurs in those like these like little picturesque like comic book cinematics, it occurs in game, it occurs in the like kind of character cinematics, it occurs in books, and it gets clarified on Twitter and stuff like that, and in like different Q&As. Like, and so unless you are looking at all of these things, you are going to have things that get lost in translation, things that don't really make sense. And I do think that WoW would benefit a lot from making a lot more cinematics. Like, they need to just focus more. If they want people to appreciate the story that they have invested so much time into making, they need to make more cinematics, because people will watch the cinematics, but they're not going to read a quest line, and they're not even going to sit around to listen to an NPC talk. Like, they're not even going to do that. The voice acting, yeah, if like it's not voice acted, it doesn't count. It's like it doesn't even exist.
It's this delivery that provides the necessary surface-level context to keep a player engaged,
yeah,
but has also formed a complicated relationship with players who do enjoy story and world building in Warcraft. Team leads and devs change, shifting the vision for each expansion to fit what is essentially the rule of cool. While main story beats are planned ahead, it's very clear that things have changed or will change based on necessity. Yeah. Main characters vanish, story elements are left behind, and lore is retconned to fit with the moment. As a big old lore nerd, years of that have definitely left me kind of jaded when it comes to WoW.
Yeah, there's a lot of dumb stuff that's happened with the lore that I don't really think makes a lot of sense, and it wasn't really fulfilling for me as somebody who's been watching the content for a long time. I don't really like that a whole lot. Also, like, I don't like a lot of the endings of the stories. Like, that's really what it comes down to. I don't like the endings. Like, I don't like what happened at the end of 8.3. Like, in my opinion, what would be the ideal ending of 9.1. The ideal ending of 9.1 is that we either kill Sylvanas or we imprison her. And the ending of 9.2, in my opinion, here's what it should be. It should be we confront the jailer and it plays a cinematic of N'Zoth killing all of us in BFA. And the fact is that we are supposed to be in the Shadowlands because everybody is actually dead. That would be fucking cool. That would be really fucking badass. And let's go ahead and let's shake things up a little bit. That would be so awesome. And where is that? Like, Sylvanas, here's what I think. I said this yesterday on my second stream. Here is my opinion of what the Sylvanas story arc should end as. The Sylvanas story arc should end as her being forced into being the Lich King after we deal with the jailer. She gets eternal life, but she spends it imprisoned in a way that she doesn't want to be. That is the perfect ending for Sylvanas' story, and I cannot think of anything that is better that kind of matches all of the different parallels of her storyline and her motivations, that this would not just be the perfect solution to all of them. She still exists in the game. She is still, you know, like to some degree useful, but she is also imprisoned. I think that is the best way of handling it. I didn't like how Sargeras, we didn't even get to talk to Sargeras. It's been 10,000 years, Sargeras. Can't we get a few lines of dialogue like, hey, how are you doing? How's the Void Lord situation? What's up? You know, nothing. We didn't even get to talk to him. That's what I'm not happy about. And like, yeah, some of the quest lines and storylines in the game are not fulfilling. I think one of the only fulfilling storylines in the game is, I think Bon Swambi's storyline is good, and I think that Jaina's storyline is good. I think both of those are very good, and the other ones are not. And yeah, I guess Zappy Boy too, but he's still kind of like a minor character.
Silly example is years ago at BlizzCon, I asked the devs about that weird snake tail in Gundrak. I was like, what is that thing?
Yeah.
Their response then, and ever since, has pretty much been, we really don't know.
Yeah, we have no idea.
Perhaps it was snuck in, perhaps it was dropped content. Who knows? All I can say is, if it was in Final Fantasy XIV, that snake tail would not only have had a purpose, but it would have shown up 2 expansions later as an important character in an ongoing story.
And it should have. It should have been WoW,
this is going to be one of those videos that's long enough to be split into multiple parts.
Oh, good.
But it's good, because it allows us to dive a little deeper. When it comes to content, both games feature the staples of the MMORPG genre to differing degrees. Leveling, dungeons, raids, PvP, special events, grinds, and daily quests. In fact, some on the 2 dev teams are friends, and they definitely borrow ideas from each other all the time. Yoshi P, the director of Final Fantasy XIV, is notably a huge Blizzard fan. The difference, of course, comes from what the dev teams have decided the focus of their games should be.
I think a lot of these, a lot of the people that make MMOs probably like WoW. I mean, at least like they can respect WoW. It's not like they don't like WoW. It's just that WoW has so many limitations.
Best way I can simplify this is to say that Warcraft is more about the destination, and Final Fantasy XIV is more about the journey. As an example, in WoW, the leveling process in, say, a new expansion is a buffer between you and max level where the real game starts.
Yeah.
I was once told by a friend that he always thought of it as advertisement for places that later on at max level you'll spend time grinding. Once you've leveled up, you can begin doing harder dungeons, farming gear in Mythic Plus, running raids, joining PvP battlegrounds or arenas, and doing your daily quests or grinding rep. And for years, this has not only been a pretty standard MMORPG cycle, but WoW has been the best at it. The goal, of course, is keeping players engaged and logged in. And going back to our original story discussion, doing most of these things continues the Warcraft story as well. In Final Fantasy XIV, it's a bit different. With the story being the most important part, this means leveling isn't just a rush to max level to experience the cool parts. The cool parts are the leveling. At max level, there are certainly raids and dailies and grinds and PvP.
That's one of the reasons why I didn't want to boost in Final Fantasy, is I knew that so many people cared a lot about the story that I didn't want to boost through it, because I feel like for a game like Final Fantasy, if you boost through the story, then you're not going to understand what people are getting out of it. Like, you're not gonna get it. And also, like, another reason why I'm not gonna boost is, like I said this before, if I boost and I say something about the game sucks, even if it has nothing to do with the boost, people are still gonna say I don't know what I'm talking about because I boosted. I can't boost. I can't, and I know that. I know what people are gonna do.
But they're nowhere near the complexity of WoW. Leveling up a job in Final Fantasy XIV isn't just about the leveling process either. Sure, in WoW you can level up an alt, experience the other faction's story, and a lot of
Yeah.
people enjoy that.
Yeah.
But in Final Fantasy XIV, each job has its own story and quests associated with it.
That's cool.
They're varying in size and scope.
Like class
But like the
quests.
Dark Knight, for example, is
Ooh.
universally loved for being some of the best storytelling in the game. But again, story is what it's about. Most
That's
large-scale
badass.
raids only have one difficulty level and are more events than actual team-building struggles. Those
Yeah.
raids and trials that do have harder modes are canonically fan fiction versions of the events, so players who are just there for the story won't miss anything if they don't have time for harder content. PvP, while vibrant, is nothing close to that of WoW. Reputations and dailies exist, but not in a way that forces the player to spend a significant amount of time investing in them. But you're rewarded in a way that makes it feel like you're kind of getting one over on the devs for the amount of time you actually put into it. Let me give you some specific examples. Let's talk reputation grinds. Admittedly, in WoW, I haven't played much beyond the start of max level content in Shadowlands, and this may be different, but if we look at most reputation grinds, it's usually something along the lines of like, you earn
reputation grinds in WoW right now are world quest counters. Like, you could replace the reputation bar with an achievement that says complete 150 world quests, and you would pretty much have the exact same experience. It's garbage. Like, the reputations are garbage. Like, the reputations have not been good in WoW. Like, there have been a few times, like, I think that in Mists of Pandaria, I think a lot of the reputations were really cool. They had a lot of different interesting ones. And even with, like, there were a few cool reps in Legion too, but I would love to go back. I actually thought tabard grinding in Heroics was garbage too. Like, it was just trash. It's like you just put on the tabard and just run dungeons over and over and you get exalted. Like, what is this, man? It's boring. It's just trash. Like, let's go back to the good reputations. Let's go back to the Netherwing reputations. Let's go back to Talon's Vengeance and Legion. And like the Angler reputation was so good. And like, listen, the reps in the game used to be interesting, and there are still some good reputations, absolutely. But the majority of them are world quest counters, and they are boring.
750 rep a day with a weekly bonus of some sort, and you need 40 to 50k rep to reach Exalted. So you're looking at, I don't know, over a month of rep farming to reach max reputation. This, of course, is part of the design philosophy again, to keep you engaged in the world longer.
Yeah.
In Final Fantasy XIV, while some of the older reputations are pretty similar, the newer ones, take Pixies for example, are designed not only to be fast, but to feel very rewarding. Every day you get 3 quests that take roughly 15 minutes to complete, and as a reward, you get tons of reputation, tokens that you can eventually buy rep items with, and then loads of experience. I'm talking like a quarter of your XP bar for 3 quests.
Wow.
And this is great because not only does it make grinding rep easy, but it also rewards you for doing it on one of your other jobs, incentivizing you to level additional classes. Let's take another example. Unlocking Flight. In WoW, unlocking Flight has always been a process, a thing that you really had to earn. Currently, I think to unlock Flight, it's something like getting Renown 44 and completing the last sigil and having completed Chapter 12 of the Covenant campaign, receiving memories to unlock account-wide flying, and then
it's not that big of a deal. Like, I don't think that the Pathfinder was fine the first 2 times. The problem with Pathfinder is you can't do it every single time. In my opinion, as I said, you know what I would have fucking wanted to do to unlock flying in Shadowlands? Press spacebar. That's it. Press spacebar. Everybody logs in on patch day and you can fly. It's that fucking simple. And it would be such a cool moment. Like, everybody logs on and they're like, oh, you too. Oh my God, this is me too, right? It'd be so badass, right? And that's what I'd want to see. But like the Renown 44 and everything, like, it's really not that bad. Like, all things considered, the system that they have is really, it's really not that bad. It's okay in Shadowlands.
You can do it in Shadowlands. In Final Fantasy XIV, while exploring the map that you're already exploring anyway, you use a compass to find little green wind orbies. And when you find them all and you complete the area story arc, you unlock flying for that specific zone.
Oh,
it's not account-wide.
That's really cool.
But it's easy enough to get just by going through the leveling process.
That's really
From
cool.
a design
like
standpoint, I love this.
Yeah.
When I first learned this is how you got flying in Final Fantasy XIV, I was actually angry about all the time WoW made me waste. In Final Fantasy
Yeah, that
14,
is
you get
cool.
to experience the zone, which is what WoW's trying to get you to do, but 14 doesn't gate your ability to move through it quicker in the future behind some sort of grind.
Yeah.
Which has probably got a few of you now thinking, Jesse, you're making it seem like you don't have to work for much in Final Fantasy 14. But of course you do. There are things like fancy relic weapon grinds and stuff like that.
That's
but
cute.
Not nearly to the degree that WoW makes you grind out stuff. Honestly, I think we're so used to Blizzard making us go through content multiple times for months in order to unlock something like flying that anything less seems ridiculously easy. But that shouldn't be the case,
That's a
gang.
good point. Yeah.
I
that's a
don't
really
know
good point.
anyone who enjoys it, but we still do it. It all just comes down to the fact that the Final Fantasy 14 devs are not trying to keep you in their world for countless hours. So
Yeah, I think that's another thing that like I know that like PoE has said this before. They said that they're okay with people that play the season for a while and then they quit. And I think that's the way a lot of people handle things, is that they play WoW or they play like PoE, they get to like 93 or 95 and, you know, they get some of their gear and then they stop playing the game. And I think that a game should be built with that in mind. And I think that's one of the successes of something like TBC, because you can actually have an end point in TBC. I think that games that make you continuously play forever end up just being bad games because they're pursuing something that's not fundamentally, like, they're looking at it from the wrong perspective. It's like the game should, like, this is some fucking bullshit that I thought of, right? I said a game should make you want to waste your time rather than waste your time. And I think if you make content that wastes people's time, people do not want to do that. People want to have goals that they can work towards that are their own.
it seems like everything is a little
Can you tell
easier.
your video?
The
I'll look
fact
at it
is, the
afterwards.
14 devs have literally said they don't care if you log in every day.
Yeah.
Get what you want from their game,
Yeah.
come back when you want more.
Yeah, it's that
Instead, the
simple.
grindy bits of Final Fantasy XIV
It's not desperate.
are something entirely different. I recently saw this ad for Final Fantasy XIV, and it made me laugh, because I've never seen anything like this for WoW. But most Final Fantasy XIV players will tell you this is where the majority of your max level adventure lies. Look,
well, bro, there's not even raids there. Like gathering, housing, transmog, gambling. What is this, Twitch? What the fuck? This is a joke. Where's the raids? Where's like the dragon? There's this dragon to kill, and then there's the bigger dragon after that, and then there's an even bigger dragon after you kill the big dragon. It's like, yes. What is this? I don't know if I'll be able to handle this. Like, the thing is, I am a goal-oriented player. I always have been. I think I probably always will be. I don't know if I can paradigm shift in my head to not being like that. However, I do plan on, I want to complete some of the bigger grinds in the game just to say that I did it, just to finish it and be done with it, man. Like, I'm going to be honest, between now and the end of the year, I'm probably going to be playing video games at least 12 hours a day. And it's going to be so good, man. Like, I'm going to be playing all the fucking time. I'm going to be popping off. Yeah, it's going to be insane, bro.
Look at this thing. Gathering, crafting, free companies or guilds, housing, fashion, the gold saucer, which is like a permanent version of the Darkmoon Fair.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, yeah, this is pretty much endgame in Final Fantasy XIV. That's
Wow.
not to say 14 doesn't have challenging content for those looking for more traditional MMO raiding experience.
That's what I care about.
But like, the point I'm trying to make is that in WoW, the endgame focus is on harder and harder raiding and mythics, PvP, both arena, battleground, and world, with all the other things in the game existing to aid in doing so.
Exactly.
In 14, the endgame focus is more diverse. Although there are savage and ultimate difficulty raids designed for those who want a more challenging experience, there's also things like building a cool guild house, or crafting a special weapon from a weird boss drop, or going on treasure hunts. There's more to do than just
Treasure hunts
raiding for
sound
the
cool.
sake of raiding. Speaking of crafting, one of the biggest issues I have with WoW is that crafting for so long has seemed totally pointless once Looking for Raid was created.
Yeah, because crafting sucks. Crafting has not been good. This is going to be an unpopular opinion, maybe. Crafting hasn't been good since Burning Crusade. Burning Crusade was the apex of crafting. It was the best crafting has ever been, and it's not even close. Legion was not even close to Burning Crusade. Vanilla WoW was not even remotely close. Burning Crusade was so much better than Vanilla WoW in terms of crafting. It's not even funny. Like, Burning Crusade was never crafting, was an actual progression path. Every other point in time in the game, it wasn't. It was so good. Like, it actually makes me mad to think about how good crafting used to be. Wrath crafting was good? No, it wasn't. It was trash. It was absolute trash. All you would do is you got the same, like, what did you do? You just, like, what was cool about Wrath crafting? You could get gear that would get replaced in next Tin Man? Oh, wow, super cool. It was useless, man.
Any gear you could craft, say as a leather worker, was useless for those who could just get raid gear easily.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, in Final Fantasy XIV, gathering and crafting is very much a major part of the endgame experience.
I'm really curious to see how New World is going to do this too, because New World is going to have a huge factor of crafting with their stuff too. So I really want to see that as well.
If you're curious about other things, PvP for example, I mean, in this case, WoW definitely wins this one.
Yeah.
There is PvP in Final Fantasy XIV in the form of war games, and there are many people who enjoy it. It's just that there's a wider variety and larger community in WoW. It is, after all, part of the core concept, faction warfare. This doesn't exist in 14. There are no warring player factions. In fact, much of the story is about getting all the nations of the world on the same team. The funny thing is,
that's boring.
as WoW attempts to add more story, the PvP they're doing makes less and less sense narratively. And that's, I mean, just the tip of the iceberg of the endgame experience. There's a lot more to talk about, but since we are talking endgame, I think we should flip it and do the starting experience. Going back.
Yeah, so, like, I would say that, like, PvP is, like, I've never heard a lot of good things about Final Fantasy's PvP, but I'm not really much of a PvP player. Like, I don't really give a shit that much. It doesn't really matter to me. So it's like, if a game has PvP that's really good, like, that's cool. But my perspective has always been that if I want to play PvP, I will play a PvP game. I will play, like, Valorant. I will play Halo. I will play Call of Duty. I'm going to play an actual game that is designed for PvP, rather than play an MMO that kind of has it shoehorned in. WoW PvP is cool, but the main reason why it's cool is because you can get good gear and destroy people. Like, that's the main reason why it's good.
To the design philosophies of the two games, we can see differences in the premise of each and how it affects your intro into the game. In World of Warcraft, you start your experience as just one of the many faces in service of your chosen faction.
No, I prefer
Over
that.
time,
I like
your
that.
actions in defeating various threats increase your importance to the world. In Final Fantasy XIV, you are literally the Warrior of Light, the chosen hero from moment one. There is no denying your importance to the story. The entire narrative revolves around you. Even though initially you're not recognized as such, I mean, that's what you are. Quickly proving yourself to the world. From that point on, every character not only acknowledges you, but they recognize the importance of your role over theirs. So add that to the story being the most important element, and you'll see how this might be a daunting task for some new players.
Yeah.
Much of the 14 starting experience it's pretty slow.
It's like WoW has that too, right? Like WoW definitely has that. Like you're the champion of Azeroth and everything like that. I personally, like, every game tells a story differently, so I can't, like, say for sure I do or I don't like it in Final Fantasy XIV because I haven't played it. But what I can say is that, like, I don't really like storylines where, yeah, you're the Maw Walker. Oh my God, you've saved everybody. It just, to me, I'm not about it, man. Like, I like the idea of an MMO that allows you to create your own narrative. Like, a player narrative is really important, I think, in an MMORPG, because players can have their own narratives that exist. And whenever you create a narrative for the character, then you basically, like, box that character's narrative in, or you have to make it more headcanon and not actually, like, what the character's done. I think for everybody it's a little bit different, but to me, I like kind of blank slate, faceless adventurer style MMOs rather than the savior of the world MMOs. Like, I prefer that. Like, it's like Dark Souls is a good example. Like, Dark Souls really maybe isn't, right, because he, like, ends up blinking the flame, but, like, you start off and you're a chosen undead, but so is every other undead that tries to go through there. That's why you loot all of the souls, because it's other people that have tried before you. And so you obtain that, but you're not treated that way, if that makes sense.
world building, character introduction, lasting roughly the first 50 levels. I actually think this is one of the biggest problems Final Fantasy XIV has, as it's a hard sell to explain how phenomenal this game becomes only after you put in 40 hours. But that's exactly what I was told, and what I have told others.
That's what people say about WoW, too.
The strong connection to narrative hurts the starting experience, especially for new players who may have friends playing or seen an amazing moment from a recent expansion, but they can't play it themselves without playing through 100 hours of story or paying for a skip and finding themselves completely disconnected from the plot. And that is a real shame, because the game uses all of that story and setup to build out the rest of the world. So if you skip over the starting experience, the amount of stuff you miss is mind-boggling.
Yeah.
And because the story is so well told, and all the characters and locations and factions, etc., are so perfectly fit into the puzzle that is the main plot, that when twists happen, they make perfect sense. When reveals are made, it's like, oh yeah, of course! All because of that level 1 through 50 experience laying the foundation. And as I've said, I've experienced both ends of this. Years ago, when the game first came out, I gave it a shot, and around level 40, was totally burnt out. It wasn't until I returned last year looking for something new that I gave the game a second chance on the recommendation of a friend.
Okay.
I'm so glad I listened, because for a fan of story like me, what this game offers is a fantastic experience. Sadly, the reason behind Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn's slow start can be traced back to its origins as a reboot of the disaster that was the original Final Fantasy XIV. The budget was small, the timetable was short, and it shows. It isn't until the later patches of A Realm Reborn and the release of the first expansion, Heavensward, that the game truly shines. The production value skyrockets, the writing is less long-winded, the voice actors change, just about everything is better than where it started. And
they've remade the game, which is like, that's definitely, it's a big dick decision. It absolutely is, and that's one of the things that I wish that WoW would do. I wish they would take a big dick decision like that and really try to just delete everything and redo the whole game, right? I would love to see that. But I think there's so many people that are like so attached to their characters, like armor and their items and everything like that, that they would not want to see that happen. For me personally, and like there's another part of this where it's like, why would I really want them to do that if the same people that make Shadowlands are just going to make the whole new version of the game? Well, it's going to be just a bunch of Shadowlands, right? So I get why it's not necessarily a great idea. However, that would be in a perfect world what I would like to see. I do think that the game does need an extinction event. It doesn't need an apocalypse. It needs a reset. It needs a, Noah's flood, something like that to happen to like remake the world and reset everybody back down to zero, because there's just so much bloat in the game in like all these different ways. There's like 2,000 reputations or 2,000 pets, 200 reputations, 1,000 mounts, 10,000 transmogs, like 5,000 titles. Like there's just too many fucking things in the game. And they need to find a way to just delete all that shit and move on and do it again from scratch. That's what I think they need to do, not a cataclysm, because a cataclysm just changed the world. Who cares about that? It didn't change the items. Like the thing is that you don't have the spectacle of something like Ashes Valar anymore, and you don't have the spectacle of something like Invincible anymore, because you already had Invincible and you already had Ashes of Valar. The reason why the armored nether drakes were really cool in Burning Crusade is that everybody else had griffins. If everybody else has griffins and one guy has a nether drake, that guy looks like a badass. But if one guy has a nether drake, the other guy has Ashes of Valar, the other guy has Invincible, the third guy has a proto drake, and the fourth guy has some brand new mount from Shadowlands, none of these really people feel special. And making people feel special and having things stand out, I think is so core to finding that motivational factor of getting people to play the game all the time. And that's one thing that I really think that they've lost. I do. I think that they've lost that. And it's not really their fault. It's just that the game's been around so long that they need to have a reset. There needs to be a reset.
Universally, everyone acknowledges this fact, which is why I assume the free trial, with memes and all, includes Heavensward. If you're gonna keep playing the game, it's the first expansion that's gonna get you. What's totally insane about all of that is only by sticking with it can you then truly appreciate the slow burn A Realm Reborn was, and all the ideas it introduces that later become very important. It's like when your parents gave you some advice as a kid, and you didn't listen, and now you're 30, and you're like, damn, that was good advice. I should have listened. But again, how do you sell that to people? Meanwhile, the WoW starting experience is much more welcoming to new players because they keep updating it and changing it, a thing Final Fantasy XIV can't do without damaging the plot it's trying to set up. Because Warcraft doesn't concern itself with this. They now offer multiple ways to level, a special starting zone designed to teach new players.
Which is
They have streamlined the process of getting your character to the end game, which, as we discussed, is a core design philosophy.
I actually think that the Chromie timeline thing and everything is a good change. I definitely think it's a big improvement, and I think Exile's Reach was really good too. Yeah, I think all of that was good. It was an improvement, absolutely.
But this means, depending on when you started playing, your story experience in World of Warcraft could be entirely different from another player.
Yeah.
Some moments I may have experienced years ago are no longer in the game, making it so things that bind players and keep them engaged in the game are not story, but it's progression systems, guild dynamics, and faction conflict, which I think explains why people enjoy playing Classic, as it has all the things I just listed, but also a shared sense of existing in the same world, which I feel like...
It's congruent. That's the problem, is that, like, there are so many things in WoW that, for a new player, are very confusing. Like, they're just very confusing for a new player in terms of lore. Like, it's I think, quite hard to understand the lore of the game just by playing through the game, because you're playing through all of these things that don't really fit well together. You've got mounts from like the Lich King, and you go over to Northrend, and you know, this is the Lich King. It's like, oh, these are like times and like the story. It's complicated for people to understand. And I do think that Classic WoW, one of the good things about it is that it is it's solid, right? Like, there's no like, oh, well, this happened before and then you have to go to this zone, and you know, these things fit together.
I think many of you would say the current iteration of WoW does not have. Another way to look at this is how new content is delivered. If we look at the two most recent completed content cycles in both WoW and 14, the picture we get of everything I've been talking about becomes more clear. In WoW, the new content starts with the release of a trailer. A big budget, stunningly well made, sometimes shocking reveal.
Good.
It's usually a way for Blizzard to show the first major inciting story moment. This is something like Sylvanas breaking the Helm of Domination or Deathwing destroying the world. Then, before launch, there's a book and maybe some short stories about major characters involved in the next expansion. We'll get a pre-patch event, and then the expansion will release. And for the most part, every WoW expansion follows a similar formula. We get a short burst of main story before pausing for leveling content and eventually returning to the main plot. Then a major raid is released, and the story for the main plot continues as we get a series of patches culminating in the last patch of the expansion and the showdown with the big bad. Then the cycle begins again with a new trailer. Because of its heavily story-based nature, almost all of the content in 14 is delivered in-game. So in the previous expansion's fourth major patch...
And that's what I said before. That's one of the problems, is that WoW tells the story in different places. Like, I like... It's just like, in general, that's hard to fucking understand. Like, it just is. It's like, imagine trying to watch a YouTube series and you have 5 different fucking episodes, and each episode is on a different website. Or even better yet, there's the first episode is on Twitch, and then the second episode's on YouTube, the third one is on the Facebook page, and then the fourth one is a Twitter video, and then the fifth one, you have to install TikTok because it's a video on TikTok. Like, what the fuck? That's the way it is. How are you gonna keep up with that, man? It's too much.
You'll get hints of a new story. By the time the fifth major patch rolls around, you'll have more information, important details or new jobs will be hinted at. And then, you know, around the same time, we get the trailer. Unlike WoW, it's not a single moment, but a series of vignettes and a hint of things to come in the next expansion. Then at launch, the main story is experienced and completed throughout the leveling process.
Yeah.
The first major patch and so on are there to wrap up loose ends, tell new smaller stories either via raid or a series of max level trials, or introduce new areas that serve as a way to grind out special weapon skins. And then, by the end of the third major patch, the story of the expansion is wrapped up. And then the fourth patch continues the trend of hinting at what will be in the new expansion. So once again, I'm sure the obvious difference comes down to the initial design choice by the two dev teams.
Okay.
The reason the Warcraft patch cycle is what it is to keep players engaged longer. So if you're a fan of story, for example, you need to keep with it through all the patches to see the end. While Final Fantasy XIV, designed to deliver story most of all, gives you a completed one at launch, then adds additional adventures afterwards.
I can see that.
The most notable difference in gameplay between the two,
I could see that.
I think, is to start, the global cooldown in Final Fantasy XIV is 2.5 seconds. So
I don't think that's that big of a deal. Like, people keep bringing this up all the time. Oh, the fucking cooldown. Oh, the GCD, the GCD, the GCD. I'm sorry, but I just don't give a shit about that. Like, I really just don't. It's probably not that big of a deal because it's like, it's the same as like in Dark Souls, for example. Like, if you're using a big two-handed weapon, you effectively have a 2-second GCD. Like, go use the Dragon Bone Crusher in Demon Souls. That's a 2.5 second GCD. So I don't have a problem with that because it's not really, it's not about that to me. It's just not. It's no big. Yeah. It's like, you have some gameplay, like, for example, like, you have the slow and deliberate gameplay of, like, Dark Souls 1 or Demon Souls, and you have the more fast-paced gameplay of Bloodborne or Dark Souls 3. Like, primarily, is the best example is Dark Souls 3. So that doesn't bother me at all.
When you're level 10, for example, and you only have 3 abilities, it seems like there's a lot of downtime.
Yeah.
Later on, as you unlock other off-cooldown skills or increase your stats to lower your GCD, this changes, but for the start, it definitely feels pretty slow. This also translates into differences between the spell and ability rotations of the two games. Warcraft is more reactionary. Build up a bar or wait for a crit to trigger an ability, while Final Fantasy XIV is more proactive, where the player weaves a pattern of combos together to create a string of pre-planned attacks. Even the procs in Final Fantasy XIV are associated with patterns and planning. Combat in WoW is like a street brawl, and Final Fantasy XIV is like a dance. And because 14 is more of a dance, the combat is more spectacular, and the spell effects are way more flashy than those in WoW.
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. Like, I kind of like having spell effects that are a little bit, you know, like, it's like, I don't like having it where spell effects obscure my vision. Like, whenever a spell effect is flashy enough to where it obscures my vision, that is an issue. However, with WoW, I do think one of the problems with WoW's combat is that there aren't really rotations anymore. I think that rotations make it easier for bad players to pick up on the game. Like, that's straight up what I think. Like, I think rotations make it way fucking easier because you don't have to be thinking like 1 second at a time. Like, okay, I use this, I use that, making these split-second decisions. Like, you just have your rotation, you do these 20 buttons in a row, and you just go through the order. Like, that's what I think. Yeah, priority rotation. Yeah, the priority rotations are just, in my opinion, easier than procs and stuff like that because you don't have to make split-second decisions.
And for the most part, spell effects aren't necessarily designed with large groups in mind, unlike Warcraft. So when you're in a 24-man raid and all the effects are going off, it can sometimes feel blinding.
Yeah.
So much so that there are options in 14 to decrease or turn them off for other players. Speaking of making changes to the game, 14 has a pretty amazing HUD customization in the base game.
Okay.
While you can do a lot more with the various add-ons in WoW, 14 gives you enough tools to customize your experience so that you don't feel the absence of add-on support.
That's really nice.
This UI customization allows for the use of a controller, which the game was designed with in mind, allowing for cross-platform play between PC and PlayStation. This allows for some pretty fun player interface options and looks, letting you clutter your screen with as much information or as little as you want. And we can't forget about the accessibility of players who simply can't use a mouse and keyboard.
Yeah.
Accessibility can be found in 14 in the form of universal language on markers and effects.
I think that's something that's good. In my opinion, I would love to see WoW come to console. I know people might not want to see that. Now, I would not want to see it on console. I would not want to see it go to console if that means they have to dumb down the game or make it worse. Absolutely. But the idea of moving WoW over to console is a good idea. There are a lot of people that play it on that play console, and they want to be able to do that. I think that making the game accessible to more people and having more avenues to play the game is overall a positive thing. Elder Scrolls has this, Final Fantasy has this, and I'm even going to go a step farther. You guys are already mad? I'm going to make you even more mad. I think there should be functions in WoW that you can play on your fucking phone. I think that you should be able to do battle pets on your phone. I think you should be able to do your missions on your phone, which you already can, to be fair. There should be other things like that you can do on your phone, not necessarily raids, but things beyond that. The thing is that if WoW wants to adapt and WoW wants to evolve, there are a lot of people that want to play on consoles, and there are people that want to use little things like that on their phone. It keeps them attached. And if you don't have that, you're missing something that makes people engaged. I do. I think that WoW should come to console in some way or another. I do. It's hard to determine how to do that. I don't know how to do that, but I think that Blizzard could figure it out.
That as you've watched this video, you've noticed in the Final Fantasy XIV segments the same markers on the ground over and over and over again, to the point where players can have some idea of what's coming their way based on the effect. They understand what's about to happen and what's required. Another major gameplay difference, which is probably what we should have started with, is the ability for one character to play every job or class in the game and switch.
Oh, so I'm assuming this is that Dark Knight, DRK? And then Warrior is Warrior? It is? Okay, yeah, I get it.
Between them. If you choose Black Mage to start, for example, like I did, and you end up hating it, like I did, then you can switch to another job and try something new. Fall in love with something new, like a Red Mage, or a Warrior, or a Dragoon, like I did. And 14 is designed with this one character leveling multiple things in mind. WoW, on the other hand, is designed around having to create multiple alts to try different classes. But unlike 14, each of these new characters has some sort of racial ability or special action, and 14 doesn't have that.
I like how you could make alts in WoW back in the day. I thought alts were really cool, and I'm not really 100% sold on one class being able to do everything in the same sense, because it's like, and that kind of goes into like my feeling about how I don't like being like the chosen champion of the universe. But one thing that I liked about WoW is that you could make alts, but alts are not fun to play anymore in WoW. And the reason why they're not fun to play is there are all of these max level progression systems that throttle your character from being able to do the content that it wants to do. I know Ian said, and I actually watched the video on this yesterday, Ian said that there are people that level up characters to do the Covenant campaigns and the quests. That's true, but man, like nobody levels up a character to farm Torghast for Soul Ash 8 times, man. Like nobody levels up a character to do world quests to get enough renown or whatever. Like this is just waste of time content.
Doesn't mean you can't level alts in 14, but it's unnecessary to experience all the game has to offer. Warcraft does, however, have more overall combat diversity. With the option to choose talents and spec out your character in fun, weird ways. Although a lot of the time people just look up what the best is. Also, the classes in WoW seem more wild and vibrant compared to that of Final Fantasy XIV. There are no Demon Hunter or Brewmaster analog, for example. It does have a Blue Mage, but it's treated as more of a joke class with wacky overpowered abilities that isn't really allowed in current content. Also, WoW really nails raiding and PvP. It's what the game was designed for, and they do it very well. The raids in WoW are larger and more intricate, the PvP is more varied and complex, but Final Fantasy XIV does something very fun with its dungeons, raids, and trials by including synced, unsynced, and minimum item level settings.
See, I don't know how the syncing would work. That's one thing is like, because like whenever I think of syncing, I think of time locking raids. So Ulduar in time locking is just easier than it was, because classes are just better. Like you're not AoE capped. I guess now you are again. But like back then, like you didn't have the same type of damage. It works pretty well. Yeah. And like, so it works very well. Everybody says it works. That's cool. Because like in WoW, going back and doing Black Temple again is a joke. It is not even remotely the same level of difficulty.
You can change the difficulty of a dungeon, for example, to be exactly how it was when you first ran it in your low-level gear, or to cheese the hell out of it at max level. The last thing of note is that when crafting or gathering, 14 is much more visual and complex than WoW. It's not just clicking a node. They're actually separate jobs, separate skills, separate stories, and separate gear that you can play without ever doing the main story. Although you need it to unlock some zones, there are whole events built around using these crafting and gathering jobs. Building a city, for example. And as I mentioned before, crafting actually makes viable gear, unlike WoW, whose crafters are mostly useless. Once people...
And also I want to say, like, so crafting in Final Fantasy, the best gear in the game comes from raids, right? Because like that, I remember I asked Zeppo that, like the best gear comes from raids, but like crafting is like what gets you up to the raid. So like, why do people craft if they can just do the raid? Is it because, I mean, do you like need the gear for crafting to do the raids? Because you'll die, or is it it's just too hard? It's for patch day. They craft the gear to get into the raid. Supplements item level. Okay, so it's like kind of just a stopgap.
People can do looking for raid. You're gonna get tired of hearing me say it. You probably already are, but story plays a major role in the aesthetics of 14 versus WoW as well. Both games look very good. Let me be clear. But they each...
I think WoW looks way better than Final Fantasy 14. I'm gonna be honest. Like I look at that picture on the right. It looks like garbage to me. It looks like a game from GameCube. Like, I'm sorry, it just looks like trash. Like, I get that some people like the art style, but I think WoW's art style is just so much better. It's just like, it's way more. It's like there's not like. I think that like there's not that many things in WoW that I'll look at and just see like, oh yeah, this looks like it came from like Xbox 360 or like regular Xbox. It's cleaner, yeah.
Have their own visual style. WoW is slightly more cartoony and exaggerated.
There are really
Everyone
cool
has
places
giant
in
muscles,
Final
even the
Fantasy.
fat dudes and the gnomes.
Yeah.
14 is a bit more subdued in all regards. Even the colors are more toned down. Some might call the character designs a bit anime. Meanwhile, the WoW character designs are more diverse than 14 as well. Trolls, undead, humans, pandas. In 14, it's more like human, tiny human, cat human, horny human. The biggest difference I've noticed comes down to 14's emotive characters and WoW's wider array of visually diverse zones. These emotive characters make it so 14 can easily work in numerous in-game cutscenes and match the voices. In order to do the same thing in WoW, custom crafted scenes are made, which take time and limit the number that can be included.
That's
not
really
to
good
say that
point.
Warcraft characters can't show emotion, or
Yeah.
Final Fantasy doesn't have visually diverse zones, but each does their thing better.
Well, I think that the cinematics that WoW has, like the end-game cinematics, they just look like shit most of the time. They look like shit, and they're not good. Like, there are some of them that are okay, but many of them I am just not that impressed by. Like, and the N'Zoth death, no, though that one was okay. I think the N'Zoth death was okay. But, like, this one right here, it just doesn't really... Like, it doesn't convey the emotion like it would have. Like, here's a good way to look at it, is that if they were to make something like this, make it in, like, a fully rendered CGI, like the same as they do for, like, expansion trailers, like this scene right here, the characters would act and behave completely differently. It would be completely different. So whenever I think about what is the best way to tell this scene or the best way to tell this story, I think that WoW's cinematics have to forego so many cool things that could happen, so many facial expressions that could occur, so many emotions that could be conveyed, and it just turns into two characters running at each other. Yes, of course it's expensive.
WoW can get more wild with their visual design because they aren't limited by players on older consoles. The PS3 version of 14 was still available until 2017, which means the PS4 version will be limiting players for a few years still. Because its limits are fewer and the devs can update and change their graphics more frequently, WoW can create a more wild, outlandish, and visually striking environment for players to explore. And because 14 was started with storytelling in mind, characters' faces are designed to show a wider array of emotions. WoW, on the other hand, added story after the fact, so the game wasn't designed to have a lot of close-up facial animations.
No, it was
So
not.
as they add new in-game cinematics, many of the ones we're getting now seem to have these weird flappy jaw yapping things going on.
Yeah, look at that.
Many of the ones we're getting now
Look at that. Watch this. Watch this. Is exactly what I'm talking about. Watch this.
seem to have these weird...
That's just trash. Like,
flappy jaw yap.
It's just trash. Like, these kinds of things. This is what I don't like. And like, I know it's not like a big deal. Like, it doesn't really matter if, like, oh my god, the fucking cinematics don't work that well. But it's not a big deal, but it is. It is in a way a big deal because this is the stuff that the casual players like. This is the stuff that people that wear Blizzard shirts to community college like seeing. And this is the kind of casual content that you get to experience. And this kind of stuff needs to be fucking good. It needs to be fucking good, and it's not. It sucks dick. What they need to do is this is what I think they should do, is they should have rigs And what I mean by rigs is like different animated like characters. I don't really know if this would work, right? But like in my mind, it's like an in-between of the characters in game and the cinematic version of the characters. And those rigs tell the story that are just better designed and able to convey emotion better, but they don't require the same time investment than like a fully fucking rendered CGI does. Like that's what I think would make sense, but I'm not an animator. To be honest, I don't really know what I'm talking about. It just seems like a good idea.
Things going on. And that stands out from the other higher quality cinematic stuff we're used to getting in WoW.
Yeah, it definitely does.
The music of these games is also another thing worth pointing out.
And
Jaina, it again is a perfect example.
I gotta pause this real quick. Jaina looks so stupid. Like, look at that. She looks so dumb. There's no way that Jaina would look like that in an actual cinematic. She just looks stupid, man.
Quality cinematic stuff we're used to getting in WoW. The music of these games is also another thing worth pointing out, as it again is a perfect example of my original thesis. Like the graphic design of the games, they both have good music. But similar to WoW's visual style, Final Fantasy XIV's musical style is far more diverse and wild and fun. In Warcraft, music is mostly ambient, used to set the mood of a zone or a dungeon, usually something catchy, repeating, and not all that intrusive. But many times, because of its generalized nature, there are moments where it might not fit the events that are on screen in an epic boss fight, for example. There's plenty of times I remember struggling through a raid to get to the final boss, and the music was pretty much the same as when I started the raid. Meanwhile, in 14, because the music, like everything else, is connected to the story, it's more moment-to-moment than WoW. Again, it's not like WoW doesn't do story moment music, or Final Fantasy XIV doesn't have ambient zone themes, but they both do their own thing way more. Final Fantasy.
I think that they should have more music that's like you know, the best part of this is like, think about whenever you fucking go, and it's like you enter Ragnaros's lair and it starts playing that music. It's like da 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 da, and you're like, fuck yeah, we're gonna kill Rag. You know, like they have to have those things like that. That's what's so cool. And they do need to have music that makes it better. Like, a good example of this with fucking Bloodborne. The Albrides song made me not want to fucking kill myself because I couldn't figure out that my weapon was broken and I kept dying. Like, it was so good. I mean, if you have the right music for a... like, music can really make something better. Now, some of the boss music, as I said, in Final Fantasy... I'll say it. I think it's cringe. I do. Some of it I'm just really not a fan of. Like that one song that you guys had me play that had like the person flying around in the forest and it was like the female singing, like the Lahi or whatever song. That was fucking amazing. I love that song. But some of the boss music I've just never really liked.
Fantasy 14 has musical themes for sad moments and happy moments and silly moments and tense moments. It sometimes even tells a story. There are theme songs and leitmotifs and, more importantly, battle music.
That sounds badass. That song sucks. It's not my style, man. Like the first one with like the fucking guy flying in there with like a fucking red dragon. Like, but this is like, oh god, what is this? No. Nah, I don't like this one either. Yeah, I'm not about it. Yeah, I don't like it. It's okay, it gets better.
It's just so good. Nothing makes wiping or learning a fight more tolerable than a catchy song in the background.
That's true.
Truthfully, Final Fantasy XIV just has a larger variety of music and uses it better than WoW, which is crazy because I remember listening to the soundtrack for WoW Legion and thinking how great it was, only to find out there were some songs not even used in the game, or if they were, I don't remember or missed it. I recall multiple versions of Anduin's theme, only for him to barely be involved in the main Legion storyline and his theme to show up like maybe once or twice. That's so crazy to know they have all this amazing talent at Blizzard making music and they don't even use it all. And remember Elite Tauren Chieftain? Final Fantasy XIV has a band of devs called the Primals. Except they don't just do meme songs, they play like all the hits from the game, lyrics and all, and let me tell you, they got some bangers. The difference is, while ETC was phased out of live events, the Primals are the highlight that everyone looks forward to. It's as if the WoW community thought ETC was kind of lame, and Final Fantasy XIV fans are like, more Primals, please.
I think everybody thought the Elite Tauren Chieftains were cool. Like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, I think a lot of people thought that was awesome. Like, yeah, of course there's some people that thought it was cringe. Like, yeah, of course. I mean, there's going to be people that think everything is cringe. But overall, I think that a lot of people were positive about it. I don't know even really what happened to Elite Tauren Chieftains. I really have no idea. Probably everybody that was on the band got fired. I can't say. But it does really feel like it does feel like music could be used better. I think the best example of music being used really well is Ragnaros. Whenever you walk into Ragnaros' lair and it plays that fucking song, and it's like, holy shit, we out here, boys. Like, that's what it's about. Like, there's maybe a few other examples, but I feel like that's probably the biggest one. Yeah, the Stormwind music. Yeah, you walk in Stormwind, it's like fucking plays the music. It's awesome, and it does make a difference.
So there's one last thing to talk about, and I'm sure it won't be controversial at all. The communities. I've been in the WoW community long enough to have formed a pretty substantial theory about it.
Yes.
I know I'm going to get lots of crap for this one, but I think the general notion is that it's pretty toxic. Yes, your personal guild might be awesome, but generally, I think we can all agree there are high levels of toxicity in the WoW community. And
what do you guys think? Do you guys think that the WoW community is toxic? Because it's really hard for me to say, yes, it is. I don't even really know if it is or not. Yeah, I like in retail, I really don't think the WoW community is that toxic. And I think that here's the reason why the toxicity occurs. Toxicity is in every single competitive game because you can lose. The more times that you put people in content together that you can lose at, that's what's going to create toxicity. And the fact is that there's a lot of really hard raid content, a lot of really hard fucking dungeon content, and because of that, people are going to get in there and get toxic whenever they lose. That's what I think it is. It's the same as in like League of Legends. It's the same as in Call of Duty. It's the same as in every fucking game. You're going to have toxicity whenever you lose. I think that's a big reason.
I believe this stems from the nature of the game itself. WoW is based in conflict. A game where two factions are pitted against each other from the beginning, so players already have an established enemy or other to focus their ire on. It is thematically ingrained in the community culture. And not only is player versus player part of the game, but so is competition on a PvE level.
Yeah, it is.
With world firsts and server firsts and more at a macro level.
Yep.
And then tools like DPS meters at a micro level to determine who is the best in the current party. Everyone is judging everyone at all times in Warcraft.
I love dick measuring. And that's one thing that I don't think that's a bad thing. I love dick measuring. I'm so much about that. It's so fun to just like go on there and be like, oh, I'm better than this guy. You know, like I'm so cool because I can do this much damage. I'm so awesome because of this. Like, yeah, I'm all about dick measuring. Like if a game doesn't have dick measuring, then what's the point of even getting into it? Like I do. I don't think that's toxic because that's what I like doing. It's like, what's toxic about measuring your dick next to somebody else's? I got a bigger dick than you. Ha ha ha. You know, like he could just get a bigger dick if he wants to, but he can't. It's fun, man. It's fucking fun.
It can feel overbearing. Even WoW's more cooperative events can seem like competition between players.
They are.
As players are in the game longer, and learn more, and think they know more, biases form, opinions, valid or otherwise, take root, and soon the forums are littered with waste. You know, toxic. 14, at least in my experience, has been different. And it's hard to explain because, sure, there must be toxicity in the community. I've heard of it. I've never seen it. And maybe that's streamer privilege. Maybe it's just I'm very lucky. I don't know. But most people, if you ask, will tell you how nice and wonderful and kind the 14 community is.
Well, it's because you never say anything bad about the game. The thing is, like, the Final Fantasy community is, like, super toxic if you criticize their game. Like, I've said bad things about the game, and I've had a bunch of people, like, on Twitter that are Final Fantasy fans send me a bunch of vile shit. And it's like, it's the same, it's worse probably than the stuff that the people that in WoW do it, because I think a lot of the people that are assholes in WoW know that they're assholes, but the people that are doing it on Final Fantasy think that they're defending truth and justice. Like, the reality is that there's a lot of toxicity in both communities. All you have to do to get to toxicity, all you have to do is find the thing that makes the other person mad. And if you can find out what that thing is, you're going to get toxicity. It doesn't matter what it is.
But it's also jarring. If you're a WoW player coming to the Final Fantasy XIV community, there's a lot to understand that's different. Let me give you a great example. Rare mobs.
Okay.
Or in the case of 14, ranked mobs. In
right.
WoW, if you see a rare monster, you find a way to kill that thing as fast as you can, you grab friends, you grab guildies, you want that special drop.
Yeah.
In Final Fantasy XIV, that's frowned upon by most of the community. I found this out one day when I saw a rare and asked my free company, my guild, for help.
Yeah.
And they were like, dude, wait for the hunt train. And I was like, what? What the hell are you talking about? It's right here, right now. And they explained that's not how the community does it. When all the rares are finally spawned, hunt trains form, and like 100 players move from zone to zone, killing them, each getting credit for the kills and any sort of rewards. This idea baffled me. I was like, I am here right now. What if I'm not online later? I have to pass up the kill just cause? And they were like, yeah. I know it sounds crazy, but having done multiple hunt trains now, I understand it completely, and I actually prefer it. It's almost like...
The thing is, like, that actually does happen in WoW sometimes, too. Because, like, in WoW, Soundless is a good example of this. Like, it is bad form. See, here's the reality, right? Soundless, it is bad form to try to kill Soundless in, like, you know, until there's a 40-man raid of people there that have all tagged the boss. See, here's the reason why it happens, okay? Is that anybody who's farming for Soundless hates their fucking life. And they hate it so much. They know, they understand the pain. And because they understand it and they know how fucking bad it is, because of that, they wait. Even the most selfish and fucking entitled player, it can be me. I will wait. I will wait for Soundless because I know the struggle. It's this rare spawn that's from last expansion that sometimes people make groups for, sometimes they solo kill it. It is a pain in the fucking dick.
Like, if WoW had this same concept,
yeah,
I may have actually seen a time lost Proto Drake once or twice. Warcraft eventually had moments like this for Nash Tadar and...
No, they don't do that. It's so fucking simple, man. They don't do that because it's zero sum. This is not a community issue. This is a design issue. And I can make you a counterpoint to that. A counterpoint to that is the Warlords of Draenor rares. Like, let me see if I can find a video of this. Asmon Gold. Yeah, so here's a good example that literally disproves everything that people have been saying. So as you can see, everybody is sitting there waiting for the mob to get there. This completely disproves what people have been saying. Well, the Ascended Skymaid. Yeah, wait. Yeah, that's a perfect example. That is actually such a perfect example. The Ascended Skymaid is the exact same thing. And that's in the game literally right now.
Mecha gone, but it's not on the same level. This camaraderie in the 14 community translates to how they treat new players for the most part as well. Sprouts, as they are lovingly called, are new players with a little icon next to their name. Normally, one would assume an icon next to your name letting everyone know that you have no idea what you're doing would seem like you just got yourself a scarlet letter and became a pariah. But in Final Fantasy XIV, it's the exact opposite. Instead of trolling or treating them poorly, most players cheer them on or offer advice and tips in dungeons. It makes it easier to understand if someone has no clue what's going on. You can instantly see they're new, and it's okay. And the game even rewards players with bonuses for having them in your group. And that's what I think is so special about the community in 14. I've seen plenty of players try new classes or a build or whatever in both WoW and 14. And people can get intimidated about being yelled at for sucking or not knowing something. But in 14, that little sprout icon lets players know immediately that you're newer to the game. So they have an expectation that you might not know some things. And it makes it easier to ask, which is honestly the biggest problem in WoW.
That does really help. Like having that little indicator that somebody's a new player. I actually wish that WoW would do that. That's a great idea. They do? The Murloc icon? Wait, what? I've never seen that before. Look at this. No way. No, I've literally, like, there's no way that I've never seen this. It's fake? Yeah, like, what the fuck, bro? Like, I've never seen this before my whole life. It's fake. It's like, what's this here? Wowhead? What's this Wowhead thing? Let me see if I can find it. You have to be a guide to see it. Oh, so you have to actually be a guide to see this kind of stuff. Guide mentor system. And then you can see them. I see. So it's only available to people that are part of the system.
New players are always afraid to ask what to do. Just as an example of how this mentality rubs off on you, I was doing my 14 roulettes or dungeon dailies and got the final Omega raid. When it popped, I was in a group of almost all sprouts. For those of you who don't know, this fight is what you would call a complicated dance.
Sprouts are nubs,
we wiped
right?
A lot.
That's nubs.
And in my guild chat, I was cursing up a storm. I was so upset that I had to go through this thing that I thought was going to take me 5 minutes, but I'm here at like minute 30.
They're nubs.
But in party chat with the sprouts, I was like, we can do this. Come on, I'll teach you how to do this fight. I've often thought about what sprouts in WoW would be like, and the only thing I can think of is that it would mostly be people dropping from parties that they showed up in. Again, this isn't to say the Final Fantasy XIV community...
Well, it's like, a good example of this is the boosted Andes in fucking Burning Crusade. It's the boosted Andes in Burning Crusade. Like, you see somebody and they have fucking communal gear. It's like, okay, yeah, back to the fucking queue. You're done. I'm tired of you. And so that's definitely what it is. But I think that, like, one difference is that in WoW, you don't want to have people get, like, sometimes cued into having, like, some new player in there. Because a lot of people, I'm sure, can, like, and, like, the reason why you don't have people talking shit like this in party chat is because it'll get you banned. Yeah, you'll just get banned for it. And I don't really think that's necessarily the same type of positivity as it being something that's intrinsic or voluntary. This is forced positivity, which is very different than having a good community. Forcing positivity is not having a good community. It's not forced at all. Well, of course it is. Not entirely. Well, wait a minute. So, like, if you can't give somebody negative feedback and then nobody gives you negative feedback, does that mean that there's no negative feedback? No. It just means that they can't do it. So, of course you're not going to see toxicity because it's literally going to get you banned. It's the same reason why, like, a lot of games don't see racism. It's because it would literally get you banned. I guarantee you, if there were no rules against it, you'd see a ton of fucking racism. That doesn't mean that the game got rid of it. It just means that it's against the rules.
He's perfect. Obviously, assholes play all sorts of games, but the general nature of the player base seems a bit more relaxed. Yes, someone will tell me I'm doing something wrong while I stream, but that's every game for everyone.
Does that.
The biggest difference, I think, is the Final Fantasy XIV community does not tolerate a lot of the stuff that WoW does. The crackdown on bad actors is swift and immediate. And some of you may be like, well, that doesn't sound cool. I guess for the people who don't want to deal with that stuff, it's pretty cool. I don't know. The last big takeaway I have on community is this. The WoW player base seems always ready to attack their game, even while loving it.
That's true.
And the Final Fantasy XIV community is always trying to defend their game, even if it doesn't need it.
That's good. That's actually a very good way to say it. That's a great way to say it.
So you've made it some 30 minutes into a YouTube video, and you find yourself
quite a while.
This was all just sort of a long-winded way of saying again what I'm sure I made clear in the first 5 minutes, but I really wanted to expand upon the differences between WoW and
What the fuck?
and how there are players who like each of these. So I guess that's pretty much it for this video. Sure, there's definitely going to be something I missed or couldn't find a way to fit in the video. That's what comments are for, I suppose. So please, if you have something to add or additional thoughts or insights, or if you think I'm way off, let me know. This video was done out of love for both games and the knowledge that each has its own audience, and it's okay to like one and not the other. I hope the takeaway is that if you enjoy story games as much as I do, you'll check out 14, and if you can care less, you're probably already invested in WoW, and I don't see why you should leave.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to, at least for me. Anyway, thanks so much. Thank you to all the amazing patrons who make videos like this possible. Please, if you like this, share it with your friends or give it a like. That'd be swell. I would love it if you consider subscribing and hit the bell and do all the things that, you know, you have to do on YouTube in order to see a video these days. But that's it. Thank you so much, and I will see you in game.
I actually think that this was a really great video. I think that he brought up a lot of really good points. I think that he talked about a number of things that really made a lot of sense, and I in general liked the video. I think that it was very well done. Overall, I thought it was positive. I think it was pretty fair. As I said, I do think that the community, like, it's very hard for me to view like positivity in the community that is effectively compelled by the terms of service as or like a lack of toxicity that is compelled by the terms of service as, you know, a positive thing about the community itself. I think it's more that just it's not allowed and so people don't do it. So I think it's different. But other than that, I think a lot of the points that he's making are accurate. I think they are true. And I do think that WoW definitely has more of a in-game focused community. I think that's really what they care about a lot more. And that's what they give a shit about. Why I quit Mythic raiding for WoW to raid in Final Fantasy XIV. This is a video people have really suggested for me to watch very often, and I'm going to go ahead and take a look at it, and we're going to get into the other stuff, okay?
Hey everyone, my name is Lynx Camelli, and in this week's video I wanted to jump on the bandwagon of why I quit WoW videos, but give my unique perspective as a hardcore raider and someone who doesn't enjoy the typical FF14 hooks like the story. Perhaps you're a Mythic Raider yourself and wondering if you'd enjoy raiding in FF14, or perhaps you're purely an FF14 player who wants to know how a hardcore raider finds enjoyment in the game.
Yeah.
Either way, I often feel like these videos focus on the casual side of 14 and not so much the high-end raiding side. So here's why I quit Mythic raiding in WoW to raid in FF14. I'm a player whose enjoyment of FF14 comes almost solely from raiding, and have notoriously skipped all of the story content in 14, speedrunning to endgame, and reaching raiding as quickly as possible. This is a pretty uncommon gameplay style in FF14, with the main draws of the game being the story, the characters, the world, glamours, crafting, housing, and other forms of more casual content. This isn't to say I don't enjoy these parts of the game, and I don't look at skipping the story and rushing to endgame as some sort of badge of honor, but what I care about the most is endgame and high-end raiding. This probably sounds pretty familiar if you're a Mythic Raider in World of Warcraft.
Yeah, I'm the exact same.
What I'm here to tell you is that despite the game not catering to high-end raiders, there is still tons of enjoyment to be found and difficult challenges to overcome in Final Fantasy XIV raiding. And
see, this is the main thing that I was worried about, is that like, I felt like the whole game was like just a casual fest, and it just like wouldn't have like any sort of like real draws to differentiate yourself and stuff like that. And I know that like, yeah, there's a lot of things like that. I'm going to play this story. I want to make sure everybody understands this. Like, I'm going to play the story, etc. But I do also want to say that there's a lot of content here involved with the game and everything that I want to do. And it's mainly the end-game content that I care about the most.
Important part of FF14 raiding that is often not very well discussed is the issue of boss count in raiding. What I mean by this is that every Savage raid tier in Final Fantasy XIV has only 4 bosses, and this sounds like an incredibly low amount compared to WoW's 10 to 12 boss raids, right? Well, I'm here to tell you that we do actually get comparable boss counts per raid tier. It's just not all in Savage. You see, in World of Warcraft, raids are released as one complete piece of content, containing all of the bosses for a tier in one area. When a new raid in WoW is released, that is the raid, and aside from Mythic Plus, it's the only place you'll be facing new encounters. FF14 raids are broken up between 24-man raids, also known as Alliance raids, 8-man Extreme Trials, Savage raids, and Ultimates. There are 4 bosses per Alliance raid, 2
So, the Ultimate raids only go up to 8 people? Because I thought they went up to like 16 or something. It's only 8 people for the Ultimate version of the fight. Fuck, so I can't get carried. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, wow. But, you know, that's crazy. That like the hardest version of the game is only 8 people.
There are 4 bosses per Alliance raid, 2 Extreme Trials per raid tier, 4 Savage bosses per tier, and depending on how you look at it, 1 or 4 bosses in Ultimate, bringing us to a total of 11 or 14 bosses per raid tier cycle. The reason I say Ultimate can be 1 or 4, depending on how you look at it, is that Ultimate raids are boss gauntlets that contain multiple bosses split up by phases inside of one fight, which is why Ultimate fights are generally upwards of 15 to 18 minutes for one encounter. With the raids being split up like this, you have a trade-off of having more diversity and variety in bosses, where they exist in the game, their design, and their arenas, with the drawback being less highly challenging encounters and a smaller pool of bosses that drop the best gear in the game. The last part there is the most important. When looking to acquire the best gear in the game, yes, you will only have the 4 Savage bosses to tackle, as Ultimates only exist as an extreme challenge, not rewarding better gear, but a transmog weapon and a title to show off your accomplishment.
So you don't get anything else from like the hardest version except for just like a cool looking sword. And like, I'm fine with that. I don't give a fuck. Because like usually, even in WoW, like that's how it is. In Wrath of the Lich King, like what were Apex accomplishments? It wasn't clearing Nax, it was getting Immortal. Immortal was a title. It wasn't clearing, Malagos. It was getting the Black Proto-Drake. The Black Proto-Drake was a mount. If you look at, Tier 11, right? What was the apex accomplishment in Tier 11? Sinestra Immortal. If you could get Immortal on Sinestra, you got that. And then also, look at Ulduar. Ulduar Zero Light Yogg. That is like the hardest fight basically that Blizzard has made in a lot. Like that was the hardest fight to that date that Blizzard had ever made by a mile. And the only real reward that you got from Zero Light was Mimiron's head. So it's really funny that people are thinking this might not be a good thing, because in the good points in WoW, the absolute apex accomplishments pretty much every time only really rewarded transmog. Or there was some sort of cosmetic that you could have. Mage Tower, it's another one.
Diversity of raiding, though, means that outside of your weekly Savage raiding, you have many other pieces of content that you can take part in and still receive rewards that fuel your Savage and Ultimate raids.
That's cool.
Alliance raids, in comparison to WoW, are around LFR to early normal mode difficulty, but reward coins, which can be turned in for gear upgrade tokens, which are required to upgrade your gear to the highest level. These tokens also drop in Savage, so you don't have to do Alliance raids for them, but they're a good way to acquire them for your alt classes, or if you're getting unlucky and not receiving the upgrade tokens fast enough to keep up with your gear upgrades. Moving on to Extreme Trials, the next tier above Alliance raids, they are around early heroic boss difficulty, meaning that they are very often pugged and don't require voice comms or much commitment to farm them. These bosses drop high item level weapons, allowing you an avenue to acquire a near Savage raid level weapon much more easily than Savage raiding. Many high-end raiders actively progress these trials while also progressing the Savage raid tier, as the weapons from Extreme Trials can prove highly beneficial when progressing in Savage. They also
you want to go back and do those again. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I like that. It's off our normal Mythic. I'm not really sure. But, like, how many people do Ultimates in, like let's say you have a server of people, how frequent do you see somebody with like an ultimate weapon? It's not even 1%. Yeah, because it's like, I like having content where there's only like a handful of people on the server that have it, so you kind of like even remember the names of the people that have the really cool items for like those big accomplishments. Like that's what I really love, man. Like you need like those mega dick flex items, man. Mega dick flex items, that's what they're called.
mounts, so people farm these extreme trials throughout the entire expansion. This is a huge part of FF14 that I love. The fact that a new raid release does not invalidate the previous raids. Because there are...
That sounds very familiar. That sounds extremely familiar. Wow. That's awesome.
Are cosmetics tied to the raids, like mounts and transmog items, people actively farm old content forever. And you can always go back and experience an older extreme trial with 7 others just for fun, or to get the mount or transmog, whatever reason you have for being there, you can find a group for it. Compare that to World of Warcraft, where a new raid release means all 10 or so bosses that you've been farming are now seemingly gone forever. There are some really fun raids in WoW that I would have loved to keep doing throughout an expansion just out of enjoyment, but because a new raid was released and better gear exists, nobody ran the old raids. Add on to that the fact that you can have every class in the game on one character in Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah, that's
meaning
really
you can
cool.
swap classes and roles whenever you want. Farming old bosses doesn't ever get boring. Maybe I want to tank an extreme trial today, or maybe I want to heal it. Maybe I've been trying to learn melee DPS and will practice on extreme trials to get good enough for Savage.
Bro, like, that's what was so cool about the game in, like, Mists of Pandaria and in, like, Wrath, even in Burning Crusade and Cataclysm, is that, like, if you were having fun playing a class, you could just go and play another fucking class. You could just, like, level that shit up in, like, 2 or 3 days. You could gear it up, and you could be immediately into the new content, man. Like, that's what one of the best... Yeah, I'll move ahead.
One of the
just for a
biggest
second,
replayability
okay?
factors for...
It was super fucking bright there. But the point that I'm making is that the whole content of the game wasn't locked behind a lot of these, like, grinds. And I think that that's one thing that I really feel like a lot of players have disliked about WoW, is that you have all of these barriers. So, like, you're trying to get to, like, point A, or, like, let's say you're trying to go to Z, right? And you're at A, and, like, Z is rating and Mythic, and, like, you know, Mythic rating, like, high-end Mythic Plus, like, high-end Arena. And, like, A is fucking, you know, like, level 1. Well, before, there was only, like, 5 letters in the alphabet. And now there's 50. There are so many different things that you have to do to get there, and it just takes forever. It's like you have to spend a lot of time managing secondary systems to play the game. Whereas, like, those secondary systems, and this is, like, effectively what this is, because you have to level up. This is my understanding of Final Fantasy. You have to level up each of these jobs individually, right? So you still have to level up the thing that you are playing. Yeah, you do. But you don't have to do a lot of the secondary work. This is effectively the same thing as the way that WoW used to be, except for you're playing all the same classes on one character, and you probably still have secondary progression the same that WoW has now, but you do that on one character. And what is it like whenever you have all your secondary progression on one character that affects all of your characters, all of the classes, all of your jobs? That is just like it being account-wide. That is the exact same thing.
For high-end raiders such as myself. Moving on to Savage raids then, this is where the best gear in the game will come from, and where most of the challenging raid content lies. Savage difficulty is around N heroic to late mythic difficulty, with each boss being progressively more difficult than the last. While yes, WoW does have more mythic bosses, if you've ever been in a decently progressed mythic guild, you'll be aware of the fact that the first 5 to 7 bosses in a mythic raid are much easier than the last 3.
Oh yeah.
There is a sharp increase in difficulty near the end of a mythic raid, whereas Savage is a constant progression of difficulty, meaning that no boss feels like a pushover. On top of that, FF bosses are also on average longer than mythic bosses, averaging around 8 to 11 minutes per Savage fight, compared to WoW's 4 to 8 minute average. This longer fight duration also exists in...
To be fair, I think those are... I don't know, actually. Like, it depends on, like, how much better gear you can get. Because, like, people are killing the bosses way faster now. But, like, maybe that's not what happens in Final Fantasy. It's hard to say.
Extreme trials. So when looking at encounter time across an entire raid tier, FF might actually have more encounter time than WoW's, despite having a lower boss count. This is, of course, made up by World of Warcraft having trash between its bosses, whereas FF14 doesn't, but boss fight time can be higher in FF14 depending on what you're looking at. This is another big reason as to why a hardcore raider can enjoy FF14, as despite a lower boss count, the bosses feel fuller and more complete, with many different phases and mechanics throughout the entire encounter. When moving on to Ultimate Raids, it gets even crazier.
What the fuck is that?
Ultimate Raids are, without a doubt, the hardest pieces of raiding content ever conceived in an MMO, aside from one-shots and just cheese bosses. I'm sure many, many, many long-term WoW players will scream about how wrong I am for saying that, with Nax Rammus being the hardest raid ever, or Sartharian 3 Drakes, or Mythic Gul'dan, Mythic Sargeras. How can an 8-man raid be harder than a 20-man raid? Listen, I've been there. I know how hard WoW fights can be. I know that the clear rates for end Mythic bosses are extremely low. But what I can tell you is that Mythic Unat is the only fight in WoW to ever compete with Ultimate Raids in FF14 in terms of difficulty. And that raid was the least cleared Mythic raid in history.
Yeah, it was. That was really hard.
8-man raids are so much harder than 20-man raids because with only 8 players, you can give those players extreme personal responsibility on a level you just cannot do with 20 people. 20 points of failure versus 8 points of failure. With a smaller amount of failure points, you can create harder individual challenges. Add on the fact that Ultimate Raids can last up to 20 minutes with one mistake having the ability to cause a wipe and reset your progress back to the beginning, and oh man, are these fights insanely difficult.
That's crazy.
You can point out clear dates and how many people clear Ultimates and say that they're easier than certain WoW bosses, but that's only because WoW bosses are gear gated and FF14 bosses are not. Ultimate Raids are designed with players being best in slot, meaning they are 100% tailor-made to be incredibly difficult, and you cannot overgear them. Even when a new raid releases, Ultimate Raids are item level synced, meaning if you come in with better gear later on,
so it just
too
lowers
bad,
it down.
Your stats get lowered to the level they were when the raid was released.
So does this work like, for example, like with time walking in WoW, you can go in there with like, let's say a Shadowmourne or something like that, and you'll do more damage even whenever it gets scaled down. So like, are there examples in Final Fantasy of like having these like really good items that are good, they're very good scaled down? No, there's not. It negates it? Huh. All right, there's food though. Yeah, there's probably like maybe a tiny little thing, like maybe 5 or 10% better. Because like in time walking, for example, everybody gets scaled down to the same item level, but because you have so many different weird items in the game, you still have a massive power difference between how you're playing then and how people played back whenever the content was relevant.
4 years after the first Ultimate was released, we still have thousands of players attempting them and progressing for months.
That's cool.
Hoping to get it clear. This is where high-end hardcore raiders live in Final Fantasy XIV. Ultimate Raids have basically ruined other MMOs for me. Without the insane challenges of Ultimate, I just don't know how to have fun in an MMO anymore. I crave that insane challenge, the hours of wiping 15 minutes in and banging your head in frustration, and the immense satisfaction of finally overcoming the challenge and clearing an Ultimate. I have dozens of clears on these fights, and still enjoy doing them to this day. Some people have hundreds of clears of Ultimates, no longer needing the transmog rewards, but just doing them because the challenge is so fun.
Yeah.
Even after your 20th clear, there is still a joy to be had in the amount of skill it requires to be cleared. When I say I enjoy...
I would do the same thing. Like, that's the thing in WoW is like, if anybody was trying to do like an Immortal Sinestra or like Immortal Rodin run or like anything that was like super, super hard, I'd go to it because like you never have the opportunity to like do that. Because it's so rare that people have those groups. You can never play at that level except for those like few small points in time. That'd be great. Yeah, and I think that like I can relate to this. Like this is something I used to do a lot too. It's like if there's ever a raid going on for like something that was like really, really hard or like some really hard achievement, I'd be like, fuck, I want to go to that and just do it again. Because it was just fun to do.
14, that's mostly because I love Ultimate Raids. Moving on from Ultimate, a huge reason I stick with FF14 over WoW as a competitive hardcore raider is the simplicity of gearing in FF14.
Okay.
I cannot tell you how liberating it felt to leave World of Warcraft and come over to FF14 and find out that there are actual best-in-slot lists that give me an extremely clear path of gear progression. I hated the RNG factor of gearing in WoW, with some pieces coming from Mythic Plus, meaning I would have to wait for my weekly vault and hope I get the highest item level version, and other pieces coming from raiding, but maybe they don't ever drop, or they go to other players, and I'm seemingly just pulling a slot machine hoping to get an upgrade. In stark comparison, FF14 gearing is completely deterministic. There are only two sources of max item level gear, being Savage Raids and your weekly tombstones. These weekly tombstones are most akin to Valor points in WoW. They are rewarded to you for completing max level content, with a weekly cap of 450, and gear items ranging from 375 tombstones to 1,000.
Bro, this seems like so much like Wrath of the Lich King. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, they have like the same general like progression cycle and everything. Like, this, it does seem extremely common. It's 900 now. Yeah, it's like Wrath, Valor, or like Cataclysm or something like that, because you had the Valor points, you had like the different difficulty levels, and like the last difficulty level was like mostly prestige, right? Like, I'll give you another example. In Trial of the Grand Crusader, what was the pinnacle accomplishment in TOGC? The mount. Tribute to immortality. A mount. That was it. And like the difference between, like, you had guilds that cleared normal mode, you had guilds that cleared most of heroic, you had guilds that cleared heroic, you had guilds that were able to clear it with 50 attempts left, and then all the way up here, you had these small handful of guilds that could do tribute to immortality. There is a bigger jump between doing like a 50 and tribute to immortality than there was between any other group of players in the game. It's the same as heroic Ragnaros.
Only having two sources of max item level gear means that you can create clear best in slot gear sets and have the exact path to get them laid out in front of you. This is because Savage Raids are not purely gear drop based. Savage Raids drop treasure chests that contain a certain piece of gear, and you can open this chest on any class, and it will give you the raid gear piece for that specific class. For example, the final boss of a Savage Raid tier drops a weapon chest, and if you get the weapon chest, it's not a sword, or an axe, or a bow. It's whatever you want it to be, and you determine what weapon you'll get from it by opening it on the class that uses a particular weapon type.
So is this the exact same as Denathrius weapons? Like, just so I understand it, like, this is the same as Denathrius weapons, right? Okay, yeah. So they drop tokens. That makes sense, sure.
That clearing a Savage Raid fight gives you a currency once per week, specific to every single boss. And after acquiring enough of these boss-specific currencies, you can trade them for items that boss will drop. So after a certain amount of weeks, you are guaranteed to receive the item you're looking for.
That's badass.
This means that you can accurately predict when you will get your best in slot items, how long it will take to upgrade them to max item level, and what specific pieces you're searching for. Lastly, a great benefit to a player like me who enjoys all types of games and not just FF14 is that logging out for days at a time doesn't mean that you fall behind. In World of Warcraft, when you are in a high-end mythic raiding guild, it can feel like you have to grind out whatever expansion currency is required to power up your borrowed power system.
Yeah.
I remember doing hundreds of mob souls runs in Legion to farm artifact power, grinding out islands in BFA for Azerite, and now in Shadowlands, Torghast and Maw dailies.
Yeah.
I hated feeling forced to play the game to farm some arbitrary currency for a system that will be invalidated in a patch.
That is exactly the way I felt about it too. I did, what was it, 54 artifact traits? I had 54 artifact traits. I had, my necklace was leveled up to like whatever I needed it for Battle of Dazar lore. And I always kept I remember my necklace was level 50. Yeah, I had my neck at level 52 at some point before they increased the cap. I had, let's see, what are the other ones? I have like my max rank legendary. I have multiple max rank legendaries. So I've had to do this many times as well, and it's super annoying. I think that those systems are actually the things that like really burn people out a lot, especially whenever, like, for example, in like Legion, you had to get 54 traits, and then they just changed it and it didn't matter anymore. You'd have somebody who spent like weeks and weeks and weeks farming for something like 8 hours a day, and then they just do a patch and it's just added to the game. And I think that's one of the big things that like I think demotivates people, is that they'll have this like big accomplishment that they've achieved, and then it's just so fleeting that they're less motivated to pursue the next one.
FF14, the only things you have to care about on a weekly basis is your weekly raid lockout and tombstones. Tomestones, like I mentioned before, come from literally any piece of level 80 content, so you can do whatever you enjoy in the game and get rewarded.
That's cool.
I don't have to do a specific activity that's super boring for some random currency that I don't care about.
Yeah.
I can just do 1 dungeon per day and cap my tomestones over time. And guess what?
That's
when I
cool.
have the tomestone gear I
That's
want
real
for my
cool.
main class, I can just stop capping my tomestones every week. The game allows you to choose what you want to do, how often you want to do it, and doesn't lock you into a system that requires upkeep, otherwise you fall behind. There have been times where I've logged out...
Yeah, upkeep systems, I think, do really burn people out. I really agree with that. I liked, for example, like in Dragon Soul, is like one good example of this, and also Siege of Orgrimmar, is like whenever I got all my gear, I was done. I could come back in 2 months, and I still had all my gear. And I'm still better than everybody else. It's like I'm still the big dick, you know? But nowadays, I feel like if you take a break or you move away, it was like that for 9.0. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, 9.0 actually had this, which was very good. Is that like I could step away from the game for months at a time. And this is something you can say in Shadowlands' favor, is that you could step away from Shadowlands for a long period of time, and you could come back and your gear would still be the best gear. Because it was a pinnacle of gear, and that was it. It didn't Valor upgrades. There were a few exceptions with like best in slot mythic trinkets that could only drop from the vault at 226, like what the guy said. I know that like the inscrutable quantum device or whatever the arms warrior one, that's an example, sure. But other than that, and that's only like a 6 item level upgrade on one piece. So it's not that big.
For weeks at a time while my raid team was taking a short break, and when I logged back in weeks later, I was at the same power level I left off at, and on par with everyone else. In the high-end raid community, it generally takes 8 weeks of raiding to get full best in slot. So after 8 weeks of re-clears, you have months to do whatever you want. Raid on an alt class, because in FF you can have every class on the same character, farm mounts in extreme trials, tack from ultimate and continue your raiding journey,
That's the mounts.
or log
we'll
out until the next raid releases. World of Warcraft always felt like it was designed for people who only play WoW. And while I love FF14 and have over 10,000 hours played, I still play other games every single day, and do not want to play FF all day every day. In closing, when I was moving away from WoW and drifting towards FF14, I was very skeptical if it could hold the attention of a more hardcore raider like myself.
Yeah.
However, I 100% made the right decision moving over to 14, with Ultimate Raiding breathing new life into the MMO genre for me. It gave me a goal to strive for, and required me to get better as a player, think deeper about the game, and push myself to be the best player I possibly could be. As long as FF14 keeps releasing ultimates, I'll keep playing. If you love challenging yourself and overcoming difficult bosses, then FF14 is 100% the game for you. Despite being focused on more casual content, there is still plenty of content for high-end raiders and people who enjoy being really good at the games they play. The speedrun community in 14 is huge, and competition is fierce. There is also a huge parsing community, and fighting for high percentiles is really fun.
See, like the high percentiles, like parsing. I don't know how parsing is in Final Fantasy. I can't really say, but I know that for me, I stopped caring about parsing because it was like it was so like gimmicky. It was super gimmicky. Like all you'd have to do is like you'd have to like get a group of people to like, oh, now you have to worry about power infusion, and now like it's like, okay, nobody else attacks the ads except you, and you have to save your cooldowns. Like you have to kind of play the fight wrong to do it. So I don't know how parsing is going to be in Final Fantasy. I'll be honest, like I don't really care a whole lot about parsing. Like that would be kind of cool, but I've done that before in WoW for like multiple tiers and multiple expansions really, and it's not really something I'd be that interested in. It's still cheesy in Final Fantasy. Yeah, I just like if I feel like it's cheesy, I just don't care about it as much.
It can definitely get a bit repetitive when you're trying to be the best in the world, but
yeah,
what game isn't like that?
That's true.
If you're still on the fence about trying FF14, then I'd say give it a try. It starts really slow, and most people will try to tell you about how good the music is, or the story, or the glamour system, but for the gamers out there, unshowered, smelly, and sweaty raid gods, you have a home in 14. If you like this video, leave a like, If you didn't, a
Okay.
dislike. Make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated with my
Okay.
videos, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace.
Gamers rise up. That's one thing, is like I do want to have like challenging, difficult content. And of course, like I'm not like a Mythic Raider anymore. And the reason why I'm not a Mythic Raider, here's the real reason why I don't raid Mythic anymore, is because I simply will not dedicate 4 hours of my life every single day to playing the game. Like that's really that's the big reason. Like, and this is what happened. Like what happened was like in BFA, in Old Deer, I'll kind of give you guys like my whole story of like what happened in Old Deer, is that I would log on in the morning and I would stream for like 6 to 8 hours. And then I would end my stream and I would have like 2 or 3 hours in between my stream and my raid. And then my raid happened at 8, and then I would raid from 8 to 12. And since I was the guild master, that really realistically was 7:30 to 12:30. So I was spending really like 5 hours playing the game every single day. And then it was like, you know, I had 6 mandatory hours for my stream, 6 to 8 mandatory hours, and then, you know, 4 to
That's
5
insane.
also mandatory hours for the game. So like I was required effectively to be online for over 10 hours a day. And that's something that I burned me out, man. It burned me out. Like I would play 10 hours a day, but whenever I have to, it's a completely different fucking story. Like I hate actually having to do something. That's what's stressful. Yeah, botanist progression, etc. And that's what I don't want to have to deal with. Yeah, like don't make me do it. Like if I want to play the game, like I did Torghast like 5 times yesterday. I didn't do it 5 times because I had to. If I had to do it 5 times, I would have hated it. I did it 5 times because I wanted to. And I was enjoying playing the game. And the moment that you take that and you make it you make it a requirement or something like that, it's just not really fun. I think that's what it comes down to.
Well. Look what we have here. Switch it up. Just gotta see what we're switching it up to. That shit is fire. What else do we got here? Oh boy. So this just came out.
Assassin's Creed Shadows got leaked.
Just now.
And when I say that, I mean the whole thing. The game
No
got
way.
leaked. They literally just had the game get released.
No way. No way.
So I really thought, after all this time, we would be done with like AC Shadow scandals. I thought surely.
What the fuck is going on?
We had
Is
run
this
out
real?
to talk about, and that we were just in like the home stretch where the game is being polished up, and then March 20th comes, it releases, yay, we're done, we move on, we talk about something else. But no, like this game is, I don't know if it's cursed, I don't know if it's just mismanagement. I have no idea what's going on. But AC Shadows has just experienced one of the worst nightmare situations for any game.
It's like Ubisoft's run by a bunch of monkeys, and the only thing that they have to put out the fires that they start is gasoline.
Yeah.
It's really impressive, the fact that they're able to figure out new ways. Like, these people can invent ways that I would never even imagine are possible to fuck up. It's impressive.
Could possibly release. And it's just one more massive nail in the coffin of this game's marketing cycle. It's amazing that they've suffered through so many of these disasters. But you might be asking, Luke, what is that? What is it? What is it that has happened to Ubisoft and AC Shadows this time? The game is apparently just out there. It's
where?
Oops. because they pushed it back, and they pushed it back so late in development. A lot of the copies and everything, and I bet that the production cycle of the game and the distribution cycle of the game, because that stuff is like so far in the future, it's hard to keep that up, right? And so like there was a miscommunication that happened somewhere along the line, and this is what it was. Buy and save Ubisoft for us? Well, I said this before, right? Is, you know, there's the build 100 bridges, suck one dick, you're not a bridge builder, you're a dick sucker. Well, you suck 100 dicks and you build one bridge, you're Ubisoft. And here we are. It's another this is 101 dicks.
Yo, this is
Fully
the dick
leaked.
that broke the camel's
The
back.
entire game. There
Yeah,
are physical
just the whole
copies
thing.
people have gotten their hands on, and they are selling through places like Facebook Marketplace,
$100.
Craigslist, and outlets like that. Earlier on stream, I even had somebody in chat from Iran that was saying that they also have physical copies where they are, and they're just being sold by like street vendors and stuff. It's unbelievable.
What?
Like, I'm at a loss for words. This is unreal.
Street
so in this video, we're going
vendors?
to talk all about it because I have delved into whether or not this is actually real and true, or if they're just really good fakes. And Ubisoft
That's
has
not a
also
fake.
responded to it.
This is
officially at
real.
this point,
They're
and
real.
I'm going to also show you
They're
an
real.
instance of where this happened before and why this is way, way worse. So buckle up, because this this dumpster fire is burning.
Ouch.
It's crazy,
Ouch.
man. It's crazy. But first,
Real bad.
a thank you to our sponsor. World of Tanks is the online action game where
World
you
of
control
Tanks.
tanks from World War II and the mid-20th century.
Fuck this commercial.
Different machines that you can
Damn.
choose to control, and a below.
Jesus.
And new players who sign up using the link will also get a special starter package. Again, you can check the game out for free at the link below. Okay, welcome back. Like I said, the game has leaked allegedly, and you see pictures of individuals just holding the game, multiple copies, and they are selling it for $100 a pop, or even more in some cases. But this could be fake. I mean, realistically, it's not that hard to go into Photoshop and to create some artwork with some AI art.
No,
or
I don't think it's fake. There's just been too many people saying it happened. Nope, I
with
believe
concept art that
I
you
believe
get
it.
I
from
believe
the
it
website
already.
and then put a sticker on the disc to make it look all official. It's not impossible. People have done it before. Well, to check on that, I did a little bit of digging while we were on stream for about 30 seconds, and I came across some videos people had posted where they had put the disc into their PlayStation 5s and installed the game and booted it up. And after going through the main menu selection, I can confidently
So I guess probably what happened is that there's a date lock on the game, that the game probably would only work on PS5s that hadn't updated the game. Because a lot of PS5s, the way that I think that it works is that if you're playing a game and you end up, what do you call it? You're playing a game and, Jesus Christ, I totally lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, and you're playing the game before it actually releases, the PS5 won't let you play it. But the difference with this game, and I think the reason why it might have worked, is because the delay was for a month. You see what I'm saying?
say that this is real. This is real.
So they
As
never
you recall,
unlocked it
I went to a
and
preview
switched
event
it.
for the game and saw how the game boots up, and this is real. Like it's real. This
Show
is
it.
not faked. So I'm very confident in saying that. It's unfortunately very, very real. There are physical copies all over the planet that have a version of the game running
That's
on
sad.
it, and it is playable. Realistically, what I think has happened is that copies of the game have been stolen from warehouses for shipment, and those copies are the ones being resold. And for
Naturally.
whatever reason, there are no protections with PlayStation 5 copies to prevent them from booting. I would have
There are protections, and I bet the problem is that the PlayStation 5s had not updated the official launch date for the game, so they're allowing it to be booted even though it's like not the launch date yet because it wasn't updated. That's probably what I think happened.
Yeah.
thought that there would be some like online
They probably
connectivity
will,
thing
though.
where like, oh, you put the disc in and then it has to verify that you
Yeah.
own the license, but the game isn't out yet, so you just can't boot the game. But apparently that's just not in place, at least not
But
yet.
It was the delay. I think that's why it happened.
So, as of
This
right
is
now,
such a
people are
late
able to
delay.
just put these discs in their consoles and just boot the game and play. But I know what you're thinking. Luke, how on earth did they get so many physical copies
Yeah.
in these warehouses where they could be stolen? Well, you remember the game was originally supposed to launch on February 14th.
Exactly. Yeah, there it is.
Valentine's Day. And then it was delayed out of nowhere to March 20th.
That's right.
Well, I can report very confidently that multiple members of the dev team did not know that the game was being delayed until it was delayed.
Wow.
They found out by seeing the post on social media, just like everybody else. Now, I'm sure some of the higher-ups knew about the delay. They got a call shortly before.
Unfortunately, a lot of companies do things like this in order to prevent insider trading. That's actually the main reason why they do it. It's not because of any sort of like employee issue. It's just simply a function.
Seemingly was like a fairly last-minute decision to push the game to
Makes
March,
sense.
and it
Yeah,
was
it
made
does.
from on high. And if that decision was made kind of impulsively or maybe suddenly, there's a strong chance that maybe some calls weren't made to these people who were shipping all of these copies of the game to distribution centers around the world for the physical release of the game on.
So if they didn't know, how could they stop the distribution?
Those deliveries still went through, and they showed up at the warehouses. Now, I'm sure they were labeled as confidential, as do not open,
Then
as
they
if that's
opened it.
ever stopped anybody before. If anything, that might have called more attention to the boxes and
So you
shipments.
can make more money.
And so some of these individuals just opened up the boxes, took the copies out, and started flipping them online, which is, to be fair, very, very stupid. They're going to get caught. When I worked at Best Buy,
It usually, like, I mean, unless you work at the company, they're probably not going to go after a lot of the people. Like, if you're selling 7 copies of the game for like $700, it's probably not worth their time to go after you unless they want to set an example.
Yeah.
Like, just realistically,
before,
right?
Before finishing
being
college
honest.
and like working elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I actually remember the launch of some games like Sekiro or Spider-Man, and we got copies of those games a few days early, not a month early,
Sure.
but like a few days before launch, and they would show up in these big cardboard boxes, and they were labeled like confidential, do not open before this date. Like, they were very, you know, red stickers everywhere. They were very, very clear what they were, but they were just cardboard boxes, and like the manager would just leave them in the back of the warehouse. And so technically, if you wanted to just go open it up and take copies, you could.
Yeah.
And people would only find out when the official launch happened, and they were stocking shelves, and there were a bunch of copies missing because they had a certain inventory count of what should have been there. After that, they started like locking them in cages and stuff years later. But at least back then at Best Buy, we would just leave things out and about. It was like very non-secure, let's just say, insecure, dare I say. And it wouldn't surprise me if there's also a
because they didn't expect people to steal their shit. Yeah, I mean, it's
security lapse that's happening at warehouses around the world because it's a big place, the world. And so chances are that one of those cages or boxes was left unattended. Somebody went in, swiped 3 copies of the game, and then started selling it on Facebook Marketplace or wherever this is. I don't know what this
I have no
app
idea.
is, but they started selling it, and that's how this happens. As for the guy that was in chat that told me in Iran there's like street vendors and people that have access to the game already, those could be fake copies, or it could also just be another instance where there was a shipment delivered to some warehouse and the warehouse guy was like, no, give me X number of dollars and I'll let you just take it, and I'll say they were stolen. And then they just take the copies of the game, sell them on the streets. That's
I don't even know if it's a security thing. I think with a lot of these cases, and this is true with a lot of like bad actors and people like this, usually the leak or the security threat comes from inside of the company, and it's a person who is performing an action on behalf of somebody for money. That's oftentimes what it is.
It happened very, very quickly and easily when there's not a lot of safeguards in place to protect against this type of thing. And so I can say pretty confidently the leaks are very, very real, and I think it's a lot more widespread than what happened a while back, specifically in 2016 when a copy of No Man's Sky leaked early. And this is actually something that was talked about in the
I didn't remember
of
that.
No Man's Sky, a video from the one and only internet historian, in which he shows this little moment that you might recall from the video.
Holy shit.
If your game isn't coming out for another 2 weeks, then why is there a box copy on eBay?
Ooh.
That's right. It's a leak.
Oh, uh-oh.
Someone broke the embargo and is selling early access to the highest bidder.
Now
and the bids start rolling in.
Now that's crazy. Now doesn't that just tell you a whole lot about Assassin's Creed Shadows? That it was $1,000, and this was in 2016. So $1,000 in 2016 is like $10,000 in 2025. And they're barely trying to sell Assassin's Creed Shadows for $100.
Yeah.
Man. Oh.
That's what it says about Assassin's Creed.
It reaches $1,300
Wow.
US. Sold to some guy with the Reddit handle Damien.
Yeah.
He gets his hands on it and starts uploading footage to YouTube and Dailymotion.
That's crazy. What? Dailymotion.
Said Sean is saying.
Haven't heard that word for a while.
And this was one copy. It went out. It started picking up steam online. This guy played it. He made a review, and he actually said he really liked the game. He was actually fairly
Well, he was wrong.
upbeat and positive
a bad
about it.
opinion.
He gave it a pretty good marks,
Wrong
though
opinion.
he did point out some bugs here and there. But this was just one copy. What's
Yeah.
happened with AC Shadows are dozens, if not hundreds upon hundreds of copies, possibly thousands, but at
Yes.
least hundreds of copies that are just out there and gone and available freely. Now, there are some steps they can take to lock this down. Allegedly, there's a way that they could contact PlayStation, and PlayStation could lock down on all of this, and they could just be like, oh, this app, executable, whatever, is not launchable on the PlayStation 5
Yeah, but the people that are doing that will just unplug their PlayStation from the internet, and then they'll just keep playing the game offline. So, like, that wouldn't even do anything.
Oh, easy.
console, and so if you try to do it, it'll identify it as a stolen copy. Your account
Yeah.
gets flagged, maybe even terminated for breaking TOS. There's all sorts of stuff that they could theoretically do,
Yeah.
but it requires PlayStation to act on it, and there's just so many
Nobody
variables
gives a
that it's
shit.
really hard to
Yeah.
say whether or not we would ever see something
Why
like
does he have
that
two keyboards?
happen. But what I can say confidently is, like, if they do have a way of trying to go after these guys that are playing early versions of the games,
Yeah.
they will and should probably go
I
after.
mean, they could go after these people for sure, but the reality is that it's probably not worth it to do that. Because really, this didn't happen. The issue is that, like, if this was something that was happening as, like, a result of an insider person doing something bad, then that would be one thing. But this really seems like it happened as a breakdown of supply chain communication. That's really what it seems like happened. They thought the game was being released. It got delayed. That wasn't communicated properly. The games were unboxed, and then that was it. So really, like, what are you achieving? What are you doing? Like, what's your best case scenario when you go after and sue somebody for selling 7 copies of this game and making, like, the equivalent of, like, what, 7, you're upselling at $40. So what is that? $240, like $280. Who cares?
Them
It's not
for
enough. It's not
stealing
worth it.
copies of games that have not released yet. With this, it's just really, really remarkable because, again, it's not just one
Yeah.
copy. It's many all over the world, and it's probably because
Yeah.
of shipments going out that were supposed to be canceled
is.
after the delay to March,
He's
but
right.
that didn't happen,
Yep.
and so they've just shown up around the world and are getting scooped up by people, which is wild. But they've actually responded
There
to
it
it,
is.
and to their credit, they've actually responded very promptly and quickly. Ubisoft, through the official Assassin's Creed handle,
You
said,
know
"Hello,
what?
everyone, we are
You know what? This is going to get more people to buy the game that weren't going to. It's a fucking... Damn, they're selling
where
copies,
players
boy.
have accessed Assassin's Creed Shadows ahead of its official release."
So they
the
admitted it.
development team is still working on
So
patches
for
to
anybody who thinks it's fake, they literally said it was happening.
prepare the experience for launch, and
They
any
said it
footage
was
shared
fake.
online does not represent the final quality of the game. Leaks are unfortunate and can diminish the excitement for players.
True.
We kindly ask you not to
True.
spoil the experience for others. Thank you
Leaks
to our
suck.
community for already taking steps to protect everyone from spoilers.
What
Stay in
letter
the
does it-
shadows,
what-
avoid the
what-
spoilers,
what-
and keep an eye on our
What
channel
letter does leak start with?
for more official surprises in the coming weeks. March 20th will be here soon. And
So they're not doing anything about it. This might be a setup. I feel like they purposely released it to get people to buy it that weren't even going to buy it because they're like, oh shit. Just the fucking craze of getting it early, dude.
listen, I joked at the top that, like,
W?
maybe the game is cursed. At this point, like, they might be. I cannot think
Yeah.
of another game that has suffered so many setbacks, so many, like, scandals,
They do it
Duke
to
Nukem
themselves.
forever.
so many issues within
Duke
the game's
Nukem.
marketing cycle. It's
Yeah.
bizarre. It's crazy. Again, like we can point to other games where they've had one of these, or maybe, half of one and half of the other. But AC Shadows has just managed to step on every single possible landmine while trying to get across the finish line.
It's not even.
It's remarkable. I mean, honestly,
it's
I wouldn't
throwing
blame
grenades
Ubisoft
at their own feet.
Let's just get this over with.
Just take it out to the barn and shoot it.
Yeah.
Like exactly. Like at this point, they should just release the game and just give up, man. Just give up. I definitely
move the release date up. We'll launch on May or March 4th or something, or 5th or 6th, whatever the hell of Friday is. We'll just launch it then, call it good, and we'll just move on. Maybe Tencent buys us out. We don't care anymore.
Hopefully.
I wouldn't blame them, because this has just been one massive headache for close to a year now. And I don't know if it's just that like Shadows is cursed, or if it's just that we're very aware of it, so there's a lot more reporting and attention.
No, it's the company's run by retards because of what do you call it? Star Wars Outlaws was stupid. The Prince of Persia good game had the studio get closed. Like it's basically, again, it's like Ubisoft is an apple tree, but instead of apples, it's mistakes. And so, like, it's not like you're going to randomly have the mistake tree drop a golden fruit, is it? That's not going to happen. No, it's just going to be more mistakes. It's a dick tree, yeah. All they're dropping is dicks, exactly. Yeah, I like
these
that. That's better.
Scandals that wouldn't normally apply to other games. I really don't know what it is, but AC Shadows, man, it's just one thing after another. Ubisoft really cannot catch a break with this game. Yeah. Maybe they finally catch a break if reviews are really, really good, but with these leaks now, there's a good chance that a lot of these people, even hundreds of people around the world, will play and finish the game before reviewers even get their hands on a copy, which is wild.
I think that what is going to happen is that the fact that nothing crazy for the game has been shown yet, people probably have finished the game by now. And what that tells me is that Assassin's Creed Shadows is probably a 7 to an 8 game. It's a very average, run-of-the-mill game. Nothing too crazy, nothing too awful, just maybe a 6. You guys think maybe it'll be a 6? Yeah. But like, it's not going to be like Star Wars Outlaws, where like the game was just a terrible game, it was awful. I think it's going to be somewhere in that middle point. That's where I mean,
you could see a flood of reviews from people that got the game early because of this and are just posting videos and getting their social accounts destroyed in the process, but posting videos and gameplay and stuff before reviewers even get access to the game. It's just baffling and insane, but it's the Shadows curse. I don't know what else to call it. It really is crazy. I can't think of another game that's had this many problems. It's really, really remarkable, but yeah, I don't know if I'm forgetting a game that had an even more disastrous marketing cycle. Let me know. Fallout 76 was a train wreck, but mainly after launch. It was just scandal after scandal after scandal. But before launch, it was fairly straightforward. But this game, man, it's just one thing after another. They cannot catch a break. But that's going to do it for me. Just a quick little update video on the whole AC Shadows thing.
Game
Let me know what you think of all of these leaks and things, and if I'm forgetting any other scandalous games that have run into many, many problems before that I'm forgetting
looking it
about.
up.
'Cause I'm sure there's got to be another, right, that's had a similarly troubled marketing cycle, but I can't think of anything quite this bad. So let me know in the comments. I'll eagerly await finding out about other hilarious things. Maybe Concord? Concord was a mess. So maybe Concord, that was a bit of a train wreck. But anyway, we'll keep an eye on Shadows. We'll keep looking at it, but don't look up spoilers. Don't watch the videos because they are out there and they are real. And just be aware. It's a problem, and it's going to be a problem for the next month before the game comes out. So buckle up. It's dangerous out there. But with that said, thank you for watching. I love you all. Also, go watch my Monster Hunter Wilds review I just put up this morning, so go do that. Much love, everybody. I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.
Well, I kind of feel bad for Ubisoft to have the game
This was a
leaked,
day
and
ago.
I wasn't really going to cover a lot of the leaks.
So
I mean, I can talk about it happening, right? It's easy to talk about it happening. But in a general sense, it's always disappointing when you see a game get leaked like this. And I think that it's sad for the development team and everything. I do feel bad for them, and I think that leaks are kind of disappointing, and it's disappointing to see it happen. But at the end of the day, you make this many delays, you have this happen, and so many of them are happening at the 11th hour, then you're going to have this happen. Like, that's how anything is.
And then to delay your game just to cause more hate on it, you should have released it sooner.
Ubisoft can suck it. Oh shit. Bro, people are tired of it, I guess. Well, maybe you're right, man. Like, I don't know. All I'm saying is that I don't think that it's a really crazy big deal, but I think the fact that nothing
Yeah, they
that's,
can
like,
suck
super,
it,
super
dude.
like controversial has come out about Assassin's Creed Shadows. Like, a lot of the people that have been playing it, that have been leaking it, nobody's been saying it's like crazy good or crazy bad. Am I weird for thinking that, like, it's odd that nobody has really said any real feedback or said anything really about the game in general? Yeah, and so besides the Graves, yeah, exactly, it's mid. Yeah, and so I think it's going to be a mid game. Yeah, it could be, hey, and maybe it's going to be a 6. Like, after Avowed, I'm going to be kind of afraid to give another game a 7. That even though I enjoyed Avowed, a lot of other people thought I was fucking wrong. So, yeah, the whole game got leaked. I'll give you guys a link to the video. Give the video a like. I've watched a number of Luke's videos, and I agree with a lot of his takes on this kind of stuff. So, yeah, there you go.
This was hilarious. That...
What?
I cannot believe that just happened. What a fucking... Ubisoft should just close down. Or at least sell off to someone that can actually run a business. We're gonna try some Metal Slug Tactics, brother.
Metal Slug Tactics. Get ready. Mission start.
Finally made you move the camera with WASD. Keyword to window. What? Am I not moving? Oh, Mako. How do I move? Jesus. Okay. Hmm. The fuck? I see what goes on here. Really? Hmm.
Victory!
Thanks for the rescue, old pal. Hardly a rescue. You just need a little help starting a little firework. What comes next is our operation. The perfect hideout to set up. Yeah. This is cool. Love the aesthetics right now. Damn.
Metal Slug.
Nice. That was okay. Okay. Oh wait. Oh wait, never mind. That's the right one. Just trying some shit out. Why not? See if there's any hidden bangers. You know how it is. Flintlock. Never heard of it. Probably a reason why.
When the gods first emerged from the Great
Gameplay?
we saw them as saviors. Instead, our world is in chaos. The gods and their armies of the dead seek to rule over everything we call home. I'll be damned
Oh,
if
it's a
I let
Souls
that
like.
happen. My name
Right?
is Nor Vanek.
No.
Survivor. Soldier. God killer.
The fuck is this? Audience rating of 3. IGN gave it a 7. PC Gamer 60% of 100. And Metacritic a 70. Fucking love this game. Where Souls live. I'll download it. I don't know. Looks so stupid, that's why. This is like Avowed. This game sucks, dude. Sucks, right? Pretty sure it does. We'll give it our own review. We'll see why it's so bad. Seven Days to Die, though. Oh, they don't even have it on Game Pass? Fuckers. The game was like $7 at one point. Mini Gundams. That's not even free either. That's where. Not looking good at all. Not a lot to really go through here. All the dead spaces. Okay. Oolong sucked. Still doing that. That's why they're getting rid of it. Not making their keep. There. My microphone. Playing these shitty games really let me really enjoy that mech game. So amazing. This could be okay. Alright. Ready in a second. Gonna try out this game. I don't know how long it's gonna last. Yep. Well, the photos look better. We might only be in here for a second. This might be an uninstall right from the look of it. Like a Disney Plus game. Where have my good games gone? I remember back in the day. when the average game was decent. Like, there weren't a lot of bad games, I feel like. Maybe I'm just bullshitting. At least there were more good games. Bad, I guess. Why am I a chick? Alright, I'm not being a chick. This game's fucked up. What was I thinking? What in the actual fuck was I thinking? I have hop back into mechs, I think. Also thinking Yakuza Like a Dragon, the first one. But with mods now, since I've already beat the first one. We just played the second one, but let's go back. See if we can get mods on this bitch. Real Yakuza gamepad. Damn. Just wanted to boot it up. It doesn't look as good as the second one, which this one looks pretty good. I just want to see if I can get the mods to work, because I don't think I could make a profile for it, to be honest.
Welcome. This is Mecha Break.
Check out some more Mecha
3v6
Break.
PvEV, PvEV, PvE type game. Big mecha action, huge battles. We got Papo calling in from an undisclosed location. How you doing, Papo?
Hi, everybody.
There he is. We're gonna do some big,
See if I can't get some
heavy
mods
mecha
up
action.
on
Pops,
here.
are you ready for this?
Auga, ready. Let's go.
Yeah, make sure this mech has got some big airbags, because I like a wild ride. Let me see here, make sure everything's going. How you doing, everybody? Come on in. Let me get the chat in here. What? Yeah, so this is a trailer. I remember we saw it a long time ago, and it looked awesome. It's kind of got that, you know, real big, flashy, huge, just big old bouncy style mecha action. So Yeah, make sure you got some big cushions and you got some big airbags because these battles, boy, they're gonna knock you off of your seat. Let's go ahead and get this going, Pops. You already in there?
I'm already blasting in Mecha Break.
All right, I'm ready to break it up.
Blitz Trooper, locked
Whoa.
and loaded.
Lock and load, fellas. Ready to strike. Big, flashy, huge. I also don't know, Pops. What's your early thing? Controller or keyboard? What am I doing? Which one do I want?
I think you could do either. I'm doing keyboard and mouse, and I'm kind of playing the tutorial as Justin's kind of doing the intro for !Mecha Breaker. I think it could be either or,
right.
because there's a lot of shooting, but it's also like a lot of like Armored Core-ish type things.
Okay.
You know.
I'm gonna go in, Pops. It's time to strike. PC Tech dropping subs. Everybody's coming in. Let's go, boys.
Hostile units
Oh.
Peacekeepers, prepare for combat.
They're hacking me. The mechas are hacking me, Pops. What do I do?
Just let it happen.
Allow. I need to fix that screen tear, chat. I will. It's my first time booting up the game.
I'll tell you right off the bat, the character customization is something you want to explore at the depths of, because there's some sliders on there that might slide your brain off.
Yeah, I made sure I really got it cranked up as big and as hard of a gaming experience. Yo, shouts to the Mecha Break team, by the way, for choosing the Djibouti show. They said, those guys are really cool. Let's do a little collab sponsor with them. So shouts to them.
And they also have a really cool arcadey like extraction type game with that like mech style fighting thing, and I'm playing it right now and it is fun.
Already, I'm digging this. Oh, let me get the feels. I really don't know if I want keyboard, mouse, or what. There's spacebar action. I know this beta, maybe people have seen it and played it a little bit before. This is our very first time in here, so bear with me as I just figure it out. Retreat from the space garrison. Special maneuvers will drain your oh yeah, VSync. Let me do that for you, chat.
Yeah.
We got it cranked up. Vertical sync on. That's all we need. Apply and return. Yo, thank you guys for showing up on a Sunday stream. Jerry, I see you.
A surprise
Wersh.
Sunday stream.
DRE coming in. That's a big one. DRE tier 3. What's up, buddy boy? How you doing, man? Oh snap! Sunday Mecha stream. Yeah. Pops, who's your favorite mech?
Of all time?
Yeah.
I like Mecha Akuma, honestly.
Cyber Akuma's pretty, actually top choice. Actually, it's pretty sick. Damn, this looks
I think
awesome.
people sleep on that.
You ever see Evangelion?
No. I thought I was watching Evangelion, but turns out it was a different Bible Black type situation. And I had to explain myself to the fiance that this isn't what I thought it was, and we had to go back to Blockbuster.
Figure out which controller's plugged in. I want to try controller here. I want to see what's going on with it. I mean, this is action game, so I could see controller being decent on this. Anyone in chat played this game? Prefer keyboard, mouse? I think controllers are freaking out.
I think keyboard, mouse.
Yeah?
Now I'm playing more of the arena mode. The being able to move with that keyboard. I mean, you might think differently, but
It's not like Soul-Z dodging.
no, it's more like mecha cockpit type of stuff.
Okay. Dude, it looks awesome. Yo, Ryan dropping 5 gifties on the Djibouti member. What up, dude?
Whoa!
Thank you very much,
Yo,
sir.
YouTube Live is here?
Good to see you, Dr. Manny. Hello there, Doctor. Sunday stream, Sunday stream, Sunday stream. Yes. A Sunday Mecha stream.
Ooh, there's a healing type Pokemon.
Hope you all have had a good Sunday and a Saturday, but it's time to game. It's time to neutralize.
Under attack.
Yo, what's my kill button?
Fire control system enabled.
Yeah, how?
Calibrating weapon system. Energy autocannon.
I'm clicking. Oh, shit. Energy autocannon. Open the hatch. Yo, Mac Black and Days coming in here. Sorry if I miss you guys. Appreciate y'all. You might want the responsiveness of keyboard mouses, chat. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Because sometimes mechas, they do the whole, like, auto-aim kind of business, you know? But sometimes
There's a bit of that, but...
You go ahead.
There's melee for sure. Like, there's a melee component to this game, but it's trying to keep your big auto lock-on reticule on the target, and that's more keyboard mouse friendly.
Oh, dude, we got melee in here?
Yeah.
Laser sword.
I'm gonna get smashed here.
I'm getting smashed. Destroyed. Okay, so shift is energy, and you can just hold it and just float.
Yeah,
Mash.
energy's like kind of OP, and I think when you get to your like more melee weapons, it uses energy, so use that more sparingly.
Oh my god, they got huge bosses?
Yeah, yeah, big melee boss.
Yo! Oh shit! Yo, Jay Hearn, how you doing, Mr. Hearn?
That's an OG from back in the day right there.
I'm blasting. Adjust manually to lock. Oh. Kill that dude over there. Nice. Jay Heard, thanks again. And Spectral, what up, dude? Big metal things going down.
Evade incoming attacks.
Oh, move camera, drag the... Elgato, please. Drag middle mouse. Yo, Papo, I am like gummy shipping right now, and it's insane.
Do you see your anime waifu?
I do.
Beautiful. Doing it.
I'm gonna get freaking smashed. Flashy is one thing they really got going on right now, huh? Yo, Elgato, please. We did it. We shaved the
we
day.
in there?
Oh no, I thought I was gonna blow up.
Fluid armor depleted. Structural integrity.
Proceed to the surface.
Oh, nice.
I'm almost dead.
Scratch the fluid armor.
Descending. Wow. Yo, can I get a second just to appreciate? So one thing I love about mechas is the whole scale of everything. Let me chop these fools up. Feeling kind of Jehudi with it, you know what I'm saying? Little Jehudi dudes. Use the kit. Oh, sorry. Using a kit.
Yeah, you gotta heal yourself.
Oh, shit. Yo, this lady, I'm doing it. You don't have to say it a billion times.
You gotta use your energy cores. You gotta use your energy cores.
Yo, Carolina with
Oh,
the gifted
right click is now
subs.
shield. I gotcha. Yo, what is number 2? Oh, shit. Oh, shit, we got a halberd?
Yeah, Halbert's pretty good, but uses energy.
Damn. Yo, this is looking really freaking flashy, dudes. I heard someone say this is kind of like Gundam meets Titanfall, and Titanfall's always gotten a lot of love, right?
Oh, really?
I've always heard a lot of love for that one. Never played it myself, but...
Oh, yeah. We're playing.
But I've always had a love for the Metal Gears, for the Evangelions. Let me switch weapon to ranged. And I think this is like class-based.
Yeah, your mecha is a class. You can choose different types. Like, there's a healing type.
Yeah, I saw there's 2 supports, there's like some snipers, and there's like a range of flying in, getting out of there really quick, boys. Oh shit, my first boss.
Good luck, man.
God damn, the
Clappy
designs
if you're not ready.
Designs are sick.
So right now, I can dodge, I can shoot, and this guy's all melee, so he's just gonna get worked. Hit him with some melee.
I just got epic yoga pants for my avatar.
Pops, I don't think the entire galaxy has yoga pants for my character. I don't think they have my size. I don't think. I'm telling you, Pops, when you see my character, good luck finding me pants. I'll say that much. This guy's getting worked. Does he not understand? You can do melee too, bro. All right, you know what? I'll honor it. You can do, let's do it. Cool. Finish him off with that one. God damn, that looks sick. I think you can custom, like, paint these things up too. Like, you can do all the intricate little, what do you call it? Gunplas? You know gunpla, Papo?
I have no idea what that means.
You don't know how to gunpla?
I have no idea what Gunpla is.
Silly
Is that like a weeb thing? Is that like hot group challenge? I don't know
Silly,
what that means.
silly Pops. Whoa, my lady is laughing right now. Let me switch back. Yo, what up, dudes? Appreciate y'all coming in. And Sonny, what you got there? Use your energy core. Use my energy core, eh? What's my energy core? See if I'm reading something. I can't just breeze through the tutorial and be the guy that complains. I don't know what I'm doing the whole time, chat. Evading and shifting and boosting. Number 3. 2 is nice missiles. And the halberd and shield. Stardom, thank you as well as Null. Bryce Butt. Thank you for always doing the kick-ass streams. Games for Jabubo,
Appreciate
perhaps? You. Perhaps. We'll see. Last year we really tried mixing it up. Wanted to workshop what we could do with it in the future. More like booty break. Makalu. Yo, look at that shit, dude.
Finally a mecha game for cultured people.
Compared to AC, I don't know yet. I've not played that long. It's only been a few minutes here.
I feel like this has more of an arcade feel.
You get the
Like
audio.
it's a lot faster.
I'm feeling the fastness for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely got like particle effects and big blowing up of stuff. Scale's huge. Different types, and not as like crazy hardcore as like what's your coolant rating, you know? It's not a lot of that.
So you just smash shift and you're doing... I don't know if this evade is like iframes on it, but I love the look of it. Like, that's what drew me in about this game the first time I saw it. I was like, damn, it looks awesome. Elgato can't keep up with it. Sorry if it keeps going out. I guess our capture card's really crapping lately.
Is the games going out?
The capture card. We were just talking about getting a new one, chat, so it might be on its last leg here. Can you make your own mecha? From what I've seen, you can definitely like paint it up. Do custom paint jobs like primary color, secondary color.
There's customization for sure, but you can start with like a basic class of type of mech, and then it branches off from like the customization of like weapons and stuff.
Oh, it dodged through him. Albert is low. Blocking. Dead. Tutorial boss, but you know what it is. Is this game out? Right now it's an open beta, so if you just go on Steam and do, or we have a link actually.
Yeah, Exclamation Mecha will give you the link, and you can try the demo for yourself for free right now on Steam.
Boosting and the dashing is killing your energy. Ah.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Flying,
I think
dashing, and energy weapons like your halberd are going to take up your energy, which is a big deal.
And if you choose the big fat mechs, I think that is like a huge problem. Like you're constantly holding, like withholding the shift button. God, but goddamn, man. I've never gotten into like Gunpla and the whole thing of doing Gundam builds and shit, but I have a deep appreciation for them. They always just look awesome.
Attention, Shadow Special Task Force.
The thing is, like, all of them look awesome, you know? I rarely come across, like, a lame-looking mecha. I want to see what the classes look
Weapon
like.
airdrop ready. Cargo rocket ready.
Pat Labor.
Systems calibrated.
God damn, look at that shit.
Prepare to deploy.
That's me?
Elise Ness, ready to strike.
That's
Pilot
me.
in position. Striker entering launch tunnel.
Dude, it just looks so sick. So we just streaming on Sundays now? It's your boy. I don't know. We'll see.
Would you like that?
You like what you see?
Anka Bell here. I'll be your CIC for this mission. Just joined
Anka
the
Bell.
team. Still getting settled. But looks like we're diving straight into missions.
Gunpla is
Looking
very
forward to working with
therapeutic. Yeah, the only thing I
mission,
ever built,
we'll locate the
Gunpla-wise,
3 patrol
is
strikers
a
we
Mega
lost
Man
communications
X
with in Moshmock.
figure. I have a
Latest
Zero that I
sat
need to
images
build.
show activity at an abandoned base to the southwest.
And I do have a Metal Gear Rex that I
a
bought.
massive amount of Thea's Vanguard.
I have
got
mine
that.
too.
Yeah.
I've never come blood.
Is this the same one I bought you? I have that. I had to get it myself too because I was like, I bet that's going to be really fun to build that thing.
Our CO will fill you in with the details.
Sunday streams are poggers. People are pogging.
I'm your commanding officer.
Whoa, Christian stream. Let's go.
I'll be leading this operation. We'll drop you off near Moshmock with a submarine.
So Mashmack is the PvEV PvE mode.
From there,
how many
use
pieces?
the underwater elevator
It's
to
me
reach
and
the
you
abandoned base.
doing like
squad
night
will meet
rain
you at
kind
the
of
entrance.
drop-ins, and I think you can get like upgrades for the mechs,
Allegiance
and
is
then
fully geared
PvP
up this
comes
time,
in
ready
at a
for
certain
anything.
point.
Close combat, long range, and solid defense. We won't
I
let
think
your
that's the
striker
mode
go
where
in
you
naked
kind of
like
get
your last
upgrades for your
atmospheric
mech.
entry.
It's a demo. This is the demo. There I go, dude. Airbags engaged. Yo, bestie. Battalion. Saviors, 3 a.m. Got the tonsillitis. Oof. Ooh. Keeping you company. Hell yeah, dude. Get well soon. On a motherfucking Sunday. Sunday streaming. It's no longer the Lord's Day. It's the Djibouti Day. Ooh, more.
Let's get going. Pilot.
Everyone wants to run in, but I just want to like look at. I want to photo mode my mecha right now.
This is where the UWC built their mass driver. After the orbital
Damn, you had to stabilize off that one jump?
The UWC disbanded,
So if I just hold
and the
shift
base
without a
is
direction,
abandoned.
okay, you charge
We'll
forward no
conduct
matter
our
what.
search here. Last SAT update
This is
shows
just holding
strikers
shift.
engaged in
It just
combat
puts you in
the area.
autopilot.
With who? Thea's Vanguard?
Not
Just
sure.
burning away my energy bar just a little bit.
They were lunar civilians
Elgato,
who fought their government
please.
for equal rights. But now they've resorted to
What's it
pure
doing?
violence.
It's doing the thing where it flashes its own logo and the game goes away for a hot second. You know what I'm saying?
I'm pulling up the stream.
Nobody's negotiating for them
Could
now.
that be the game? It couldn't be, right? Or the graphics card? Maybe I need to update it or something, huh?
Maybe it's like a.
I'll turn it off and turn it on again. See if that works.
I don't know what your frame rate in the game is.
I got it set to 60, I believe. Let me see here. Vertical sync, frame limit 60. Let's see, we got it set to ultra. I mean, we be gaming. Oh wait, we need to turn off the things chat hates, like blurriness. Does game have that? Motion blur. Woof. Radial blur. Woof. Maybe that'll help. Maybe that'll calm the Elgato down a little bit. And Jimmy D and J Shock. Thank you, dudes. Yo, let me check out your guys' mechas. What do you guys look like? Even like the basic dudes look cool as shit. Looking good, boys. Looking good. Throw down them painkillers. I hear you, man, with that the tonsil problem, man. Do what you got to do.
Do you copy? Never seen anything like this.
Looks like it was just shot down. The Korite's spreading fast.
Watch out! Thermal spike. Friendly IFF. Objective confirmed.
In my own
Data
Weeby
received.
Adventures, Popo, I finally came across Pat Labor. I was diving in on
Is that a
that.
comedian?
Yeah, the mecha anime comedian Pat Labor. It's just really flashy, like mecha anime shit from like the 80s and 90s. That golden era of anime. That real gruesome shit, you know?
Patrick Labor.
Pat Labor.
What happened here?
Pat
Why's
Labor.
Thea rallying here?
Yo, the halberd is sick.
How did you get into this?
Boom. We got a badass. The golden age, yeah.
Is it like the Guyver?
The Guyver is more monster transformation. Pat Labor is like mecha shit. It is straight up mecha stuff.
You're going down today. You think your break striker makes you
Dodging.
Labor.
Cannons. Right now I can't do my number 3. I want to know what that is though. I'm just looking around my other buttons real quick. Oh, there's an overview with F2. Oh shit, okay, it takes up the whole screen. Ow! Just wanted to see. Going in. Hit him with the wombo combo. Dodge out. Switch to range. Okay. He can chase a little bit. I'm gonna keep spamming 3 as soon as it's up, or 2 rather. Bubblegum Crisis, another good one.
How do you know these things? Like, how do you find this stuff?
You gotta go down.
Labor and bubblegum dropships and gummy. What is going on?
You gotta go down like weeby rabbit
My
holes. Once you get your algorithm locked in, you get really good like highlight reels of anime you just never heard of.
The moon was built on our backs. You earned
you have to seek it out.
we've been through.
So like, what's the objective in this game? Like, how do you win? Right now, I'm doing a tutorial. But when it opens
you'll get sent on missions where you get focused to do objectives like capture ABC, payloads, King of the Hill, the classic style. I just don't know how like the extraction part of it works.
Yeah.
But it might just be AI versus PvP type stuff.
Day 225.
Oh shit! I don't want to see. Yo, can we pause? Okay, he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to. I want to mix the audio. The vocals are like louder than us streaming in my headphones.
Yo, Mecha Breaker is good. Mecha Breaker is good.
You just kite.
Exclamation point Mecha.
Most of these tutorial bosses pop, so you just kind of kiting them.
Oh, I went in with the halberd when my energy was up, and I kind of went in on him, and then I bounced out to get energy, was shooting him, and then yeah.
I need your coordinates.
Let me mix the audio. It's the talking that is loud. I get why it's loud, but for streaming purposes, I'm like, yo, can I turn that down a little bit? Oh, wow, you can do specific sound effects. You can crank them down. This is what I like to see. I love when they do this. Voice notifications volume. See how it's like triple louder than anything else? I'm going to bring that down a little bit. I don't mind the sound effects.
Camera's laggy. It's probably because my computer's dog shit, I'll be honest with you.
Because he's currently piloting a mech. Let me just bring down some more voices. Energy warning, energy warning, energy warning, energy warning. Weapon alert. Wow, you can do kill alert, weapon alerts. You love to see this, right? This is beautiful. Bullet whizzing sound effect. Have you taken a look at the audio menus? It's insane.
I'm trying to get to level 4 so I can customize my booty. And by booty, I mean the character that I play.
Well, it's not too bad now. That is killing my energy. I gotcha.
Yeah, holding dash and like pressing spacebar will just dump all of your stuff. And then if you switch to halberd, that also uses energy.
Oh, I see. It's the click to use the halberd that makes you fly super
Correct.
fast. Okay,
Yes.
this is like I click to do melee mode, and this is just flying mode. Yo, Brian Lyon with the primer. What up, dude? PC, thank you for the gift as well. And Kona, how you doing? How you doing? I'm here. Rendezvous with the homies.
Well, I got a purple loot crate.
It's so fucking cool looking, man.
A gun N94 U field coupled interformer meter.
What does it do?
It enhances the shield dispatch efficiency during overload but raises the demand for shield depletion reset.
Sounds cool.
Alright, this is our chance to gear up.
Press F to open airdrop command.
Key to select an airdrop.
Okay. Oh, are we doing like whatchamacallit? You know, that game with the bugs and the robots? We're doing that kind of stuff now.
Yes, you can do stuff like other games where they dive in payloads and it brings the hell to the enemy.
Okay.
Yes, there's a component of such things.
We like that. We like that. Oh.
You can even try your luck with the enemy's airdrop pods. Funny how everyone fights over Corite.
Why is it always same announcer for games these days? She does sound familiar, huh?
It sounded kind of like Galactica from
Yes.
a Rivals type game.
Yes.
But that's just me playing a lot of other games out there.
That's my right click. It's my left click.
Destroy as many
Cool.
extractors as you can
Oh,
before the ship
this
arrives.
looks fucking cool.
They
man.
release subterranean corite, which triggers pulse
I'm
storms.
going in.
They might deploy more to keep you from leaving.
Hit.
Bro, I just had a good ass dinner, man.
What did you be grubbing on, Papo?
I made homemade pho.
Homemade pho?
Yeah.
You
I
was,
got my own recipe.
You was fun it up, huh?
Yeah. Got the fish sauce in there. Handmade stock. It's good stuff.
That sounds awesome. That sounds very, very good. I love me some pho, dude. Especially if you're not feeling like well. It is like the king of all soups for that in particular.
I'm the pho king for sure.
Pops is cultured. Yeah, like a chicken noodle,
Have you ever,
alright. A ramen
have you ever
can
roasted
be,
your star anus?
ramen can be spicy, but pho is like, oof, so good. What do you mean star? What are you talking about?
Yeah, star anus. It's this brown thing, and it smells really good. And it's what are people saying it is?
Going in with the halberd. Yeah, I think mouse and keyboard is the move for this. I could see this getting pretty fast. So. Even though it's
like
doing a
the
lot of
pressing
auto
shift.
It's doing a lot of auto aim, it's still like snappy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you still want to be able to kind of do a 180 kind of fast while aiming, because I was doing some objectives and you do get swarmed very fast.
Now what do you think about Mecha custom joysticks for this, Papo? In a Mecha chair, gaming chair.
Oh, like Steel Battalion?
Yes.
I've only saw someone play Steel Battalion once, and it was at Hollywood Video. They had like their own gamer section. Remember that? It was like the Goon Cave. It was all in neon green.
Goon
I don't know if you remember that.
I don't.
And these, had to be 40-something-year-olds with all ponytails, super souped up on gamer fuel.
Finally we're doing some air combat here, folks.
Game crazy, yeah. Game crazy.
Oh, I see. Click and then combo. I'm taking big damage right now. I'm taking huge damage. Let's switch over to this gun.
You still work at Hollywood Video? Hey man, keep fighting a good fight.
How does it control compared to something like AC? It just feels faster. That's what I'm experiencing. Faster. But also...
I think, like, if you're used to that, I think it's going to be a natural one-to-one, but I feel like this is more of an arcadier, or, like, easier... It's, like, less hardcore than 4 games, right?
I didn't put too much time into it, just whatever we streamed. It's definitely reminding me of that style of gameplay, obviously, but I don't know, it feels snappier.
Yeah.
You don't need to switch your legs as much in this. Yeah, they have different classes, and I mean, class-based is, that's always good, because if you don't want to be a big slow guy, you don't have to. If you want to be a sniper, you can. If I press B, okay. Deploy, okay. Airdrop.
When
set.
does the hot lady step out of the mecha? That's a very small percentage of the game
Yeah,
relative to the entire package of like what's happening in Mecha Break. There's a lot more to it than just the simple RP of walking into the cockpit.
Why did I spend 2 hours customizing my character? Holy cooldowns on these guns, man. The extraction point has been set up. Switching back to the habit. A man can dream. She's never getting out of the mech, chat. It's not,
don't worry.
It's not a part of the game.
Don't worry, guys. She's getting out of it.
Feels good though. Feels nice and fast, snappy. I'm
You
stoked
could
to
also
team
be
up.
a hot anime guy too. It's not just big-assed ladies.
They had male characters?
You had to dig a little bit, but yeah, they're there.
I'm sorry, boss, but I didn't even go that far. I didn't even scroll
somewhere.
I didn't even scroll down that far. Oh, let me extract it. Sorry. What are we doing here? Activate extraction beacon. Oh, I gotta be right up on it.
You know where the devs messed up? By letting me choose my own color scheme. Here we go.
Cutscene. Look at this super fighting robot action. Pew pew pew. God. Damn.
Oh, I have the ultimate mecha.
I'm watching some anime shit right now, Pops. It's glorious. Oh no! Oh, we're good. DK with the 5 on a super chat. It's time to unleash the quiche. Achievement points. Plus 10. So I got me some mashmak, weapon research, and supply crate type 2. Maintenance kit from the Mishra Matrix, rare mod, and credits. Credits are the things you can also use to buy a paint job. I'm trying to go with, I want to get as soon as I can, like a black and Djibouti blue. A black and blue kind of look. Yo, check me out. I'm decked out, dude. Got me some daily sign-ins, of course. Working my way up to that shadow uniform. Ready to see me get to work, boys? Wow. Check me out, dude. Yo, Jim coming in with the 5 honey bitties. He likes what he sees. Yeah, that's a big robot. Supply crates contain a variety of useful items. Open them. Open. Confirm. What did I get? Oh, this looks familiar. Oh. I got reinforced carbonium alloys.
Cool.
Oh, dude, I'm getting out of the mech, Pops.
Nice.
Finally.
I thought
Take
we'd
your
still have
time.
100 years to figure a way out of our demise.
Finally, I
after the
get out of this
catastrophe.
mech and stretch. It's tight in there.
But now we're seeing how fast Corite spreads.
This guy's got the
Might be
coolest
30 years,
sunglasses.
maybe less. We've lost 2/3 of the population to the catastrophe.
PC Tech, thanks for the Sunday. Yo, thanks for stopping by, man.
For us to unite, to rebuild our homes.
Are there any ladders?
I had high hopes that Corite could spur growth in technology. and
Doge
offer a
Wow,
path to
20 super
human
chat
survival.
just says sugar. Thanks, Dave.
Hey,
Appreciate
thank
it,
you,
man.
man. Happy
Put everything we
Sunday.
know
Enjoy
into this
yourself.
striker behind me.
Happy Sunday.
All it changes is how we fight each other. Another way to quench our thirst for blood.
You see this robot? It takes one
Everybody
talented
wants a
warrior
better
to
life.
pilot this bad
Fertile
boy.
land, breathable air.
Thick airbags.
Also, you guys can play
So
this
we
right
keep
now for
scrabbling
free if
over
you get
what's
Extra
left
Point
of Earth's
Mecha. You can play the
resources.
game right now. It's in a demo.
And now one of
You
our
can test
brave
out for
pilots
yourself.
discovered in Mashmak that
Yo, Donka Besa coming in. What up, dude? Appreciate you, man.
Corite is
Hey,
conscious.
the #1 Dawn.
It can grow, maybe even replicate human experiences.
Wait a minute.
We're not sure if it's a
These
sentient
robots
being in a
are
different form,
growing?
but it's
Say
spreading much faster than we expected.
Oh, the crystals. It's like zombification
Shadow
of
was founded
robot.
to resolve conflicts and protect
that's
human rights.
dark.
We used to only deal with people-related conflicts, but now this
These
Corite
robots are
consciousness
growers,
will
not
sure
showers.
stir things up. Resource wars are about to get real ugly. If humanity can't get their act together, it's on us to bridge the gap between humanity and Corite.
Yeah, how does a robot
Mashmak's
zombify?
ground zero for Corite disasters.
That's what I'm curious
and
about.
a battleground for extremist factions. Our job? Stop these lunatics from releasing Corite and polluting the surface.
Stop the Corite.
And even
Put
if
the
Corite is
Corite
proven to be
down.
sentient, we'll still need to find a way to survive.
I like that his lips don't.
Let's buy humanity some more time.
I like that he's animated for Chinese or whatever. Oh my
Can I say something? Those voices from the last battle.
God.
It's okay.
Dang.
Here's the thing.
We're analyzing the combat.
The mechas are a bumpy ride.
Combat data?
Okay?
Yeah.
You need to
That's not what I
have
mean.
very nice
Yeah,
airbag
bad
on both
feeling.
your chest
Those
and your
crystals might
bottom
be
because you will be
infecting living
bouncing
things.
around in that
It's
thing.
not just infection. It's more
You
like
need to be
evolution
locked into your seat.
or
Yes.
evolution.
She's literally the
Evolving
only
into
one who
silicone-based
could
life
pilot
forms.
this thing.
Sounds like something from an old sci-fi
She's
movie.
chosen. She's the chosen one.
If that's the case, then we're probably dealing with something way beyond
And we
our
need her.
understanding.
Yes.
Get some rest. I'll keep you guys updated.
Get some goddamn rest. All right, am I playing the game now?
We might be able to join soonish.
Oh, okay. That's that's a big peck. What's that one movie? It's like, I want to go on that ride, Daddy. Me too, son.
Me too.
Me too, son. Me too. Easy, easy. All right, let's go. This is part of the game. I gotta go. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Jeez. People are liking this. The likes on the stream are climbing pops. It's insane.
You know what? I got to shout out to the devs. In order to change your body attributes, you have to be level 9.
You have to level up, pops, if you want to be cool like me. Is there anything to do around here to check up on these guys? You getting to work, pal? Oh, I was gonna say, you are so far away from your keyboard. Oh wait, you're on a holographic keyboard. Never get back in the suit. Guys, I have to play the game. We have to go back into this. Please don't go back. I gotta save the world from the Shungite or whatever. I gotta save the world. Come on, guys. You know I gotta save the world. If I don't, these robots are gonna zombify and they're just gonna keep coming back. I have to get back in the mech. I know you like it when I'm out here and I'm role playing with the NPCs, but I have to show off more of this hot, huge, heavy 3v3, 6v6 action.
Well,
eyes
big
up
torpedoes.
here. Eyes up here, Chad.
You got a missile silo on the Upper deck.
Well, let me see if I can get a nice sody pop. If I can get one.
Jeez.
And shout out to all the women out there in the world.
Jeez. Shout out. Our time to hop in the. Show 'em who's the boss.
Eliminate Thea's Vanguard forces in Moshmok. They've deployed Korite extractors, which can trigger pulse storms. Pulse storms will cause damage to strikers. Steer clear of those areas.
New game mode.
Proceed to an extraction point once it's ready.
What?
Eliminate Thea's Vanguard forces in Moshmok. They've deployed Korite extractors, which can trigger pulse storms. Pulse storms will cause damage to strikers. Steer clear of those areas. Proceed to an extraction point once it's ready. Eliminate Thea's Vanguard forces in Moshmok. They've deployed Korite extractors, which can trigger pulse storms.
I need to set up some buttons here.
Here.
Okay.
Stabilizing. Unavailable.
What?
Stabilizing. Stabilizing.
Hmm.
Unavailable now. Shield down. Weapon not ready. Unavailable now. Unavailable now.
That's easy
Training
setup for
complete.
controls. So easy. Finally. There we go. Alright, let's change the color at least.
Eliminate Thea's vanguard forces in Mashmak.
Mama, come on.
They've deployed Korite extractors, which can trigger pulse storms. Pulse storms will cause damage to strikers. Steer clear of those areas. Proceed to an extraction point once it's ready. Eliminate Thea's vanguard forces in Mashmak. They've deployed Korite extractors, which can trigger pulse storms. Pulse storms will cause damage to strikers. Steer clear of those areas. Proceed to an extraction point once it's ready. Eliminate Thea's vanguard forces in Mashmak. They've deployed Korite extractors, which can trigger pulse storms. Pulse storms will cause damage to strikers. Steer clear of those areas. Proceed to an extraction point once it's ready.
Narukami, ready to strike. Lumine, ready to strike. Proceeding on board.
No idea what I'm doing.
Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Eliminate Thea's vanguard forces in various strongholds. Meanwhile, destroy the extractors, which can trigger pulse storms. Proceed to an extraction point once it's ready.
Taking off.
Stage 1. Eliminate. Eliminate enemies in each area. Earn
This is the
mission
real
points.
deal. Don't worry,
Activate
you're in good
extraction
hands.
points
Let's
and
start by
obtain
following the
supplies.
GPS.
We can use airdrop beacons to boost our firepower in Mashmak. Hit the interact key to choose what you want to drop, just like that. Weapon airdrop contains modular weapons compatible with any striker. You should try them out. Once you're near the weapon airdrop, press the interact key to choose the weapons you want to equip. Pretty simple, right? If these weapons aren't as effective as the default, press the switch modular weapon key to switch back. We're getting close to the enemy's stronghold now, and it's your turn to take the lead. Remember to advance in stages, and watch out not to get surrounded.
Narukami's down. Take out the hostiles, then bring her back.
Moshmok is occupied by Thea's vanguard at the moment. We need to wipe them out before we receive extraction orders. Mission points are awarded based on the number and type of enemies destroyed, which will be converted into merit after the battle. Out of
Merit,
scavenge magazines from neutralized hostiles or supply crates.
Get hell!
Stabilizing. Fire from.
Get hell!
Fire from left. Fire from front. Fire from multiple sides. Fire from multiple sides.
Get hell! Get hell!
Deploy a summoning beacon now. Press the interact key to guide Narukami back to us. Fire from front. Fire from multiple sides.
Get hell! Get hell! Get hell!
Shield on. Energy low.
Get hell!
Stabilizing. Insufficient engine. A cargo rocket can send supplies back to base early to avoid losses in case of defeat. Press the interact
Really,
key
Looter?
and select the cargo rocket beacon to call the rocket in. Stabilizing.
There's a cargo rocket.
This spot's pretty much cleared. On to the next stronghold.
Some neutralized enemy units may still have intact weapons you can use. Stabilizing.
Another extractor. Mission points aside, we need to destroy it to prevent it from triggering a pulse storm. to deploy the extraction point. Moving into the extraction phase. Now, we need to think about how we can safely reach the evac point. Quick, follow the GPS to the extraction point.
Weapon not
We have
ready.
2 extraction points, A and B, set up. Our ride is almost here. You can check the extraction point's progress on the map. Once it's set up, an extraction beacon will be dropped.
Ah! Give it hell! Unavailable.
Pulse storm incoming. Make sure to keep an eye on its size on the map. A pulse storm is about to hit this area. Keep an eye on it on the map. It's dangerous to get swallowed up.
Ah! Give it hell! Ah! Give it hell!
Insufficient energy. It's growing. Stay alert.
Ah! Give it hell!
Dude, I fucking love this game. I didn't realize it did all this.
Ah! Give it hell!
Get out now. It's eating away at your striker.
Ah! Give it hell!
Heads up. New Corite pulse storm detected.
Barely fucking made it out of there. It's fucked up. I didn't even get the loot.
Heads up. New Corite pulse storm detected.
Others might have their eyes on this spot too. I'll use a recon beacon to make sure the area is clear.
Incoming Corite pulse storm. Steer clear.
Unidentified strikers inbound. Defeating them could net us some supplies.
Fuck.
But should we engage without an analysis first?
Incoming Corite pulse storm. Steer clear.
Ah! Give it hell!
Fire. Incoming Corite pulse storm.
What the fuck is this?
Ah! Give it hell!
Fire from left. Incoming Corite pulse storm. Steer clear.
Ah! Give it hell!
Stabilizing.
And my team's fucking badass.
Incoming Corite pulse storm.
Check out what I
Steer
found.
clear.
Here's some sweet loot. Consider it a keepsake for your first real mission.
Incoming Corite pulse storm. Steer clear.
Storm
Get
coming
close to
in.
extract. Once the extraction beacon is deployed. Extraction beacon in sight. Approach it and
Everybody
press the
on
interact
extraction
key to
beam.
activate.
Extraction point A is... Mission complete.
Shit, son. Holy shit. Holy squad. Nothing but boobas in my team. Damn. Hmm. That's insane. One playthrough. Used for developing weapons? No. Look for a crate to link your account. These guns are pretty fucking gnarly. Fucking do it, mate. Yeah, I think there's a button. Oh yeah, Q.
Narukami, ready to strike. Pilot proceeding on board. Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Eliminate CS Vanguard forces in various
Hey,
strongholds.
partner. Let's hit it.
Meanwhile, destroy the extractors, which can trigger pulse storms. Proceed to an extraction point once it's ready.
Let's rip up a new one.
Stage 1. Eliminate. Eliminate enemies in each area. Earn mission points. Activate extraction points. And obtain supplies. Stabilizing.
Yeah, same. Guess we get the fuck out of here, right?
Fire from right. Stabilizing.
Jesus.
Stabilizing. Unavailable now. Stabilizing. Unavailable now.
What do we do?
Reloading.
Let's pick a way and go, I guess. Let's pick a way and go. Right?
Stabilizing.
Over here!
Huh.
Large choroid extractor dismantling failed. Choroid pulse storm incoming. Energy low. Stabilizing. Insufficient ammo. ammo. Large Corite extractor deployed. Corite pulse storm imminent. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Unavailable now. Fire from left. from left. Reloading. Reloading.
Friendly striker down. Use summoning beacon to redeploy to combat zone.
I guess we gotta leave here and then use the summoning beacon.
A is ready.
We gotta go to A.
Fire from right. Energy low. Fire from front. Energy low. Stabilizing. Fire from left. Preparing extraction point B.
Use the summoning beacon.
Striker summoned to combat zone.
We going B or A? I guess B, right? B. Go to B.
Energy low.
B.
Energy low. Insufficient engine output. Energy low.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. We got people over here.
Stabilizing. Stabilizing.
They're in a firefight already.
Insufficient ammo. Unavailable now. Energy low. Insufficient engine output.
This is insane.
Stabilizing. Insufficient engine output. Stabilizing. Extraction point B is ready.
Got it. I'm extracting.
Mission complete.
Yeah, yee. Get me out of there, boys. fucking woo. It was so fucking intense. So intense. Alright, we might get the fucking squad on this shit. Squad gang. Shit is fucking lit. Mecha points. So this mode basically gives you all the upgrades you need. Fuck yeah. Wait, so I'm unlocking paint jobs? Nice. Oh shit, that looks good. Damn. More mods, more better, right? Oh, I'm getting good money too right now. Bumblebee, dude. Damn. So I must have used the paints, which is alright. So tomorrow we'll have the squad on, which is alright. Why is this game so fucking good? Damn, credit exchange. Okay. I'd probably never do that. Oh, it costs merit to get this shit? Okay.
Eliminate.
Wait a minute. Seven. But I need to get my merit. This is the better game mode, apparently.
Falcon, ready to strike. Welkin, ready to strike. Pilot proceeding on board. Injecting coaxium particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind bridge initiated.
Eliminate Thea's vanguard forces in various strongholds. Meanwhile, destroy the extractors, which can trigger pulse storms. Proceed to an extraction point once it's ready.
Let's rip him a new one!
Stage 1. Eliminate. Eliminate enemies in each area. Earn mission points. Activate extraction points. And obtain supplies. Unavailable.
Kill this first.
Fire from behind. Stabilizing. Stabilizing. Stabilizing.
Kill this first.
Reloading. Stabilizing. Insufficient ammo. Insufficient ammo. Fire from insufficient ammo. Shield on. Energy low. Unavailable now. Stabilizing.
I'm doing so much damage right now.
Detected.
Insufficient engine output.
Heads up. New Corite Pulse Storm to Striker down. Use summoning features to redeploy to combat zone.
Energy low.
Heads up. New Corite Pulse Storm detected. Incoming Corite Pulse Storm. Steer clear. Incoming Corite Pulse Storm. Steer clear.
Stabilizing.
That one guy went right into the storm.
Large Corite extractor deployed. Corite pulse energy imminent. Insufficient engine output.
That looks handy. Take this trash out.
Stabilizing. Reloading. Reloading.
Beautiful.
Stabilizing. Insufficient ammo. Unavailable now. Insufficient engine output. Stabilizing. Unavailable now. Fire from front. Fire from multiple sides.
Meet me here.
Fire from multiple sides. Fire from multiple sides. Stabilizing. Reloading. Extraction point. Stabilizing. Unavailable now. Kill this first. Energy low. Kill this first. Preparing extraction point B.
Get this out the way, boy.
Stabilizing.
Go to B or A? We're going A. Look at that storm dome move.
Stabilizing. from behind. Stabilizing. Stabilizing. Extraction point A captured. Proceed to evacuate. Stabilizing. Stabilizing. Mission complete.
Mm-hmm. Pretty easy right now. Weekly limit. Damn. Test pilot challenge. Oh, okay. Nice. Paint. This is good. Nice fucking purple bash. Dude. Nothing for discarding. Alright, well we did our dailies worth of challenges, I feel like. Seems a fucking GG. We're gonna revisit this. Shit is fire. Fucking fire. Flintlock. Wah, wah, wah.
For 10 bitter years since
This game is so janky, dude. I couldn't even set it up. Menu's so bad.
I'm making good on it.
Not a good look for the game already.
I hatched a plan to blow up the door, to cut the dead off forever. Alan and I volunteered. We probably won't make it back, but I would rather take my chances than leave you in this broken world. You deserve more than a letter you'll never receive. But we both know you would never let me go. I lived a long life, but never a full one. Not until I found you. Promise me you'll live, Nor. I'm off to earn my rest. Baz.
Bass. Big body bass.
Action front!
Aim! Fire!
No, she's not accepting anyone.
Just pretend I shoved you, alright?
Oh God. This looks so bad.
You sent Baz and Harlan to the door to the Great Below.
I don't have time for this, Vanek.
Requesting permission to...
Denied.
Baz
Oh.
can't fight at his aid. Harlan can't cover for him and blow the door at the same time. I'm the best sapper you've got and you know it.
Return to your station, Vanek.
Yeah, characters are ugly.
The blast came from too low, wasn't
As
nearly low
fuck.
enough.
I see.
They're late, aren't they? Just give the
How about
order.
this? How about this? Thank God.
I'm out.
No run, just a dash. Control to sprint. Okay.
Vanek! I thought you died!
Sorry to disappoint. Zapper! We're cut off! On it!
On it.
I have to get in the car.
Bastard! Can't even aim right!
Nothing left.
So what, I'm out of ammo? This is like the worst thing I've ever played in my entire life. I thought you thought Avowed was bad. But you get ammo by killing people.
You picked the wrong fight.
What?
Not so tough now, are you?
Hold V. Alright, I about had it with this game. This is complete the biggest piece of turd. There's words can't even explain how bad this is. This is slop. Bloatware for my PC is what it really is. It's gotta go right the fuck now. You can't even call that a game. Any of these.